This is defeat. Complete and utter defeat. Ji Daoxin and the others from the GTN dynasty were all stunned. The moment Li Hao displayed his dual Dao domain, they felt their hearts violently convulse, knowing the outcome. The young man before them not only had entered the Dao realm, but also far surpassed their wildest imaginations with his dazzling talent. The many members of the Ji family who had rushed over were now completely silent at this moment. Those Ji family prodigies who had been providing support were left speechless, staring in disbelief at the scene before them, unable to accept that Ji, who had stepped into the grand Dao of Peace realm, had been defeated so easily. It wasn't even a single move. Li Hao didn't even need to take action. His Dao domain alone was enough to completely overpower. The gap was unimaginably wide. Looking at the figure of the young man getting further away, Ji Daoxin and the others finally reacted and quickly chased after him. "Can't you really stay with our Ji family?" Ji Qingyuan was inwardly shocked, his gaze complex as he looked at the youth and quietly asked. Ji Daoxin couldn't help but glance at him. He never expected him to speak out trying to retain Li Hao, and he felt a mix of surprise and melancholy in his heart. "Though I am not of the Ji family, I can be a friend to the Ji family. Let's leave it to fate," Li Hao said. Hearing the young man's words, Ji Daoxin and the others remained silent, knowing that at this point, they could not retain Li Hao. All the resources of the Ji family, this young man had never even considered. As for the so-called protection of the clan, it was nothing more than laughable talk, especially since the young man had already grown strong enough to roam the great wilderness heaven freely. Apart from the war gods of various saint clans, as well as a few ageless elders and some forbidden places, there were barely any places that could stand in his way. Ji Daoxin couldn't help sighing in his heart. After seeing Li Hao reveal his dual Dao domain, he felt even more pain and regret, and he even lamented that moment of hesitation when Li Hao had questioned him earlier. If he had immediately agreed back then, could the young man have been persuaded to change his mind? Within this somber atmosphere, they walked the rest of the road and arrived at the entrance of the Holy Land's secret realm. Although Ji Daoxin was filled with pain and reluctance, he still opened the Holy Land's secret realm for Li Hao, saying, "I'll reiterate what I said before, our Ji family will always welcome you back. Here is the shuttle secret pattern of our Ji family's Holy Land secret realm." He raised his hand, a pattern like a magical array appeared in his palm, and presented it before Li Hao's eyes. Li Hao wanted to refuse upon seeing it, but he had already seen the secret pattern, and unless he forgot this memory, it was equivalent to having already been mastered. Seeing his insistence, Li Hao didn't say much more, only sighing quietly to himself, and raised his hand to bid them farewell. "Let me escort you further." Ji Yunyu and the others stepped forward, wanting to accompany Li Hao a little longer. Li Hao declined, but since Ji Yunyu and the others insisted on accompanying him, he let them be. Ji Tianchao silently accompanied them, not speaking again, but the old man's eyes were filled with a profound sadness. After stepping out of the Ji family's Holy Land secret realm, and having been escorted 1,000 miles away, Li Hao declined their company once again. "If you ever come back to the great wilderness heaven, remember to visit us," said Ji Yunyu with tearful eyes. Ji Yunqing and the others also appeared reluctant to part. "I will," Li Hao nodded, then bid them farewell. Watching the young man's departing figure, Ji Yunqing whispered, "After our ancestor, it seems our Ji family has lost a future saint. Eldest brother said to give him 10 years, and he would be able to fight alongside me. At the time, I thought that was too short, but now I think eldest brother spoke too long." Ji Tianchao gazed in that direction, murmuring, with such a dual Dao domain and his level of perception, if he wholeheartedly pursues the path, within 5 years he should be able to grasp the Dao. In our lifetime, we may even have the chance to witness the rise of a saint. A saint, huh? Their children and the rest were all stunned, their emotions complicated. Someone who could have brought the Ji family back to glory, yet they had failed to hold on to him. The day after bidding farewell to Li Hao, atop Saint Mountain, Ji mysterious god and several peers of heaven arrived, looking for the family head, Ji Daoxin. "Are you going to venture beyond the great wilderness heaven?" Ji Daoxin was taken aback by Ji mysterious god's words and frowned when he saw the determined look in the eyes of the other peers of heaven. "The child will no longer return to the Ji family. Chasing after him is futile. Don't make a blunder," he said. Ji mysterious god shook his head slightly. "I just want to see for myself what kind of environment in that barren dynasty ruled by the Zhang family can nurture such a peer of heaven like him." "That's right, I also want to see." We indulge in countless divine medicines and treasures in the Ji family, yet none compares to him. I want to see what kind of place beyond the great wilderness heaven really is. Ji Qingshuang spoke. Her father, Ji Qingyuan, had understood his daughter's thoughts the day before. Hearing this, he just frowned slightly and sighed in his heart, but did not stop her. With Ji mysterious god, who was at the grand Tao of Peace realm, accompanying them, these Ji family peers of heaven were not weak, they would not easily come into harm's way in that place. After all, the peers of heaven from the ancient holy clan were not canaries in a cage, they were not so delicate. Ji Daoxin glanced at them, looking at Ji mysterious god, and upon seeing the child's direct, unyielding gaze, he understood that the latter was resolved. If he were to obstruct further, it would become an obstacle in the heart of the young man, one that he might never overcome, and it might impede his cultivation. Well then, the Deu divine dynasty is ruled by the Zhang family. Although it is a land beyond the wilderness, you must follow their rules when you go there. Remember, that dynasty bears the surname Zhang. Ji Daoxin said. Ji mysterious god and the others exchanged glances and sighed in relief. Understood. The Zhang family is one of the rumored 8 great ancient holy clans, acknowledged Ji mysterious god with a nod. That's correct. Ji Daoxin nodded. Originally, the ancestors of the Zhang family were defeated in the Great Holy War within the Great Wilderness Heaven and were thus expelled to that barren land beyond. However, their heritage and Tao lineage were not entirely severed. Thousands of years ago, the Zhang family produced a peer of heaven who was born with all meridians unobstructed. He unified that barren territory, established a dynasty, and set up an order, becoming a top-tier powerful figure. It's said he died in battle, but whether true or not, it's best not to provoke them. The hearts of Ji mysterious god and his companions grew solemn, for being born with all meridians unobstructed was indeed the mark of a natural prodigy. Also, while previously seeking information on that child, we also investigated the Deu divine dynasty. Nowadays, they are in decline, with demons lurking all around and at risk of erupting into a great war at any moment. These demons have the shadows of ancient demons from within our great wilderness heaven behind them. There will surely be a life and death battle that will shock the imperial capital. Remember, do not go casually to their imperial city. Ji Daoxin earnestly warned. Upon hearing this, Ji mysterious god and the others felt a chill. Was the young man's hometown already in such dire straits? We understand, Ji mysterious god nodded. Ji Daoxin looked at him, paused for a moment, then sighed deeply and said, Mysterious god, living in the same era as that child is your misfortune, but you need not be too obsessed with him. Other than him, you are the most outstanding peer of heaven in the Ji family and a source of pride for your parents. Do you understand? Ji mysterious god was silent for a moment before replying, I understand. Ji Daoxin nodded slightly, his expression softened a bit as he said, If you see that child, and if he needs any help, you can send a message back at any time. If he aims to restore the Zhang family dynasty, our Ji family will certainly provide full support. Ji mysterious god couldn't help but look at the family head. Being part of an ancient holy clan, he knew better than anyone that clans within the great wilderness heaven, even the smaller ones, scorned the lands beyond the great wilderness heaven and were too proud to set foot there, let alone come forward to offer full support. I understand, Ji mysterious god said seriously. Ji Daoxin hearing this, showed a relieved smile. Several days passed. On the fringe of the great wilderness heaven, a young man sat astride a demon resembling a fire lion, its fur blazing red. Gazing at the distant mountain peaks, the youth murmured softly, I'm Baka. The demon beneath Li Hao was the candle flame god, who now revealed its original form, albeit not fully, as if showing. After all, the original body of the candle flame god was over 100 feet tall, and its movement felt like the earth shaking and mountains swaying, causing too much disturbance. Returning to his homeland, Li Hao felt a sense of nostalgia long missed, despite the stark difference between the outer and inner regions of beyond the great wilderness heaven. The energy that roamed between heaven and earth was significantly weakened, scarce, thus it was deemed a barren land. However, it was this very, barren, earthy scent, buried deep in his bones, that was the familiar smell he had breathed since he came into this world as a child. It was comfortable. This comfort was not like that of cultivating, but it did bring pleasure to his body and soul. His thoughts traveled over thousands of mountains, to Heavenly Gate Pass, to that little fenced courtyard, and to the old man in the courtyard, as well as the sword-carrying young girl. If possible, He would invite that gluttonous lady to join him for a barbecue once more. Thinking of those peaceful moments amidst snowy years, a slight arc formed on Li Hao's lips. He let the candle flame god continue forward. Through the attributes of the Chang'an diagram, Li Hao saw the number of his markers drop from 100 to 96, only losing 4 war banners. These were the total number of war banners he had left at Heavenly Gate Pass. There might have been accidental damage, but from this number, he could roughly judge that Heavenly Gate Pass was rather peaceful. The candle flame god, carrying Li Hao, flew through the midair with mountains, rivers, and lakes howling beneath them. Seeing those vast, deep lakes, Li Hao could feel the presence of demons' essences within, which made him itch to note down each of these spots in his mind as excellent places for wild fishing. Perhaps he could invite Mr. Feng to join him for a casual fishing trip. At this moment, Xian, transformed into a red wooden ring wrapped around his wrist, raised a red whisker from the ring, quivering in the wind like a stray hair, curiously sizing up the fresh look of beyond the great wilderness heaven. Where are we heading? First to see some old friends, then to take a look at this world. Oh. Xian's little red whiskers stretched onto Li Hao's arm, allowing it a clearer view of the surroundings. Li Hao did not stop it, letting the Qingfeng breeze brush against his face. Keep going straight? The candle flame god asked in a low voice beneath him. You don't recognize the way either? Asked Li Hao, surprised. I have little impression of it. Is that for the entire territory outside Liangzhou? For Liangzhou as well. Li Hao was slightly speechless. It seemed that Elder Yun Zhe had indeed thoroughly erased their memories. This lord of the great void realm, if he were to meet some of his old fellows, he probably wouldn't even remember them. Do you have any impressions of the great void realm? A bit. How much is a bit? I only remember there is a mountain there, and on that mountain, there are many little demons that fear me. Li Hao nodded, hearing that the great void realm had secluded itself for 1,000 years. It seemed that things deeply embedded over a millennium still left some traces. Since you don't recognize the way, let's just keep going straight, over the mountains. Eventually, we'll make it back to Deu, Li Hao said. On his way back, he encountered some demons, and occasionally Xian would spot rare divine medicines for him to collect, thus deviating from the original route. When they tried to find the way again, he realized they were lost. The miasma permeated inside the great wilderness heaven and the terrain looked similar. Li Hao himself wasn't particularly sensitive to routes, directionally challenged. Fortunately, he relied on his Dao domain to break through the miasma, aiming in a direction and simply following a straight line, eventually making his way out. Now, he had to resort to this straightforward old method again, continuing in a straight line. As long as they entered Deu, Li Hao could simply ask any passerby for directions. After all, he had once seen the map of the 19 provinces, which was kept confidential within the divine general mansion only because the old master was laid back. Did he allow a child, a young teenager, to browse through it? Nevertheless, though they were lost, these days of travel were not entirely unfruitful. Apart from traveling, Li Hao would draw upon the heaven and earth power during rests to heal the candle flame god and Ms. Yin, helping them restore their cultivation, thereby attracting a lot of demons who were peeping. These were like mosquitoes lured by the smell of blood. Li Hao naturally didn't miss out on killing them all, condensing their demon blood with the soul sacrificed true demon skill and then transferring it to Xian. Now, these essences of Demon King's blood were no longer of much effect to Li Hao. His physical body had been refined to an unimaginable degree, seemingly reaching a certain limit. Unless there was some extreme super refining method, no further enhancement would be difficult. Meanwhile, Xian's body inherently possessed the ability to absorb fresh blood and convert it into nourishment. With Li Hao's help and the divine medicines they gathered throughout the journey, Xian's strength had rapidly increased, with its cultivation progressing from the state of mind realm to defying fate realm. Moreover, its body was refined to be extremely tough, reaching a strength comparable to the 5 caste divine weapons. Even among its peers, perhaps not even the dragon clan's physical body could match hers. The wind howled as the candle flame god, with Li Hao on his back, galloped across over 100,000 miles, flying over the mountaintops surrounded by demons. These demons, sensing the great demon king's aura from the candle flame god, were all terrified and hastily bowed their heads. As Li Hao passed by, he casually slapped down those mountaintops that still had traces of the human race's aura, incidentally annihilating the demons residing there. However, he ignored the other demons that fed on demons or those who cultivated the clean energy of heaven and earth to avoid worldly affairs. As they continued to advance, Li Hao gradually saw war banners and ruined armor hanging on branches along some mountains. He knew that he was about to return to Deu. Now re-entering Zhonghu, he had no sword in his hand and no longer needed one. The grass and trees of the world could turn into the sharpest sword qi in his hands, cutting down everything. Sha family, huh? Seeing a war banner tattered atop a mountain, Li Hao's gaze flicked, realizing he had arrived in the territory guarded by the Sha family. Before long, as he saw some scattered villages at the border, Li Hao immediately made the candle flame god perform the demon's transformation art, changing from its original fire lion dragon tail form to an inconspicuous maned horse. Otherwise, riding a demon king into the domain would be too arrogant and would immediately become a spectacle like a grand monkey drawing crowds. Afterward, taking advantage of the nightfall, they landed in a deserted area. Quickly, a youth on horseback sprang forth, stepping onto the official road from the wilderness and galloping toward a township. The township lacked even an array, making it impossible to detect hidden demons, but Li Hao noticed that every household hung some demon-suppressing talismans. Li Hao glanced and saw they were all low-level talismans. If a lesser demon approached, it would ignite and turn into Kai Guang, tracking the demon. But for great demons, a single breath could blow them away, rendering them useless. The township was rather simple, but at night, it was brightly lit with sounds of opera and the beating of drums and gongs echoing vibrantly. Along the way, children carried lanterns, chasing and frolicking, running towards the center of the town. With his divine thought covering the area, Li Hao saw that besides the government office handling cases, there was also a derelict monster suppression department, which appeared to be in a bustling street lined with stalls leaving behind rotten vegetable leaves. This perhaps embodied the saying, "Small as a sparrow is, it possesses all its internal organs." The monster suppression department was empty. A few staff members hadn't even buttoned their uniforms properly, fitting with the rustic and casual style of the township. Li Hao smiled faintly, fetching the corpse of a demon he had hunted along the way from the heaven and earth space and sent it using object control to the shabby warehouse of the monster suppression department. He then found a silver chest under the bed in a locked house and drew several ingots of silver from it. It was a sort of bartering. That demon's head, if turned in, could probably fetch a considerable reward. As the ingots of silver flew back into Li Hao's hand in the night, he found a deserted alley and allowed the candle flame god to transform into a youthful appearance. However, it wasn't like when it had once pursued Li Hao, blazing with divine flame and an imposing aura. Instead, it now restrained its aura and concealed the divine light. Still, the stern-faced candle flame god came off as not someone to be trifled with. Standing in this unpretentious township, his unique demeanor was extremely conspicuous. Li Hao led him to an inn and asked the boy to prepare 2 sets of clothes in a room. Currently, Li Hao was wearing divine garments, clothes forged by his power, only subdued in brilliance to appear somewhat ordinary. He planned to rest briefly tonight, ask for directions, and set off for Heavenly Gate Pass the next day. "Sir, are you also going to reinforce Liang City?" The boy was extremely courteous and even somewhat reverent. He noticed Li Hao's extraordinary aura, which had nothing to do with clothes but was purely the eyes and aura. With the candle flame god behind him, whose eyes were calm yet compelling, they still stood out despite their efforts to blend in. Liang City? Li Hao thought for a moment and immediately understood that he was in the territory of the Sha family, in Yuzhou. It wasn't far from Liangzhou. Reinforcements for Liang City? Are there demon attacks there? Li Hao asked, surprised. The main regions guarded by the 5 divine general mansions were basically the most stable and prosperous, heavily guarded by troops, where demons dared not intrude. "You don't know?" The boy was startled, but kindly said, "Sir, judging from your accent, you are not from Yuzhou, right? If you are here to travel and enjoy the scenery, it's best to leave quickly. Recently, Yuzhou has not been peaceful." "Oh," Li Hao's eyes flickered. "Explain in detail." Soon, from the boy's explanation, Li Hao learned of the recent situation in Yuzhou. Liang City was a dangerous pass in Yuzhou on the border, frequently subjected to demon attacks. Aside from Liang City, several other cities near Yuzhou's border were also attacked by demons, causing widespread panic. It seemed that the battle in Liangzhou was merely an appetizer for these demons. Intending to break with the Deu divine dynasty, were they determined to fight to the death? Li Hao's brows furrowed, sensing a storm brewed by demons approaching the entire Deu divine dynasty. He then inquired further about the situation in Liangzhou from the boy. "Liangzhou? The inn's errand boy brightened up instead of showing impatience when he heard Li Hao's inquiry, and said with a smile, "Are you coming from Liangzhou, sir? Then you must have seen Marshal Haoshan, right?" Li Hao was surprised, and asked, "You know about him too?" The errand boy couldn't help but laugh. "Well, who wouldn't know about that? We're not far from Liangzhou here in Yuzhou. The chaos that happened in Liangzhou a few months ago, with those damned demons surrounding and attacking, has already spread throughout all the provinces. I heard that our Yuzhou's Shah family Divine General Mansion's old master even went there to reinforce them," he said, looking at Li Hao with curiosity and anticipation. "They say that during that catastrophe, the demons swarmed out in droves, countless demons swept over, and demon kings were flying all over the sky, as thick as locusts. The sky was dark, and the ground had no green, it was just like locusts passing by, leaving not a single blade of grass. Just when Liangzhou was about to fall, who would have thought that Marshal Haoshan would emerge out of nowhere and suppress all those demons? In the end, just a war banner was enough to deter countless demons. Is that all true?" Li Hao hadn't expected that the events of Liangzhou had spread this far, to the point that even a small town inn's errand boy in Yuzhou knew about it. But it also seemed normal, after all several months had passed, and the news would have spread no matter how slowly. "Pretty much." Li Hao asked, "What's the situation in Liangzhou now? Have all the demons retreated? Are there still wars?" "It's been peaceful for a while now. No demon dares to go near Liangzhou anymore. From what I've heard, the royal family has even sent troops to mop up the aftermath. Not to mention demons, now even a stray dog needs to carry a tag to enter the city. They're keeping things very tight there." The errand boy shared what he had heard. Li Hao sighed in relief. It seemed that those who were in charge of the defense in Liangzhou at the time were the Candle Fire God couple. The real forces from the Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace had not gathered in Liangzhou. And now, the very great demon king who had led the attack on Liangzhou was standing right behind him, already pledged allegiance to him. With this thought, Li Hao did not linger on the subject. He went to his room and changed into simple clothes prepared by the errand boy, glanced at the night outside. The evening was still young, and the town was noisy with drumming and gongs. Feeling good, Li Hao said to Xian, "I'll take you out for a stroll." "Yay!" Xian perked up at his words, buzzing with energy, as Lil Red Whisker twined around Li Hao's wrist and rubbed against him, simultaneously transmitting a curious message. "Is this Marshal Haoshan that the man just mentioned, you?" "Yep. Is Junior General a position? Great Wilderness Heaven doesn't seem to have this title." Xian, having remained in Great Wilderness Heaven, got her information from those who went to snatch the Dao Rime blood fruit and was rather ignorant about Great Wilderness Heaven, let alone knowing nothing of the human race from the Dao Divine Dynasty. Li Hao smiled and patiently explained to her through telepathy while leading her and Candle Flame God out the door. As for Ms. Yin, she was in Li Hao's heaven and earth space. Previously, Li Hao had healed her by infusing a large amount of heaven and earth power, and Ms. Yin had briefly fused with Candle Flame God, which seemed to touch the threshold of the Dao realm, and she was in retreat. Amidst the night, Li Hao strolled leisurely through the small country town. Though dilapidated, the town was filled with the scent of home cooking and firewood, giving it an earthy charm. Stone slab roads, old wooden stakes, and the gurgling of small rivers flowing through countless homes. Lanterns hung all along the way, suggesting some sort of festival was being celebrated. Following the sound of drums, Li Hao arrived in the center of the town, where there was a stage with many people standing outside listening to the opera. The front row seats, equipped with tables and chairs, were occupied by recognizable members of the town, wealthy merchants, local gentry, and the Lycia cracking melon seeds, drinking tea, and enjoying the opera. Xian, like a curious child, bombarded Li Hao with questions, showing interest in everything. Candle Flame God, on the other hand, stuck close to Li Hao like a shadow, quiet and inseparable. Though his expression was cold, he too observed everything around him, reflecting the mortal world in his eyes. The children played outside the stage, cavorting and fighting with paper kites, while the elderly occasionally clapped and praised the quality of the play. Li Hao moved forward, handing over a piece of silver, and took a seat at a tea table, quietly joining the audience to listen to the grand opera. In the evenings of Great Wilderness Heaven, a brief respite allowed only gazing at the stars and moon or playing music to pass the time. Here, however, he found a rare chance to relax. But it wasn't long before Li Hao's expression changed slightly. He didn't stand up, just casually grabbed some melon seeds from the table and cracked a few, tossing the shells to the ground. The melon seed shells, however, suddenly took flight in the night, as if a gentle breeze had arisen, whooshing into the air above the small town and then rushing towards the hillside a dozen miles outside of the town. There, a group of demons was approaching in the night wind. Their faces twisted into cruel smiles while eyeing the myriad of lights and the tumultuous sounds of drums and laughter in the distance before them. But just as the leading demon uttered a single word, a melon seed shell descended from the sky like a black dot, swiftly flashing by. Thwack, 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 powered by object control, it quickly pierced through their bodies. A dozen demons were killed instantly, not even seeing how they died. Only a melon seed shell remained, landing next to the corpse of the last demon. Inside the town, the opera continued as usual. Outside the town, moonlight serenely bathed the corpses of the demons. Bravo! Li Hao, catching a thrilling part, joined the surrounding crowd in applause. After the opera was over and the audience dispersed, Li Hao followed the crowd back to the inn with Xian and Candle Flame God for a long night's sleep. It had been many days since he had had a good, peaceful sleep since coming from great wilderness heaven. The next day dawn broke, and the rising sun shone upon the bodies of the demons outside the town. Someone took advantage of the morning light to see the corpses of the demons and screamed in fright, hastily fleeing into the town and running towards the monster suppression department. The shabby gates of the monster suppression department were merely left ajar, and the two demon suppression envoys had not yet donned their clothes, bleary-eyed and uncertain as they hurried to the hillside upon hearing the news. Once they clearly saw the corpses of the demons, they were all startled, staring agape. News of demon corpses outside the small town quickly spread, causing shock and panic among the locals. However, with the break of dawn, Li Hao had already asked the innkeeper for directions to Liang City and set off with the Candle Flame God. Since he was here, he might as well take a look. Liang was in trouble, and the Xia family, as a part of the Divine General Mansion, had sent aid to Liangzhou. Li Hao had no reason to turn a blind eye and simply leave. After all, he too belonged to the human race. Following the official road straight ahead, passing through two cities, Li Hao surreptitiously extended his Dao domain to Xian. The Candle Flame God concealed its own aura with its Dao domain. Although they didn't have the demon pass that the demons used, they also eluded the detection of the city's arrays. The arrays were only able to detect demons of the ultimate study realm. They were helpless against the demons of the Taiping realm, who had mastered the Dao domain. Only the capitals of the great states, or the imperial city, would have special divine weapons that could sense even demons of the grand Dao of Peace realm as they stepped foot there. But such items were exceedingly rare, and ordinary cities could only rely on arrays. Those two cities were also on high alert, clearly having experienced demon attacks, but it was not as severe as in Liang City. As Li Hao passed by, he also conveniently dealt with several demons lurking dozens of miles outside the cities. To him, it was merely the matter of a thought. Liang City, a border city in the northwest of Yuzhou, surrounded by towering mountain ranges forming a natural barrier, making Liang City the most significant obstacle in the area. This was also a crucial route in the northwest of Yuzhou. The Xia family stationed heavy forces there year-round. To lose Liang City meant losing Yuzhou's northwest frontier, which would lead to a chain collapse of over a dozen other cities. At that moment, dozens of miles outside the city, heaps of corpses lay scattered, including demons, Xia family soldiers, and torn war banners covering the bodies. Inside the city lord's mansion, within the council hall, 3 strategists and 7 generals were present. Among them, several were the Xia family's young junior generals. Their faces were flushed red, holding back anger. These damned beasts cut off our reinforcements and supplies, planning to starve us to death here. They're seeking to take us down at the smallest cost. These demons have started to use their brains. Shall we call for reinforcements from the family? Among those demons, there are 2 from the 3 immortal realms in command, and who knows if there are others hidden. Without the arrays, we would have lost already. There's no need to be stubborn. Call for reinforcements. The demons from Gluttonous Valley are waiting for this. As soon as our family sends people, they might have already set up an ambush halfway and planned to kill them, using us as bait. That's right, the situation at the family's side is also not optimistic. The Valley Master of Gluttonous Valley had caused a ruckus half a month ago, and now nobody knows where he's hiding. Right now, we're the ones defending Liang City. We can't always expect the family to help with everything. We need to solve this difficulty ourselves. Or should we, like the Li family's Duke of Xingwu in northern Yan, spread the word and ask for reinforcements from various families? The situations are different. Northern Yan wasn't defended by those families' troops, they were just a small fraction of assistance. Small it may be, it's still strength. We can at least make those families bleed. They know nothing but hoarding wealth, eating, and drinking, oppressing the commoners. When demons come, they only move and hide deeper, with no sense of responsibility. It's time they helped. Difficult. We don't have so much time to rally the call now. I have a suggestion. What is it? Everyone turned their attention to one of the strategists. This middle-aged strategist looked around, his gaze particularly passing over the young Shah family junior generals, and whispered. How about we change our war banner, change the war banner? Yes. You all know about Liangzhou's events, right? Why don't we try sending an elite force with changed armor, flying Marshal Haoshan's war banner, pretending it's reinforcements from within the pass? Upon hearing the strategist's words, everyone was stunned. The defenders of Liang City, however, brightened up, liking the idea. The young junior generals of the Shah family, however, looked displeased. One of them pondered with a closed gaze, while another blurted out in anger. Impossible. This is Yuzhou, our Shah family's territory. We are not dead yet, and you propose to fly the banner of an outsider? The middle-aged strategist had anticipated opposition and quickly said, these are exceptional times. If it can save the people, achieve results, and spare many soldiers from injury, that is what truly matters. No, the young junior general shouted, in Yuzhou, there's only one war banner that should fly, that's the Shah family's war banner. This is our family's stronghold. This is just a temporary measure. The strategist tried to persuade further. What if we use his war banner and fail to scare off these demons? Another interrupted, questioning, that person has been silent for some time now. His war banner has been studied by the demons in these past months. It doesn't have the same deterrent effect anymore. Now everywhere, people use his war banner to try scaring off demons, but the demons have seen through this tactic. The banner's power is not as great as before. As generals, we can't be as foolish as the commoners, believing in those mythologized tales like they take a teenager for a god. Regardless of his strength, after disappearing at Mo River for so long, his war banner has lost its deterrent power. Yes, said the young general who had spoken earlier, let's stop hoping for outsiders to save us and figure out how to lure out one of those immortal demon kings from the 3 immortal realms. We'll try to send it into the array with an array command and give it a sound beating while it's down. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged advisor sighed inwardly, knowing that the honor of the Shah family was held in such high esteem and considered so sacred by these young members of the family, that it led to such an impulsive rejection. In fact, he felt that it would have some effect, and with a bit of luck, it could even break through a weak spot and bring hope. As they were discussing the matter again, a sudden trembling noise arose. The people in the council hall were startled, and several generals rushed out immediately. They saw outside Liang City, where the array had emerged, golden runes flashing. In the sky above the city, a middle-aged figure was wielding scythe-like arms, pounding on the array. Stop! A young general from the Shah family soared up into the air, shouting angrily. I thought you all were asleep, just a little wake-up call for you. The middle-aged figure just laughed lightly, without stopping the assault but instead intensified the attack on the array. Don't let your guard down, we could attack at any moment. His nonchalant demeanor infuriated the young general, turning his face red with rage. He knew the enemy was forcing them to remain constantly on edge, not allowing them any respite or relaxation. They could still adjust and adapt, but the large army within the city was inevitably in a state of panic, lacking the stamina and mentality to cope. You'll pay for provoking the Shah family. Gluttonous Valley will pay for this sooner or later. The young general said angrily. Oh, what price? I'm right here, why don't you come out and show me? Sneered the middle-aged figure. The other generals also flew over, advising the young general not to be rash. One of the veteran generals stepped forward, his body exuding the aura of the 3 immortal realms. Seeing this, the middle-aged figure immediately ceased his assault and retreated hundreds of meters, saying with a sneer, I'll be back tomorrow. With those words, he turned to leave. Yet the veteran general charged forth, shouting, this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. He burst out of the array and surged forward with his power to attack. The middle-aged figure rapidly retreated, and they chased for over 1,000 meters. However, when the veteran general saw a dense crowd of demons ahead, he was forced to stop his pursuit, understanding that he would fall into an ambush if he continued. Hey! Seeing the other party hadn't fallen for the trap, the middle-aged figure scoffed, laughing lightly. He then signaled to the distant demon army, preparing to retreat. But just then, along the distant official road, a figure on horseback approached. The crisp sound of the horse's hooves struck the official road, advancing slowly. There is yet another one who is not afraid to die, daring to travel this road. Seeking to slay demons for fame and glory, perhaps? The middle-aged figure glanced at the youth riding towards him, his gaze slightly lifted, but he paid it no heed. Such young lords from human families were foolish indeed, and there had already been many who died in this place recently. He turned and flew away straight, but after only a few hundred meters, he abruptly stopped. This was because he sensed that the life force of the demon tide positioned along both sides of the official road behind him was rapidly diminishing. He turned around abruptly and witnessed an eerie scene. The youth on horseback approached slowly, his horse's hooves not hastening, yet where they trod, the demons on the official road who had been ready to ambush and devour him, collapsed in droves like a withering field of wheat, lifeless. As the middle-aged figure turned to look, the youth also lifted his head slightly, noticing him. In that instant of eye contact, the middle-aged figure felt a sharp contraction of his heart. Following that, an indescribable aura suddenly enveloped him. Thump! His body burst open mid-air. The Shaw family's old general, just as he was about to return, suddenly heard the sound of bones and blood bursting, and couldn't help but be stunned, turning his head to look. What he saw was a horrifying scene. The great demon, who had just been arrogant with a relaxed face, now had a body that seemed to have been exploded by something, and had not even revealed its original form. In the exploding flesh and blood, a figure struggled to break free, but as soon as it flew out, it was subjected to extreme pressure and vanished in a wail, with both body and soul destroyed. The pitiful and tragic scream before death caused many of the Shaw family's soldiers on the city walls to be shocked and watch this eerie scene in bewilderment. On the official road below the city wall, a young man rode his horse lightly toward the tightly closed city gate and looked up, saying, "Old sir, could you have them open the city gate?" The young man's call in front of the city gate brought the Shaw family's old general, floating mid-air, back to his senses. He looked down and was immediately horrified. The young man sat on his horse with a calm and breezy demeanor, dressed in simple coarse hemp clothes. Yet, his handsome features were as exquisite as flowing clouds in a painting, his unique aura unforgettable, giving people a feeling of tranquility and leisure. His gaze extended to behind the young man, where he instantly saw that the official road, already soaked with the blood of noble family descendants, and the demons lurking on both sides of the road had all fallen, lifeless. "You!" The Shaw family's old general's pupils constricted, shocked as he looked toward the young man, who appeared more terrifying than the demons. Meanwhile, atop the city wall, as the great demon of the three immortal realms mysteriously perished, the other few generals of the Shaw family were also horrified and rushed to the array. Once they saw the situation outside the city and found only a young man on horseback. "Was it you who killed that demon?" The Shaw family's old general did not dare to fly, quickly landing in front of the young man. If this young man had killed the great demon, his strength must be horrifying, surely of the Four Stands realm. And being so young yet comparable to the Four Stands realm, he could only think of one name. The one from Liangzhou. Yes. Li Hao nodded slightly. There was no need to hide such a minor matter. "I heard the Shaw family was in trouble and just happened to be passing by, so I helped resolve it." Hearing the young man admit it, the Shaw family's old general's pupils narrowed, and he tremulously said, You are General Haoshan?" His face filled with bewildered shock, soon turning into excitement. The deeds from Liangzhou had already spread everywhere. Although it was not under the Shaw family's jurisdiction, the young man's reputation was known across the armies of the 19 provinces. Single-handedly vanquishing demons, rescuing the completely fallen borders of Liangzhou, this act was like that of the young man who guarded Kongzhou decades ago, emerging like a dazzling star. Furthermore, the young man had the capability to slay the Demon King, and now appearing here, Liang City was saved. Seeing Li Hao's smiling demeanor, the Shaw family's old general suddenly came to his senses, realizing he had been rude and quickly bowed deeply. "I've seen Duke Haoshan before." They had always referred to him as Junior General, purely out of habit from listening to rumors. But since Liangzhou had turned from peril to safety, and after long debates in the court, his honors had already been bestowed. After all, it had been 2 months since that great battle. The honor had been delivered to Qingzhou, to that prominent divine general mansion, and was received on his behalf, while the bestowed title was proclaimed from the imperial city to the whole world. Promoted to a duke of the 3rd rank, directly leapfrogging from Earl to Duke Deu. Merely his title alone placed him above countless power holders, his status requiring even princes to treat him carefully. Besides promotion in title, from the position of junior general, he had also been promoted to the commander-in-chief of Liangzhou, a tangible official position ranked as a first-grade official. Almost equal to the prime minister, within the entire divine dynasty, except for a few existences, no one currently in office could surpass this young man by official rank. And his noble title was one that only elders in the 5 major divine general mansions could barely reach. Duke Li Hao was somewhat surprised, knowing he would be honored, but he had not expected to directly skip the rank of marquis. Back then, Uncle Zhu, who rescued Kongzhou, had merits no less than his. Only the demonic forces plaguing Kongzhou then were not as numerous or strong, but there were manipulations by vassal states behind it, hence he had pursued them out to the royal court, which also led to his own demise. "Please, rise." Seeing the other continuously bowing deeply, Li Hao immediately said. The Xia family's old general raised his head, excitedly saying, "Duke, with your arrival here, the people of Liang City are saved. Thank you for your assistance. On behalf of the people of Liang City, I thank Duke for your great kindness." After speaking, he was about to kneel. Before, Liang City had been besieged for many days, and the city was panic-stricken, with everyone already sensing the smell of a demon-led massacre. But now, it was like clearing the clouds to see the sun, suddenly dispelling all the gloom. Li Hao raised his hand to support him, saying, "It was just a convenient act. There's no need for such courtesy. If you really want to thank me, see if there are any famous paintings or chess manuals in your city, and collect some for me." The Xia family's old general was surprised, but he had also heard that the young man, apart from martial arts, seemed to excel in all aspects of the arts and was thoroughly accomplished in both literary and military skills. Feeling deeply moved, he quickly smiled and said, "Of course, we have them all. I will have them search for them right away." So saying, he ordered the city gates to be opened and invited Li Hao inside. Simultaneously, several other young generals raced over. The Xia family's old general quickly informed them of the slaying of the demons outside the city by this young man, and upon learning Li Hao's identity, they were all stunned, shocked as they looked at the young man. "Is it really him?" Among the young generals, a female general stared blankly at the young man, her thoughts abruptly shifting to the official road of Qi State 2 years ago. Back then, the young man seated in the carriage had left a deep impression on her, a 14-year-old defending a city. Soon after, she heard news of that young man again, his name shaking Qingzhou. Later, at 15, he rescued Liangzhou and his fame spread far and wide. "This lady is Xia Qingshuang, the pride of our Xia family. This is Xia Yucheng." The veteran general of the Xia family quickly introduced several young Xia family generals to Li Hao, hoping to use this opportunity to connect them with Li Hao's network. Although they were all aware of Li Hao's defection from the Li family, the young man's current reputation and achievements no longer required the divine general mansion to establish his fame. He was a legend in his own right. The young duke, not yet 16, held a high position among the emperor's subjects and was capable of slaying a demon king, making him someone no one wished to offend. While the Xia family's veteran general was making the introductions, these young Xia family generals felt compelled to bow and pay their respects due to Li Hao's title and office. While they were excited and shocked, they also felt a slight embarrassment. After all, they were the chosen heirs of the Xia family, yet the young man before them came from the Li family. They belonged to the same generation, but they were 7 or 8, or even more than a dozen years older than he was. Now, having to bow to him felt as though the glory of the Xia family that they carried on their backs was bending as well. However, the ranks and titles of the 5 great divine general mansions were unified by the dynasty. Li Hao's status would make him a distinguished guest wherever he went. They dare not show disrespect, otherwise, it was not just Li Hao they were offending, but His Majesty himself. Li Hao, mounted on his horse, simply nodded slightly to greet them. The crowd exchanged polite pleasantries and escorted Li Hao into the city lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, 2 young generals exchanged glances, both with awkward looks in their eyes. Earlier in the council hall, they had been strongly against draping over the young man the tiger skin coat adorned with his war banner, questioning its deterrent power and fearing it would bring shame to the Xia family. Now that the person in question had suddenly arrived and was right before them, they couldn't help but feel somewhat guilty. "Haoshan General, how did you kill that great demon of the 3 immortal realms? We didn't see you make a movea." Xia Yuanming asked, curious. He had been the one most opposed to using Li Hao's war banner previously, but now faced with the man himself, he felt somewhat intimidated. The young man's deeds of slaying 7 demon kings were witnessed by all and could not be fabricated. Hearing his question, Xia Qingshuang also fixed her gaze on Li Hao. She remembered that when she was defending Qi State, there were rumors that the young man had reached the 15 Li realm.
Only 2 short years had passed. Your realm is not high enough, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you.
Li Hao said to the young man, his tone calm and devoid of any mockery. On hearing this, Xia Yuanming felt somewhat embarrassed and a bit chagrined, but considering that the young man had saved Liang City, he didn't take it to heart and simply refrained from further flattery. The veteran general of the Xia family, however, felt that Li Hao's answer was quite normal and gave Xia Yuanming a disapproving look. Martial techniques were secrets of martial arts. It was somewhat presumptuous to ask such a question. General, there were rumors that you were being hunted by a great demon of the Great Void Realm. Did you just manage to escape? He changed the subject, asking with curiosity. In recent times, countless people had their attention fixed on the Mo River outside Liangzhou territory, but there had been no activity there. Unexpectedly, the person they were waiting for had suddenly appeared in Yuzhou. Something like that. Li Hao responded, then immediately began to inquire about the situation in Liangzhou. Even though he had learned some information from the inn's attendant earlier, the person before him was a general of the Xia family, and the intelligence he possessed was bound to be different. After he had grasped the situation, Li Hao fully relaxed, assured that the Liangzhou territory had indeed become peaceful. However, despite the peace in Liangzhou, other states within Deu had erupted into war. The Xia family veteran general touched upon the matter of Yuzhou, which was surrounded by enemies on all sides. They had entered into war with the Gluttonous Valley, one of the top forces amongst the demons. If not for Li Hao's arrival today, it wouldn't take long before the northwestern direction would likely be breached by the demons. Yet Liang City was not the main battlefield of Yuzhou. In the eastern territory, war reports were coming in thick and fast, and the main forces of the Xia family were also concentrated there. After the Xia family veteran general had finished speaking, he suddenly knelt on one knee before Li Hao, earnestly begging for his assistance to lend the Xia family a helping hand. The other young Xia family officers were stunned, having never expected this clan uncle to pay such a great homage to Li Hao. Li Hao helped the other to his feet and slightly furrowed his brows, contemplating, this matter, I must not act rashly. You had better consult with the head of your Xia family. Hearing what Li Hao had to say, the Xia family veteran general immediately understood that the young man's wisdom was far from ordinary. His personal plea was evidently not significant enough. I will report to the head of the family, and I hope you can stay in Liang City for a few more days, the Xia family veteran general hastily said. Li Hao nodded slightly, that can be arranged. However, I am still waiting to return to Liangzhou and cannot stay for long, just 3 days. 3 days. The Xia family veteran general immediately tensed up and agreed. Afterward, he immediately dispatched someone to arrange accommodation for Li Hao. But Li Hao did not stay in the mansion but had them find him a quiet courtyard within the city. After Li Hao had left, the Xia family veteran general quickly dispatched a messenger to send a letter urgently to the clan, traveling thousands of miles. When Li Hao entered the city, a bird demon that was on high-altitude lookout in the skies of Liang City witnessed everything. Seeing the strangely dead demons on the official road, as well as the fallen great demon of the 3 immortal realms, its initially relaxed expression instantly turned into shock, nearly causing it to lose its feathers in fright. Afterward, it saw the young horseman being respectfully invited into the city by the Xia family veteran, and without a doubt, all this was the work of that young man. So easily able to kill a great demon and also a young man, putting the two together, there was only one identity. The young man who was said to be trapped in the Yudu level Mo River had returned. Upon this realization, the bird demon quickly took flight in panic, flying over 100 li away from Liang City where the demon tide had stationed its massive army, including 2 great demons of the 3 immortal realms. At this moment atop a hill, 2 great demons were indulging in a drinking spree. One of them, with a concealed aura, was tearing at a human leg while sipping wine, seeming thoroughly relaxed and comfortable. The Tianji Palace bird demon flew in hurriedly and frantically, rushing to convey the intelligence. What? That guy from Liangzhou, he's come here. Wasn't he supposed to be in the Mo River? Both great demons were suddenly pale with shock, and confirmation was sought from the bird demon. In the end, with panic and fear, Orders were promptly issued for the demons to retreat, for the time being. The massive tide of assembled demons then rapidly receded like a tide in sight of the Shah family's secret scouts emerging from the city. At the same time, the bird demon sent this news back to Tianji Palace, which was then quickly circulated from the Yuzhou branch of Tianji Palace to the front lines of Yuzhou's battlefield. Almost simultaneously as the Shah family in Yuzhou City received the news, on the hill where the Valley Master of Gluttonous Valley was stationed within the battlefield of the demon warfare, news from Tianji Temple arrived as well. The young general from Liangzhou, he had arrived in Yuzhou. Yuzhou City, the Shah family's divine general mansion. Inside the eastern pavilion courtyard, a distinguished lady sat poised in the main hall. She appeared to be around 40 years old, but her skin was as creamy as a young girl's, even more delicate than that of a maiden. Set against her sumptuous attire, she seemed like a charming beauty stepping out of a painting, with an air both dignified and noble. She was not just the lady of the house but also the current family head of the Shah family, Shah Linglong, and the true dragon of the previous generation. Because she had vowed to remain unmarried for life, she had been eligible to compete for the title of true dragon. Coupled with her exceptional talent, rumors had it that she was the most gifted individual in the Shah family in centuries. At 20, she had entered the three immortal realms, and although she had not achieved immortality at 19 like that prodigious talent from the Li family, she too had her moments of great glory, her name known throughout the world. When she took over the Shah family's leadership, various demonic forces, mocking her for being a woman, laughed at the Shah family's decline, considering them weak and easily bullied. They caused chaos throughout other great states under the Shah family's jurisdiction, and the people suffered immensely. However, once Shah Linglong assumed power, she quickly struck like thunderbolts, slaughtering and driving back those demons. In many battles, she personally led the troops into combat, clad in iron armor, her hands stained with the blood of countless demons. And when she returned home, she would wear light elegant dresses and apply makeup, enjoying flowers and tea like those ladies of the state. But while those ladies of the state would peruse books like Discussion on Women and The Learning of Assisting the Husband, the volumes in her hands were military manuals, Art of War, Map of the Demonic Territories. Half a month ago, the Gluttonous Valley, which had besieged the outskirts of the Mo River in Liangzhou territory, suddenly shifted its assault towards their Shah family's Yuzhou. This attack caught them completely by surprise, and with the elder of Gluttonous Valley personally leading the charge, the eastern front line was breached and now half of the eastern part of Yuzhou had fallen. The death toll and the number of cities burned stood at more than 30. In each city and the nearby towns and villages, the populace numbered at least 4 to 5 million, some even as many as 10 million. The severe damage suffered in their home territory, which they were charged with protecting, had caused her many sleepless nights. Not long ago, the Gluttonous Valley Master had brazenly launched a surprise attack on the Divine General Mansion but was repelled by a joint effort of several uncles at the Ultimate Study Realm. Yet, this battle made her realize that the strength of the Gluttonous Valley Master was not to be underestimated. Although he was not in the Tao realm, he had few rivals within the Ultimate Study Realm. His flesh and blood were so refined that they could be compared to the finest divine weapon, and the ultimate techniques of the Ultimate Study Realm were significantly less effective against him. Fortunately, the Gluttonous Valley Master was not old enough to be in the Great Void Realm. He was a great demon king who had risen to prominence just 500 years ago and had not yet stepped into the Tao realm. Otherwise, the Shah family would truly face a calamity and would have to mobilize their strongest resources just to withstand him. Even so, for the Shah family at present, the situation was dire. The eastern battlefront reports are in. Shah Chongkong says the second defensive line is about to fall, and they must retreat to the area near the Ming River to activate the third line of defense, an old man stated lowly within the hall. He was an elder of the Shah family and was already dressed in armor, ready to go to war at a moment's notice. His gaze rested on Shah Linglong, who, despite looking like a noble lady, commanded immense respect and awe from everyone in the Shah family. Family head, please allow me to head into battle to stand with Chongkong in defense. The elder volunteered eagerly, his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, announced, if the third defensive line falls, I will fight a bloody battle against Gluttonous Valley to the end. The others showed a change in expression, wanting to speak but hesitating, wanting to stop him but not knowing what to say. As part of the Divine General Mansion, bearing such a mission was their destiny, especially now when countless soldiers had already fallen on the front line, with many of them losing their own kinsmen. A bloody battle is a last resort, but it is not the goal, Shah Linglong spoke. Her eyes, devoid of their usual tenderness, were now filled with coldness. If the gluttonous Valley Master makes a move, even the third defensive line might not hold. The disparity in strength between both sides is too vast, especially at the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, we must guard against other demonic forces that may take advantage of the chaos to strike. We cannot afford to gamble recklessly until the situation becomes clear. The elder's countenance changed subtly, as he looked intently at her, not questioning but waiting for her to continue. After a brief pause, Sha Linglong continued with a determined and solemn tone. Feigned defense at the third line. Lure the gluttonous Valley Master into the Kangling Mountains, where our Sha family ancestors have buried arrays. With the power of the arrays, we can lock down the gluttonous Valley Master. Afterwards, we will rush to the front lines, eradicate all the demons, and then engage the gluttonous Valley Master in a decisive battle. This time, I am prepared to invoke our ancestral sacred treasure. Upon hearing her words, the elder's face showed a subtle change. The pupils of everyone else contracted. They all felt the immense determination of their family head. But with this plan, if the third defensive line is breached, we will lose a dozen more cities, the elder couldn't help saying. Sha Linglong gazed steadily at him and said, I have already sent Uncle Seven with 100,000 troops to evacuate the residents of those cities, leaving only a minimal defensive force behind. The cities can be lost, but as long as the people survive, it's fine. Once the war subsides, our Sha family will send troops to help them rebuild. Have all been evacuated? The elder couldn't help asking. Sha Linglong fell silent for a moment before replying, not all, but we must amputate timely to save more lives. We have no choice. Everyone was silent, and so was the elder. He knew his niece was astute and adept at strategic planning. If she could not devise a better plan, it meant that there truly was no better option. Reinforcement requests have been sent to Dayu State, but outside the imperial city, there are rumors of demons lurking. Since the battle in Liangzhou, it should be said that during the past several decades of frequent demonic stealth attacks, specifically aimed at the Li family town's defenses, that nearly disrupted the Li family's lineage, I have sensed that these demons are plotting something major. Sha Linglong took a deep breath, her eyes icy, and said, The Battle of Liangzhou was just the beginning, and fortunately it was defended by that youth. Otherwise, given the terrain of Liangzhou, once taken by demons, the next would be a direct route to Yuzhou, plus the attacks through the rivers on other states. It would be both offensive and defensive, causing a major disaster. They failed their sudden attack, losing momentum midway, and could only relocate, trying to tear a hole from our Yuzhou. This is just the beginning. His Majesty must have sensed it too, but has yet to send reinforcements. If I'm not mistaken, the demon's real plan might not be Yuzhou, but the imperial city. Right now, it's about who acts first, who can't hold back any longer. So, we can only rely on ourselves. On hearing her words, everybody's face grew solemn, aware that the millennia of peace within the Dayu divine dynasty had been shattered. As members of the divine general mansion, constantly receiving war reports from the border, they had long anticipated this and noticed that the Dayu divine dynasty's deterrent effect on these demons was weakening year by year. And the demons were growing more rampant. This battle was inevitable, just that no one expected it to come this soon. Heroes emerge in chaotic times, and that young hero emerged, clearly indicating that tumultuous times have arrived. Someone sighed softly. Then I'll head to the Kangling area first, to set up defense in advance, the elder said to Sha Linglong. Sha Linglong nodded and said, Thank you, fourth uncle. There's no need for thanks in demon slaying, you must not disgrace me, the elder replied coldly. Sha Linglong's icy gaze suddenly softened, and she said, I was wrong. The elder waved his hand and was about to stand up when suddenly, a light as swift as an arrow sped toward the divine general mansion. The elder sensed it immediately, his face faintly changed, and he gestured to capture the urgent message sent through the Sha family's secret technique. Liyang, seeing the word on the letter, the elder's face changed slightly. Sha Linglong also looked stern. Liyang is under threat already? The elder pushed the letter towards her face. Sha Linglong quickly read through it, her originally solemn expression slightly stunned. Liyang has fallen? Is it a loss, or are they calling for help? Everyone else, knowing the message was about Liyang, also showed a change in expression, as if another loss in the northwest would mean demons attacking Yuzhou from two sides. After reading the letter, Sha Linglong couldn't help but look up at the elder. The elder's eyes conveyed an inquiry. In Sha Linglong's eyes, however, a brilliant light gradually burst forth. Liyang is safe. They won? They were cut off from supplies previously. Those demons were probably planning a siege strategy. They should have delayed for some time. Everyone was surprised, then their faces filled with joy. Finally, some good news amidst the continuous war reports. Could it be my son, Sha Yuanming, who made a breakthrough in the battle? Your son is not as clever as Qing Shuang. It must have been her, but she only recently entered the heavenly human realm. She shouldn't have had the capacity to decide a battlefield yet. Hearing the good news, everyone looked much happier, even joking with each other. Sha Linglong didn't keep them in suspense and said, "You all remember that young duke, the general, right? He has come to our Yuzhou." What? Everyone paused, then it clicked. The duke, that young general, was the only one in the whole Deu divine dynasty who had defended Shalang Zhou. They were certainly familiar with him, and when the tales of his deeds spread across the states, each city started to create some war banners inscribed with the word Haoshan, to be hung in times of chaos during demonic sieges. The deterrent effect of that war banner spread far and wide, turning it into a strategic asset. Perhaps one day when the Deu divine dynasty faced widespread danger, cities everywhere would raise the banners of that youth, along with the mythical reputation that came with them. About this phenomenon, although the members of the Divine General Mansion were envious of the youth's fame, they also understood that only he could achieve this because of the unique nature of his war banner, which had even surpassed the traditional banners of the 5 great ancestors of the Divine General Mansion. Are you talking about the Haoshan General? Wasn't he by the Mo River outside Liangzhou? How did he come to Yuzhou, specifically for reinforcements? Liangzhou is not far from Yuzhou. Could he have heard the news? But there was no news about him leaving the Mo River. Though the demons outside Mo River had retreated and attacked Qingzhou some time ago, there are no more demons outside there. Maybe after he left, no big battle erupted, so we didn't know? Could there be a mix-up with the news? Qingzhou is almost fallen, and he didn't go there but came to our Yuzhou instead? Could he not know about Qingzhou? Everyone looked doubtfully at Sha Linglong. Sha Linglong also realized, indeed, if the youth had come out, he should have gone to assist Qingzhou first. Could there be a mistake in the message? But immediately, she thought of some things about the youth, her eyes flickered, and she instantly understood the reason. It seemed the father-son battle in Qingzhou had indeed had a tremendous impact. The youth had really chosen to break away from the Li family, cutting ties completely. The military letter shows no signs of being opened, and the secret runes on it are unbroken. The message is real, unless the demons have already invaded Liang, forcing them to write this message. Sha Linglong spoke, but her words also suggested to everyone that the message was absolutely true, beyond doubt. Because the sons of the Sha family there could never betray their family. Everyone understood the subtext of her words, and someone, their face lighting up with joy, said, "Regardless, his willingness to come to our aid is a kindness. Since Liang City has been defended and it is said that he can slay the Demon King and has the power to rival the ultimate study realm, why not invite him over to discuss a joint campaign against the gluttonous Valley Master?" "Exactly, if he's willing, we could ask the old madam to send him a chick," added another. Sha Linglong nodded slightly, she shared the same thought. That chick the old madam raised was no ordinary chick, but a great demon. The cultivation techniques of the Sha family lean towards object control and refine the spirit. Therefore they are also adept at taming demons and warhorses. The very best warhorses in the Deu divine dynasty come from the Sha family, as do the flood dragons used by the imperial family, which the Sha family also rears and tames for them. They hold a position within the imperial court called the dragon tamer, a role traditionally filled by the Sha family. Many of the mixed blood mounts of the divine dynasty's high officials, like the dragon lions of Qingzhou, come from the dragon tamer's office. With such a strong ally, no price is too great, the elder said to Sha Linglong. Sha Linglong nodded and immediately ordered someone to write a letter and send it back to Liang. Liang City. The sentry outside the city returned, reporting to the Sha family's old generals that the entire demonic army had withdrawn from outside the city. Hearing this news, everyone was astonished. They had not expected the demon tide that had kept the people in the city in fear and unrest to retreat so easily and silently. All because of the arrival of one young man. A single person entered the city and scared away millions of demons outside it. Was this the reputation of the young man? Previously, they had only heard of the young man's various deeds from all sides, feeling shock and envy, and even some jealousy, but at this moment, they truly realized the deterrent power the young man had among the demons. All the disputes and rumors became tangible in that instant. The young man merely rode into the city without speaking a word to the demons, and that alone proved more effective than their exhausted cries and desperate resistance. This was the gap. Several young generals of the Shah family had complicated expressions. They were the young generation of the Shah family, aiming to match the young generation of the Li family, yet they had been utterly defeated. Tying them up together, they were still no match for that young man, a fact that saddened them. Li Hao did not stay in Liang City for more than 2 days before receiving a reply from the Shah family. The family head, Xia Linglong herself, had personally written a letter inviting him to the Divine General Mansion as a show of gratitude. Li Hao was slightly surprised. He had planned to leave Liang City after his stay was over, as it was time to return to Liangzhou. However, a personal and formal invitation from the head of the Xia family was difficult to decline without excuse. Fortunately, the journey from Liang City to Yuzhou City took less than half a day, so there was no significant delay. What disappointed him was that the old general of the Xia family had gathered some famous paintings and chess manuals for him, but none met the requirements to be considered masterpieces and be included in his collection. Liang City was a border fortress, constantly at war, and the supplies of bows, arrows, and food far surpassed literary treasures. They did not have what he was looking for. Perhaps it might not be a bad idea to have the Xia family help look for such items when I meet with them. Li Hao thought to himself, mounted his horse, and received a travel pass from the old general of the Xia family. The old general wanted to accompany Li Hao to Yuzhou, but Li Hao declined because the candle flame god did not agree to carry anyone. With the travel pass, Li Hao no longer needed to disguise himself and let the candle flame god fly at full speed. In an instant, the candle flame god took to the skies, revealing a body like that of a fire lion dragontail, and quickly disappeared from sight within Liang City. Is that a demon mount? The old general of the Xia family and Xia Chengshuang, among others, were shocked. They had dealt with demons their entire lives but had not recognized that Li Hao's horse was a great demon in disguise. Moreover, the aura emanating from that demon instilled fear in them. It was no ordinary great demon. Yuzhou City, Divine General Mansion. Li Hao rode the candle flame god, and as he neared the city, he dismounted, allowing the candle flame god to transform into the likeness of a young man, following him into the city. The city was bustling and lively. Li Hao wasn't in a hurry, letting Xian, on his wrist, take in the sights along the way. Previously, in the small town, he had spent an evening with her at a play, which had made her happy for days. The streets were lined with shops selling lanterns, paper umbrellas, and small stalls of rouge. Li Hao bought a string of candied haws and held it in his hand, as Xian occasionally stretched out a tuft of little red whisker to quietly dip in and steal a bite. So sweet, Xian secretly licked at the candied haws, her little red whisker very agile, clearly enjoying herself. Though it's not very nutritious, it's so tasty. Li Hao smiled. I haven't had much of a chance to cook for you, but one day, I'll let you taste my culinary skills. Sure. Xian agreed without hesitation. Li Hao smiled faintly and strolled through the streets with her for a while before leisurely making his way to the Xia family's Divine General Mansion. When the news of Li Hao's arrival reached the mansion, the Xia family was startled that they hadn't expected Li Hao to arrive so quickly. Upon hearing the news, Xia Linglong immediately set down her teacup, hurried out of the east courtyard, and went to the entrance of the mansion to greet him. Upon seeing the young man and the teenager standing outside the mansion, Xia Linglong's gaze immediately fell on Li Hao. She had never seen the transformed human form of the candle flame god. It had been in seclusion for too many years, and though it had appeared in Liangzhou before, it was enveloped by divine might, quite different from its current reserved demeanor. Besides, those who had seen it previously couldn't describe its appearance to others. Haoshan General, welcome to our Xia family's mansion, Xia Linglong said with a smile. Accompanying Xia Linglong, there were also other direct and collateral elders of the Xia family, standing by her side, all with faces full of curiosity as they stealthily sized up the young man. The young man who had stepped out from the heavenly origin Divine General Mansion in Qingzhou was now in their Xia family's imposing Divine General Mansion, receiving a personal welcome from their family head. Such an honor was not even bestowed upon Chu, the eunuch from Emperor Yu's side, who was sent on imperial orders and was merely invited inside the mansion, greeted at the courtyard. Yet, at this moment, they found nothing strange. After all, this was the 15-year-old who had become a duke and was officially appointed as a grand commander. Met Xia Linglong before. Li Hao clasped his hands in greeting, which sufficed as a formal introduction. Xia Linglong greeted him with a pleasant smile, her attire revealing her nobility, possessing both the dignified composure of a family head and the gentle warmth of a woman. She invited the young man into the mansion as a distinguished guest. Along the way, aside from the two elders of the Xia family, others of Xia Linglong's generation, including famous generals and Lady Shu, followed closely behind, curious about the 15-year-old who already walked side by side with the family head. His aura, we simply cannot see through. The two Xia family elders also wore solemn expressions. Rumors did not compare to meeting in person, and in person, they could feel that the rumors about the young man had not been exaggerated. Arriving at the Eastern Pavilion courtyard, Xia Linglong invited Li Hao to take the seat for honored guests and ordered tea to be served as a gesture of respect, striking up a conversation with him. Previously heard that General Haoshan bravely led away the god from the Great Void Realm to protect the millions of people of Liangzhou, causing it to fall deep into the Yudu-level Mo River. May I ask when General Haoshan returned? Xia Linglong asked curiously. The young man's appearance had been silent. While everyone in various states and the emperor himself eagerly anticipated his whereabouts, he appeared from Yuzhou. She wondered if the Xia family's intelligence network was paralyzed or had become so decayed from a lack of overhaul that too many corrupt elements had grown within. Li Hao was a bit surprised, understanding from the Xia family head's words that she seemed unaware that the Mo River had already been cleared. Did this mean that Li Xiaoran had not spread the news? Li Hao's gaze flickered, interpreting that the Li family must have other intentions with this move. Recently, Li Hao stated, not going into detail. Xia Linglong realized that Li Hao did not wish to delve into the subject of the Mo River and did not pursue it further. After all, with the Merit Treasure Vault now open, intelligence on the Mo River was extremely valuable, especially a Yudu-level Mo River. For what happened in Liang City, my Xia family thanks General Haoshan on behalf of the people of Liang. Xia Linglong's smile faded as she spoke earnestly. Favors are difficult to repay, but she did not gloss over the matter lightly. Here was Yuzhou, and the Xia family ultimately had to acknowledge this favor. Even if it was a warrior sent by the emperor himself, they would need to mindfully note down such a profound debt. It's a minor matter, senior need not worry about it. Li Hao chuckled lightly, genuinely not considering it a big deal. It was simply an effort made along the way. It was unrelated to fame or human sentiment. As a member of the human race, when faced with demons slaughtering innocents, one simply could not sit idly by. Xia Linglong then brought up the past deeds in Liangzhou, taking the opportunity to sing the praises of the young man, aiming to ease the unfamiliar atmosphere between them. However, seeing that Li Hao responded modestly with no trace of boastfulness or pride, Xia Linglong couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Beneath such extravagant achievements, it was rare for one to maintain such composure. As the conversation progressed, she began to perceive that the young man had a free-spirited nature, unbothered by trivial formalities. Similar to a Zhonghu knight, he possessed a knightly spirit as well as scholarly gentleness. She could not help but inwardly compare him to the younger generation of the Xia family. Setting aside cultivation, this young man's adaptive and easygoing nature already surpassed many of the younger relatives. She sighed in her heart. Both ancient and solemn martial families, yet why was the Li family capable of nurturing such a bright and free-spirited child? Whereas their Xia family was all behaving by the book, rigid and proper. This approach could indeed systematically produce famous generals, but for a divine general mansion that was prestigious on the surface yet already declining with age, it inevitably lacked vitality. Xia Linglong, besides having exceptional martial arts talent, was also very shrewd in social interactions. When she had written to invite Li Hao, she had already gathered intelligence about him. During their conversation, she carefully catered to his preferences, not coming straight out with an invitation for Li Hao to take a risk on behalf of the Xia family. After all, to outright ask someone to help in battling the gluttonous Valley Master would be quite an imposition. As the banquet proceeded and food and drink were served, Xia Linglong engaged Li Hao in discussions about poetry and literature, as well as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, areas where she had a basic understanding. Now, talking with Li Hao, she discovered that his interest was not merely superficial but rather profound. She was greatly impressed, finding it hard to believe that a young man with such exceptional martial prowess could also invest time in studying other pursuits, truly as the rumors suggested, adept in both martial and literary arts. Fortunately, she came prepared, having invited a retired scholar from Hanlin Hall living in Yuzhou to the mansion ahead of time, hoping to keep Li Hao entertained during his stay with the Xia family. However, when the scholar was introduced during the meal, Upon realizing Li Hao's identity, he immediately became excited. Taking Li Hao's hand, he recited the poetry that Li Hao had casually composed at the brothel. With each line, he inquired excitedly to Li Hao, "Did you write this too?"
Li Hao unexpectedly felt a touch of embarrassment, akin to being caught plagiarizing a text, a feeling he had never experienced even in the presence of the demon Kinga.
Having fought across 3,000 miles, a single sword once led 1,000,000 troops. The scholarly gentleman, trembling with righteous fervor, tears in his eyes, said, "Such poetry could only be penned with the grandeur befitting a general." At the table, Sha Linglong and others were awestruck by the recitation of Li Hao's poetry. They felt a surge of passion, and the fiery liquor they drank seemed to ignite the valiance in their veins, leaving them longing to grab their swords and rush to the battlefield to fight to the death against demons. Although they were military generals and not much versed in poetry, they could at least discern the good from the bad and grasp the meaning. At this moment, they all watched the youth in shock. The iron-blooded resolve, ringing pride, and domineering aura in that poema, coupled with memories of the young man defeating the great elder of Dragon Gate alone and fighting against the ruler of the great void realm, made their eyes shine with admiration. They looked at him with complex gazes, their faces filled with fondness yet frustration, wishing he bore the Shah surname. Why had no such prodigy been born among the sons of the Shah family? Sha Linglong's eyes also grew complex from the initial astonishment. The old master had recited lines in the poem she particularly remembered, which felt like a reflection of her state of mind on the demon-slaying battlefield. Sleeping in the open, eating with the wind, she vowed never to back down. Using the fresh blood of foes in place of rouge to adorn her face. Though born a woman, she adorned her face with blood instead of powder amid the horrors of war. Others embroidered their silk handkerchiefs. She was stitching the vast landscape of Deu. When first hearing the youth's name, she took him for a natural-born hero. Upon closer observation, she realized he was no ordinary mortal. During the banquet, Sha Linglong and many of the Shah family were wholeheartedly dazzled by Li Hao's wide-ranging talents. Halfway through the meal, as Sha Linglong watched the old master of the Hanlin Hall converse cheerfully with Li Hao, she sat by the side, her eyes slightly distant in contemplation. She began to retreat inwardly, uncertain whether to speak to the youth about the battlefield in the Eastern Territory or to invite him to join the war. Given a few more years, this young man would undoubtedly protect the entire Deu. Yet now, she felt a sense of guilt for wanting to risk his life in such danger. At the close of the banquet, Sha Linglong remained silent. Li Hao had heard about the situation in Yuzhou and, in particular, that the eastern part was in chaos with countless sacrifices. Seeing that the family head had not mentioned this, he asked in surprise, "Is it true that there's turmoil in the east of Yuzhou, and the situation is dire? May I offer my assistance?" Sha Linglong felt a jolt in her heart at Li Hao's question. Watching the earnest and bright eyes of the young man, she felt compelled to smile and shook her head. "There is indeed chaos, but the Sha family can quell it." Family head Sha Yuanwu, an elder of the Sha family, saw Sha Linglong avoiding the topic and could not hide his concern. Although he greatly admired the young man, Yuzhou was currently in grave peril, and the youth's strength was comparable to that of the ultimate study realm. He would be a significant asset. Other family members noticed Sha Linglong's reluctance and felt a complex mix of emotions. Their admiration for the young man made them reluctant to ask for his help, but the dire situation in the Eastern Territory and Yuzhou's crisis pained them even more. Amid these conflicting emotions, their faces couldn't help but reveal their unease. Li Hao, sensing the atmosphere, said to Sha Linglong with a hint of confusion, "Senior Sha, please speak frankly. Whether or not I can help is another matter." He, too, realized that the Sha family's invitation was not solely out of gratitude for the events in Liang City. Upon hearing Li Hao's response, Sha Linglong's expression shifted. She gazed at the youth for a long while, then sighed softly to herself, considering the plight of Yuzhou's people before finally voicing her initial thoughts. "Gluttonous Valley Master?" Li Hao's eyes flickered upon hearing Sha Linglong's words. This was also a great demon king, whose stature was equal to that of the Candle Flame God before the latter's half-step Dao realm powers became known. However, compared to the Great Void Realm, Gluttonous Valley had a more modest legacy, rising to power abruptly 500 years ago through bloodthirst and brutality. This allowed them to ascend as a top demonic force in a mere 5 centuries, striking terror in the hearts of many. Many frontier fortresses, upon hearing the name of Gluttonous Valley, would not even dare to defend their walls but fled in the dead of night. Being overtaken by other demonic forces meant there was still a chance of survival, a possibility of awaiting reinforcements. But the demons of Gluttonous Valley were so bloodthirsty and cruel that they could devour an entire city overnight, sparing not even a mouse. Li Hao had long learned of these top demonic forces as stories from Listening Rain Tower. Is it only Gluttonous Valley? Asked Li Hao. Xia Linglong's gaze grew heavy. She eyed Li Hao and confirmed, that's right. Both the Holy Palace and Dragon Gate are laying siege to Qingzhou. For now, we have only seen traces of Gluttonous Valley inside Yuzhou. There might be other forces behind it, but that's uncertain. Siege on Qingzhou? Li Hao's eyelids twitched upon hearing Qingzhou. With Liangzhou just stabilized, how could Qingzhou be under a siege already? What is the situation in Qingzhou? Li Hao urgently inquired, images of familiar faces surfacing in his mind: the gluttonous woman, the two old masters, the lady of the house, Yuan Zhao, the students from Tan Palace Academy. His heart tensed. Xia Linglong and the others were surprised to hear Li Hao's anxious questions, realizing that the young man was truly unaware of Qingzhou's condition. Perhaps he had just emerged from Mo River and was not up to speed with the outside world. Making this judgment, Xia Linglong saw Li Hao's urgency and felt a sense of loss and regret. She knew that having Li Hao's help for Yuzhou was a lost cause, yet she still disclosed what she knew in detail. I heard that much of Qingzhou has fallen. The leaders of both the Holy Palace and Dragon Gate have attacked, even reaching the outskirts of Qingzhou City. They are probably still engaged in battle. But since Gluttonous Valley's attack on Yuzhou, we've had less information about the situation there. She whispered, seeing the urgency in the young man's eyes. If you need to reinforce Qingzhou now, there's still time. My Xia family can lend you the war banner to boost Qingzhou's might. By lending the war banner, she meant allowing Li Hao to go to Qingzhou and dispatch troops under the Xia family's banner, pretending to be Xia family's army coming to support. Although the Xia family's war banner was not as effective as Li Hao's, it was still extremely intimidating to the demons. After all, it signified the Xia family's entry into Qingzhou, a force to be reckoned with. This would cause the Holy Palace and Dragon Gate attacking Qingzhou to think twice, at least buying a bit of time, however brief. Upon hearing her words, Li Hao knew that she was entrusting the glory of the Xia family to him, which was a grand gesture of gratitude shown to the divine general mansion. At this moment, he had no appetite for eating and stood up, saying, the Xia family's goodwill is appreciated on behalf of the people of Qingzhou. There's no time to delay, let's set out. Li Hao remembered the geomantic chart of the 19 provinces. If he was not mistaken, the eastern territory of Yuzhou was on the way to Qingzhou, albeit requiring a slight detour. Then I wish General Haoshan a triumphant journey. Xia Linglong and many people of the Xia family also stood up from their seats, their expressions complex. The young man hailing from Qingzhou rushed to aid his homeland immediately, a common sentiment. They had no reason to hold him back. What are you still standing around for? Lead the way. Let's deal with Gluttonous Valley on the way. As Li Hao was about to leave, he saw that Xia Linglong and the others remained motionless, just bidding farewell with a salute, prompting him to call out. What? Li Hao's words left everyone from the Xia family stunned. Xia Linglong, coming to her senses, asked incredulously, You're going to help us attack Gluttonous Valley first? Since it's on the way, let's get moving, said Li Hao. Hearing Li Hao's bold declaration, the Xia family elder Xia Yuanwu couldn't help speaking up. General Haoshan, the Gluttonous Valley master, is at the peak of the ultimate study realm. Although he doesn't possess the power of the Dao realm, he is still very troublesome to deal with. If you really plan to take action, we could lure him to the Ming River area in Yuzhou. There's no need for such trouble, just slaughtering him will do, Li Hao interrupted, and, anticipating their various concerns and objections, wasted no time by bluntly continuing. I can handle the Grand Dao of Peace Realm as well, you need not worry. The people of the Xia family were all stunned, looking at Li Hao with shock, suspecting the youth had misspoken. Li Hao had no time to waste explaining. The time it would take to explain would be enough for him to have killed the Gluttonous Valley master many times over. He glanced at Xia Linglong and said, Elder Xia Linglong, could you lead the way? Xia Linglong was taken aback, looking at Li Hao's casual gaze. Then she suddenly realized that the youth had left the Mo River unscathed. Even when pursued by the Candle Flame God he may have made another breakthrough. Could it be that he was now able to contend with someone of the Grand Dao of Peace Realm? The thought was startling, yet this youth had created too many miracles successively, and her heart trembled. Although she found it hard to believe, Li Hao had said it himself, so she chose to trust it. All right, I'll lead the way for you. Sha Linglong made a decisive gesture, summoning a divine spear that flew from afar and landed in her hands. I'll go too, said Sha Yuanwu promptly, calling for his own weapon as well. Whether Li Hao was telling the truth or not, his willingness to help was an opportunity for Sha Yuanwu to offer support. You all keep up at full speed. I might be faster, Li Hao signaled to the candle flame god, who nodded slightly. In a swift turn, its body was enveloped in flame, transforming from the appearance of a young man into the fearsome form of a fire lion with a dragon tail, its hooves resembling a qilin, imposing and mighty. It soared into the sky, radiating fierce flames and searing heat, with waves of heat sweeping through the entire divine general mansion. Li Hao leapt onto its back and seated himself, then directed Sha Linglong to show the way. Sha Linglong and others, watching the youth seated on the back of the demon, felt as if they were beholding a deity within the flames, all shook in terror. That youth was actually a demon, and yet none of them had previously noticed. Such a method could only mean that this demon was extremely terrifying, far beyond their imagination. Sha Linglong, wielding the divine spear, flew through the sky, feeling the aura emitted by the demon under Li Hao's command. She felt waves of terror and pressure that made her heart quiver with an incredible feeling, as if the strength of this demon surpassed even hers. Let's go, Li Hao shouted. His voice snapped Sha Linglong and the others out of their daze. If there had been doubts and concerns before, now their confidence was redoubled. Sha Linglong quickly pointed in a direction and said, "Over there." Whoosh! Flames swept across the sky as the candle flame god sprinted on all fours, rapidly treading on the fireworks and charging forth at great speed. So fast, Sha Linglong and the other Sha family members were alarmed at the sight and hastily gave chase. Apart from Sha Linglong, Sha Yuanwu was also closely following. Another elderly member of the Sha family was left with a shocked expression on his face as he stayed hovering in midair, left behind to guard the divine general mansion of the Sha family. My heavens, am I seeing this right? Is that a mount from the Four Stands realm? Did he say he was going to casually slaughter the gluttonous Valley Master? Did I hear that wrong? I don't know, but I heard he previously defeated the great elder of Dragon Gate. Now, he might be even stronger, right? After Li Hao and Sha Linglong left, the people of the Sha family remaining in the courtyard were all stunned and exclaimed with astonishment. The young man was elegant and gentle, appearing approachable, but now he seemed formidable, giving off an invincible vibe. That figure, sitting atop the demon with divine fire, fierce flames swirling around, also ignited hope in their eyes. Perhaps this young man could really solve the disaster in Yuzhou? Li Hao sat atop the candle flame god, speeding along like lightning. Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu were using the Sha family's top movement techniques to fly at full speed, barely keeping up. Both were astounded and couldn't make out the depths of the demon under Li Hao. An elderly Sha family member who had previously rushed to assist in Liangzhou and wasn't Sha Yuanwu, thus, he couldn't recognize the identity of the candle flame god. And since sightings of the candle flame god were extremely rare, hardly anyone recognized its appearance. In about half an hour, guided by Sha Linglong, they arrived at the eastern battlefield in Yuzhou, at the second line of defense. Only the candle flame god could sustain such a high-speed journey. Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu had nearly been forced to tap into their unwithering strength, now nearly drained of their physical energy. After all, this journey had been a near full-speed sprint, something even those from the Four Stands realm would find exhausting. Fortunately, the reserve of unwithering strength allowed them to retain their combat abilities upon reaching the battlefield. Even from a great distance, Li Hao could hear the earth-shaking roars coming from the battlefield. His expression turned slightly somber, reminiscent of the time he pursued an old dragon to the frontline battlefield in Liangzhou. Looking up, he saw a towering defensive line on the plain ahead, with countless demons attacking like a flood. The arrays on that defensive line had obviously already been shattered, with the human race and demons engaged in a mixed battle. Li Hao scanned his surroundings, sensing several powerful presences lurking behind the demon tide. But these presences were still not strong enough, at most at the defying fate realm. Gluttonous Valley Master, come out, Li Hao called out. The young man's sharp voice, like thunder rolling across the sky, swiftly rolled out. In an instant, accompanied by the howling wind, it spread across the entire vast battlefield, like thunderclap ringing in the ears of countless demons. Upon hearing Li Hao's furious shout, Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu's faces dramatically changed. They had been considering discussing with Li Hao about taking a detour for a sneak attack, but Li Hao had directly exposed his position. They quickly scanned the surroundings of the battlefield, remaining vigilant against the gluttonous Valley Master. At the same time, behind the demon tide, 4 monstrous demon figures stood, gazing intently in the direction of the chaotic battle, ready to join the fray at any moment. Behind them stood a young girl on a hillside, dressed in a golden silk gown. A golden curved feather sat atop the girl's head. Her body exuded a weak demon chi, and she looked up with a restrained expression, her hands hanging at the sides of her dress, respectfully eyeing the burly man before her. This man, with numerous bones at his feet from the human race and various other demons, was covered in dense brown fur with curved ram horns atop his head. His pale green eyes seemed devoid of any emotion, radiating an indifferent demon chi. Tai Sui King, are you truly not considering retreating? The news from the western parts of Yuzhou seems to be true. If that young man gets invited by the Xia family to join the battle, Yuzhou might not end up on the winning side. The girl in the gold gown spoke again with respect. The burly man before her was none other than the gluttonous Valley Master, Tai Sui Kinga, a figure of great renown among demons, leading a group feared by many for their ruthless, eat-all antics. HMPH, just because of a piece of news, you expect me to retreat? How could I, the gluttonous Valley Master, command a host of demons with any dignity thereafter? Tai Sui King's eyes were piercing cold as he glanced at the girl like a sharp sword. Don't talk about not having seen it firsthand. Even if that human race brat really comes to Yuzhou, I'd like to have a few moves with him. If the Candle Flame God couldn't handle it, let me give it a try. But if that young man participates in the battle and cooperates with the Xia family, I fear that our side will suffer significant losses. The Desolate God only asked us to contain them. It's better not to push them too hard right now. The girl in the golden gown spoke with her head lowered. HMPH, Tai Sui King let out a cold snort, his voice pounding against the girl's chest like a drumhammer, causing her face to suddenly turn pale. All you in Tianji Palace need to do is provide information. Stick to your duty. When did it become your place to give orders? Seeing his slightly bared fangs, the girl trembled and quickly knelt down, bowing her head, not daring to speak further. The other 4 demons snickered at the girl's frightened demeanor, revealing a hint of bloodthirstiness and disdain. If not for Tianji Palace's sake, they wouldn't mind tasting this little thing. Don't compare our gluttonous valley with those wastes in the Great Void Realm. Not even the half-step Dao realm could conquer a single Liangzhou, despite a sneak attack, laughable. Tai Sui King crushed the skull in his hand that he had picked clean, his gaze filled with scorn. At first, when he heard that the Candle Flame God had reached the half-step Dao realm, there was a hint of surprise and astonishment in his heart. But later, when he heard that even a human race youth couldn't be dealt with, he felt that the Candle Flame God's half-step Dao realm was a bit overrated. Below the Dao realm, there was virtually no resistance against the Dao realm. This was an acknowledged fact, unless that Dao realm was just for show. Besides, it was just a half-step Dao realm. Who wasn't? Tai Sui King mused internally, keeping his secret. He mocked the Candle Flame God precisely because he knew the overwhelming power the half-step Dao realm had over the ultimate study realm. When he had previously gone to attack the Xia family's divine general mansion, it was just a probe. He didn't reveal his full hand. With the confidence of the half-step Dao realm, he dared to challenge the mansion, knowing well that these ancient families, with their saint-heart heavenly treasures, might hide 1 or 2 old monsters. A mere ultimate study realm coming to the door was hardly enough. However, after testing the waters, he hadn't touched upon the true depth of the divine general mansion, yet, he felt that, should he truly encounter it, he would be able to escape at full force. At the moment, as he awaited the second coming of this succulent feast, a sharp shout from a youth suddenly came from the sky. The voice exploded over the battlefield like thunder, causing Tai Sui King and the 4 gluttonous valley elders to freeze with murderous intent rising on their faces as they looked towards the source of the sound. It's the Xia family, that's Xia Linglong. She dares to step out from the Xia family. Isn't she afraid of death? Are they planning to have a decisive battle with us here? Several gluttonous valley elders recognized Xia Linglong and Xia Yuanwu. These 2 were pillars of the Xia family, who had actually left the protection of their array. Since they've come, don't even think about leaving. Murder flashed in Tai Sui King's eyes. He had recently clashed with Xia Linglong and Xia Yuanwu, but that had been outside the gates of the divine general mansion. He was constantly wary of other old monsters emerging from the mansion, so it was merely a probe, and he hadn't fought to his fullest. But now, here, he could be unrestrained. They couldn't really think I'm just from the ultimate study realm, could they? Tai Sui King's mouth twisted into a cruel smile as he soared into the sky, leading the four elders towards Li Hao. This youth, at the same time, they also noticed Li Hao, the bold one who had earlier shouted. The gluttonous valley elders weren't fools. Instantly they recalled the report from the Tianji Palace bird demon. Was this the Haoshan general of Liangzhou? Their hearts lurched with alarm. The general's reputation was no less distinguished than the older generation of the Xia family, capable of contending with the ultimate study realm and defeating Lu Yuan, the great elder of Dragon Gate. His strength was formidable, not to be underestimated. Here they come, in the sky, as Tai Sui King and the other demon kings flew forward. Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu also saw them, their expressions turning serious. Among them was the gluttonous valley's great elder, a powerful figure in the ultimate study realm, and Tai Sui King, the gluttonous valley master, was also a top figure in the ultimate study realm. They had previously joined forces to attack but had not managed to inflict much damage, for the opponent's flesh was refined to the extreme, comparable to an 8th caste divine weapon, extremely fearsome. Only a 9th caste divine weapon can inflict some damage, but still very limited. After all, even a 9th caste divine weapon would have a hard time severing an 8th caste divine weapon. Be careful. Sha Linglong quickly sent a message to Li Hao. The gluttonous valley master's physical body is extremely tough. We must first deal with the others and then join forces to kill him. So you are the young human race who couldn't even kill the candle flame god? The Tai Sui King's gaze also landed on Li Hao. His eyes narrowed, and his murderous intent intensified. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. The opponent didn't recognize his own steed of the candle flame god. This isolation in the great void realm seemed too extreme. Is it just your gluttonous valley here? Li Hao asked. What do you think? Our gluttonous valley is not like those wastes from the great void realm. A grinning gluttonous valley elder replied harshly. I ask, you answer. Li Hao spoke, and at the same time, his Dao domain shot out like a sharpened sword. With a loud bang, the face of the grimacing gluttonous valley elder abruptly burst open, shredded apart. His divine soul burst from the twisted flesh, already terrified, but before it could struggle to escape, the ensuing force covered it and wiped it out. All this was accomplished in the midst of Li Hao's speech, the sudden change happening too quickly for anyone to react. Not only the Tai Sui King and his group, but even Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu did not react until the Demon King's divine soul was obliterated without even a scream. They were startled as they turned to look at Li Hao beside them. Right here and now, only Li Hao could do such a thing. The Tai Sui King and the remaining 3 gluttonous valley elders were also stunned. Their cold expressions suddenly turned to fear, unable to discern the method of Li Hao's attack. You are from the Grand Dao of Peace Realm? The Tai Sui King sensed the traces of the Dao domain in front of him, but he was somewhat incredulous. His originally burly body seemed to shrink, his presence completely gone, his face horrifyingly staring at Li Hao. Instantaneous Dao domain? This was not something a half-step Dao domain could match. This was the true Grand Dao of Peace Realm. Hearing the Tai Sui King's words, Sha Linglong and the others, along with 3 of the gluttonous valley elders, were shocked, their ears buzzing as they stared blankly at Li Hao. The Grand Dao of Peace Realm was exceptionally rare within the entire Deu Divine Dynasty, and now, was this young man before them one of them? You still have some discernment. Li Hao glanced at this burly man and said, you must be the gluttonous valley master, right? What is your purpose in attacking Yuzhou? Did you orchestrate it? What do you know about the previous attack on Liangzhou? Are your demons planning to break with the Deu Divine Dynasty? Who gave you the courage, and who is backing you up? He asked in one breath, and after finishing, he calmly stared at him. You better not talk nonsense. Answer my questions one by one, and I'll make it quick for you. Silence. The air was dead silent. Everyone was looking at this young man, whose calm and composed face showed a trace of impatience. Facing the Tai Sui King, facing the elders of the gluttonous valley, this young man seemed to view them as fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughtering. Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu were dazed, initially expecting a fierce battle, but the situation turned out to be like this. They now understood why Li Hao said he was simply dealing with it along the way. The Grand Dao of Peace Realm was in existence only second to that of the true person. In front of it, this gluttonous valley was as weak as an infant, hardly able to withstand a single blow. No wonder Li Hao directly summoned the gluttonous valley master. No wonder he was so unbridled as it turned out. Everything was due to his overwhelming strength. Bang! Suddenly, another gluttonous valley elder exploded, his divine soul just bursting out screaming for mercy, but in an instant, it flickered out like ashes. It was as if an invisible hand was lightly rubbing it out, like ash falling from fingertips. The sudden attack made the remaining 2 gluttonous valley elders fall to their knees in the void before Li Hao, trembling and urinating themselves, shaking so hard that bile almost seeped out. "General, spare our lives, spare our lives. We are willing to become your mounts, to work like oxen and horses for you." They kept kowtowing and pleading, devoid of their previous ferocious and brutal demeanor. "Seems like someone wants to compete with you for the job of carrying me," Li Hao said to the candle flame god beneath him. The candle flame god's flames surged fiercely, his eyes coldly gleaming. "Can I eat them?" "Sure." Li Hao naturally agreed. The candle flame god's Dao domain suddenly expanded, the fierce flames burning and enveloping everything. The 2 gluttonous valley elders didn't dare evade but only grew more desperate in their pleas. The merciless Dao domain enveloped them, the intense burning laws covering and instantly igniting the bodies of the 2 gluttonous valley elders. You are the candle flame god?" Only then did the Tai Sui king recognize that this fire lion-like demon was actually the master of the great void realm. He felt as if struck by lightning, unable to believe his eyes. Although he looked down upon the candle flame god, the latter was, after all, the master of the great void realm, cultivated for 10,000 years. What happened to the pride of a demon king? To think it had been tamed into a mount. Hearing the Tai Sui king's words, Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu were also stunned, their faces filled with horror as they looked beneath Li Hao. This being was the master of the great void realm? They couldn't help but gasp sharply, suddenly understanding why Li Hao had appeared in Yuzhou, why there had been no movement in the Mo River at Liangzhou. It was not their Sha family's intelligence network that had failed, but Li Hao had subdued the candle flame god in the Mo River. This is none other than a great demon king of the half-step Dao realm, yet he is willing to debase himself to become a mount, which is even more difficult than killing him. Sha Linglong looked at Li Hao and suddenly felt that the meal she had previously eaten was in vain. Any sense of familiarity that had been established was now completely dissipated, and she felt that the youth before her was so unfamiliar, as though she didn't understand him at all. "Be quick, don't waste my time." Li Hao frowned and urged the Tai Sui king. The Tai Sui king came to his senses, his complexion turning ugly in his eyes. There was a glimmer of despair, knowing that today he likely wouldn't be able to escape. He had already used his opportunity to defy fate and had no second life left. He feared he would fall here. "Fine, I'll talk. The Tai Sui king, with a face as morose as if mourning the dead, lowered his head and said, "No wonder the candle flame god met his defeat. With a monster like you, it's a pity I didn't realize it sooner, but today." As he whispered this, he suddenly looked up, his face vicious as he roared, "Even if you kill me, you will die too." While he was whispering, his Dao domain had quietly unfolded. Now, suddenly sweeping forth, it enveloped his body and pressed outwards, aiming to take Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu with him, looking for a cushion in his fall. Dao domain. Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu were taken aback, not expecting that the gluttonous valley master had also reached the half-step Dao domain. As they watched the Dao domain rapidly expanding, the 2 hastily unleashed their unwithering strength, trying to distance themselves, but in the next moment, the Dao domain melted away like ice and snow, rapidly retracting and being forcibly suppressed back into the body of the Tai Sui king, unable to spill out even a bit. "A half-step Dao domain, and you dare to show off?" Li Hao raised an eyebrow. "There are many ways to die. Do you have to choose the most painful one?" All roaring on the Tai Sui king's face had gone out, leaving him stunned. He had anticipated that in front of the true grand Dao of Peace realm wielded by Li Hao, it would be hard to free himself. Plus, with the candle flame god, 2 against 1, he would most likely meet his end here. But he didn't expect the disparity to be so vast, beyond his imagination and understanding. His own Dao domain could be forced back, unable to unleash even a little. What was the difference between this and crippling the Dao domain? You. The Tai Sui king looked at the youth as if seeing a ghost. At that moment, the youth appeared before him like a nightmare. "Forget it, die." Li Hao saw that he had no intention of speaking and completely lost his patience. The Dao domain pressed down, and with a boom, the Tai Sui king's physical body burst apart. An 8th caste physique had no resistance in front of his Dao domain. He had only used 1 layer. There was no need to use 2 layers of Dao domain against a half-step Dao realm opponent. The divine soul of the Tai Sui King burst forth from the physical body, still standing dumbfounded in the air, not running away, seemingly aware that any struggle was futile. Only when touched by the Dao domain does one realize its terror. Li Hao did not completely erase him but instead wiped out most of his divine soul, preserving only a tiny part, which he handed to Sha Linglong, saying, "Elder Sha Linglong, I'll leave this interrogation to you. I'm heading to Qingzhou first, and I'll come back to get an understanding from you later." As a leader of a top demonic force, he must be involved in this grand scheme. Li Hao did not intend to let him die so easily, that would be letting him off too lightly. Sha Linglong took the remnant divine soul of the Tai Sui King, feeling unexpectedly honored by the trust. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. "I will, rest assured." She rapidly released her power to suppress and seal the divine soul of the Tai Sui King. "Haoshan General, be careful on your way to Qingzhou. Once my Sha family quells the disturbance in Yuzhou, we will make haste to come to your aid," Sha Yuanwu also quickly said, his words rushing, not wanting to delay Li Hao's journey. Li Hao nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth vein extended outward, and the boundless force from all directions converged above his outstretched fingertip. That surging power, in an instant, transformed into limitless sword chi. Beams of sword light appeared overhead on the battlefield, magnificent and vast as if to cover the heavens and the earth with sword clouds. Such an imposing aura and power stunned Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu. Although they could also gather such assaultive force, their scope was nowhere near as broad, their aura nowhere near as terrifying. Yet the youth before them seemed to unleash it with a mere flick of his hand. "Kill." Li Hao uttered the word softly, and countless sword chi suddenly fell like raindrops, accompanied by the roaring sound of thunder, descending into the demon tide. The demons still rushing toward the battlefield were immediately covered by this tremendous sword rain from the sky. Each strand of sword chi struck down, killing a demon instantly, without exception. Even heavenly human realm demons were no match for a single sword chi. Only demons of the 3 immortal realms could barely defend themselves, but under the continuous bombardment of sword chi, they quickly became riddled with wounds. When subjected to hundreds, even thousands of sword chi, they inevitably encountered that 1% fatal attack and perished. The scope and magnitude of this sword chi were so vast, it almost obscured the entire battlefield. The most terrifying part was that almost all the sword chi could be precisely controlled. Under Li Hao's command, they wove through the front line where the Sha family's soldiers were fighting the demons, and amidst that chaotic battle, they accurately reaped the lives of demon after demon. For a moment, across the several hundred-mile front line, everyone witnessed the massive sword rain plummeting down. The sky seemed to collapse into a whirlpool sea, from which countless droplets poured out. Countless and covering the majority of the battlefield. With the flight attribute doubling the range of attack, this sword rain effortlessly covered more than 200 miles. With one wash, countless demons fell. Sha Linglong and Sha Yuanwu, standing beside Li Hao, were so shocked they couldn't speak. Without the Tai Sui King, the great elder of Gluttonous Valley, and the remaining elders, they would have had to expend considerable effort and time to eliminate all these demons. But now, under the barrage of Li Hao's sword rain, in just a short moment, the ground's howls were already being completely drowned out. The battlefield, ablaze with intense fighting, was quenched by a torrential rain. The rain poured heavily, and as the rear of the demon tide was severed by a barrage of sword chi, their charge faltered. Coupled with the aid of sword chi from the city walls, the previously retreating defenders managed to stabilize their position in a blink of an eye. On the city walls, once submerged by the flood of demons, the Sha family's war banner fluttered high once again. All the soldiers suddenly felt a reduction in pressure, as the demons in front of them were killed, with no more coming to attack. They were all stunned, hardly believing the reversal of the scene before their eyes. What is Thesa? Who is wielding the sword? Who is saving us? Are we saved? All the troops, including the aristocratic armies and those from the sects hastily conscripted, stared blankly outside the defensive line. Beyond the line, it was like purgatory, countless sword chi piercing down, as demons wailed and fell. Those great demons from the 3 immortal realms, trying to flee with their enormous bodies, were like moths struggling in the heavy rain, quickly covered by the sword chi rain and rapidly falling without a sound. Who is that? In the center of the defensive line, Sha Chongkong, the marshal commanding the second line of defense, looked up with a shocked expression. He saw, beneath that river of sword chi, a youthful figure seated on the back of a red flame demon, his body enshrouded in what seemed like a mist of snow-white energy, visible to the naked eye as it surged towards the sword tide above, transforming into an endless torrent of sword chi sweeping downward. Standing beside the youth were their Sha family's head and his own brother. Family head, Yuan Wua, Sha Chongkong was momentarily stunned, as the family head made his way personally. What about the gluttonous valley master? He couldn't help looking toward the rear of the demon tide, but there was silence there. On the battlefield, only a few elders from the gluttonous valley were left, fleeing desperately into the distance but chased by strips of sword chi dragons. Soon, a gluttonous valley master, already injured, seeing that the sword chi dragon seemed less threatening, chose to resist with his physical body. However, he quickly seemed to have his soul sucked out, plummeting rapidly. The demons of the gluttonous valley, with their brutish and bloodthirsty nature, generally had strong physical bodies, hardly inferior to the dragon clan, and relied heavily on their physical prowess in combat. Yet, facing 1% of this fatal trait, they were no different from ordinary demons. Li Hao observed the falling figures of the demons under the sword rain, his expression calm and unchanged. As the battlefield quieted down almost completely, he then retracted the sword tide. The rest of the fish that escaped the net are yours to deal with, I must leave now. Li Hao spoke to Sha Linglong beside him. The two of them came to their senses, stunned. In just this moment, millions of demons on the battlefield had nearly all perished. This was terrifying. Is this the power of the Grand Tao of Peace Realm? It was beyond their imagination. Haoshan General, rest assured, we'll handle the rest. Once we tidy up, we'll immediately send troops to help Qingzhou. Sha Linglong quickly said to Li Hao. Originally, her offer to send troops was indeed to return a favor, but at this moment, she herself felt that in the presence of someone like Li Hao, their Sha family's troops would not be of much significance. At most, they would relieve the towns and villages of Qingzhou that had been captured. After all, although Li Hao was powerful, he couldn't possibly take care of the entirety of Qingzhou alone in such a short time. All right, Li Hao nodded, not refusing her kind offer. Then he gently patted the head of the candle flame god as a signal. The candle flame god's body, rolled in rampant flames like a robust qilin, tore across the battlefield into the distance, quickly galloping away, leaving this field of battle. On the defensive line, numerous generals, clan leaders from noble families, and grandmasters from the sects all looked up and watched the figure riding the red flame demon leave, engraving this scene in their hearts. They didn't know who the youth was, but they knew Sha family would provide them with answers. Qingzhou City. The once bustling Qingzhou City was now under full guard, civilians were restricted from leaving their homes, and all stalls on the streets had been cleared to open the broad streets solely for military mobilization. On all four sides, golden arrays were erected on the walls, while outside the city stretched the vast gathering of the demon tide. Atop the city walls, many soldiers from the Li family, along with the Qingzhou City Defense Forces, congregated, their expressions grave. After days of continuous fighting, they were exhausted, yet no one dared to relax. 3 days earlier, through a secret technique of the Li family, they received intelligence that most of Qingzhou's land had already fallen. Over 100 cities had been breached and occupied by demons, with Qingzhou, the base of the Li family, suffering a calamity unseen in 1,000 years. When the other cities that were spared received the news, many didn't believe it, thinking there was a military error. Yet, seeing the large number of refugees fleeing from other cities and towns, they realized the serious trouble in Qingzhou. Centuries of peace had made most citizens in Qingzhou's cities lose a clear understanding of demons. Occasionally, when a slain demon was paraded through the streets by the monster suppression department from outside the city, it still attracted countless onlookers, fascinated by the novelty. Now, as demons swept through, each city was enveloped in unprecedented shadows and fear, all cryptically fortified. However, compared to Qingzhou, where battles had already ignited, Qingzhou City was also surrounded, teetering on the brink of collapse. Atop the city wall, Li Mushou and Li Xiaoran stood guard, both with whitened hair and clearly aged by a dozen years from before, their faces marked with deeper and more numerous wrinkles. Over a month ago, when Li Tianzong's heroic spirit vanished, they went to Mo River filled with rage. Instead of confronting directly, they secretly scouted, and were shocked to discover that the accumulation of demon forces outside Mo River far exceeded their expectations. Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace had actually mobilized most of their forces there, with the leaders of both powers personally commanding the siege, all just to eliminate Li Hao. They did not act rashly but chose this opportunity to dispatch troops to attack Dragon Gate's old lair. This was a rare opportunity, with the Holy Palace's lair being eradicated by Prince Qing taking advantage of the situation. Dragon Gate's lair was also vulnerably defended. Through Tianji Tower's mobilization of a large amount of intelligence, they had scouted out Dragon Gate's nest and reported to His Majesty, after which the Li family and the imperial family led troops to jointly rush to destroy it. After spending more than half a month, the old lair of Dragon Gate was annihilated. Upon receiving the news outside the Mo River, the master of Dragon Gate flew into a rage and advanced his plan to attack Qingzhou, heading straight for Qingzhou City. But Li Shaoran and Li Mushou had already known that Li Hao had left the Mo River, so they did not continue to stand guard outside the Mo River but returned to Qingzhou ahead of time. And anticipating that Dragon Gate, upon learning that their lair had been destroyed, might vent their fury on Qingzhou, they returned early to arrange defenses, leading to the failure of Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace's overnight attack on Qingzhou, failing to break Qingzhou City and instead revealing their intent. Following the failure of the Liangzhou plan, and the thwarted sneak attack on Qingzhou City, Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace could no longer act covertly. After negotiation, they directly called upon various demonic forces, aggressively attacking Qingzhou City with a vast and formidable presence. Thus, this long-lasting slaughter began, and in this battle, both sides sacrificed countless lives, holding on for over a month, until Qingzhou eventually fell. Retreating all the way to their defensive line, abandoning most of Qingzhou's city defenses, they finally retreated to Qingzhou City. The army sent from the imperial city was intercepted midway by another force of demonic powers, not only failing to reinforce Qingzhou but also suffering heavy losses. The demons besieging Qingzhou were not only from the Holy Palace and Dragon Gate, aside from those still guarding outside the Mo River, awaiting the return of their Lord of the Great Void Realm. Top-tier demonic forces also joined the fray. When they sought aid from the Xia family in Yuzhou, they instead learned of the assault on the Xia family by Gluttonous Valley. Clearly, this move by Gluttonous Valley was to constrain the Xia family, for though the 5 divine general mansions competed openly and covertly, they assisted each other in times of crisis, and the Xia family was the closest divine general mansion to the Li family. The assault by Gluttonous Valley left the Yuzhou Xia family unable to send reinforcements to aid Qingzhou, cutting off another of their hopes. In recent days, the distress signals sent from Qingzhou to other places all sank without a trace, as if Qingzhou were isolated, surrounded by demons. The force amassed by the demons this time was even greater than in Liangzhou, seemingly determined to shatter the entire Qingzhou, to break through completely. Retreating from the border, fighting and losing ground, they abandoned their helmets and armor. Now they have retreated to Qingzhou City, which is their very last stronghold. If they lose this defense, all that will remain is that divine general mansion, like a frail boat in this vast sea, ready to be overturned at any moment. Li Shaoran's expression was desolate. In over a month of deadly combat, both he and Li Mushou had nearly lost their lives. The master of Dragon Gate revealed his strength, having already broken through to the Grand Tao of Peace Realm. And the palace master of the Holy Palace was also at the half-step Tao realm, extremely formidable. If not for Li Mushou, who was at the half-step Tao realm and could barely hold up the Tao domain to resist, they would have probably died in battle. Using the half-step invincible fist and half-step Tao domain, Li Mushou bitterly fought the master of Dragon Gate to a stalemate, greatly delaying the collapse of Qingzhou. Otherwise, Qingzhou would have already fallen a month ago, and Qingzhou City would have been destroyed long before. But now, they were still stuck in a desperate situation. Their target is our Li family. They want to see the divine general mansion removed from the records. After over a month of deadly combat, Li Shaoran had discerned the demon's objective to eradicate the Li family, and this was just the first step in their conquest of Deu. This plot might have been brewing decades ago, from the successive falls of the 9 sons, to the frequent demonic attacks on the Li family's territories. Looking back, everything seems to have traces to follow, a targeted strategy. They aimed to disrupt the bloodline of the Li family, to leave the Li family without successors. If they waited another few decades, the direct bloodline of the Li family would wane, and the chosen true dragons would likely be inferior to those of other divine general mansions by a large margin. That would be the perfect time to attack the Li family. But now, the plans of the demons had changed, seemingly moved ahead of schedule. Li Mushou's eyes were deep as he regulated his breath slowly. Just before, outside the array, He had battled the palace master of the Holy Palace, driving him back in defeat, but he himself had also expended a great deal of energy. The leaders of these two powers took turns in attacking him, leaving him utterly exhausted. Has there been no response from Mount Wuliang? Li Musho's face was grim as he looked westward. There, a tide of demons covered the mountaintops, dense and threatening, exerting immense pressure on everyone inside the city. Yet his gaze remained unchanged, piercing through the demon tide, looking towards the distant horizon. Over there lies Mount Wuliang. The Li family had grown close to Mount Wuliang, offering incense daily. Now, Li Changfeng was still the direct disciple of that Buddha Lord. But the letters sent to Mount Wuliang for aid had vanished without a trace. It was unclear whether they were not received or if Mount Wuliang itself was in trouble. Notified Tiangong, Li Musho said, "I can't hold on much longer. The Li family has reached the moment of ultimate survival, it's time to call them back." Li Musho retracted his gaze, knowing they could no longer rely on Mount Wuliang. He took a deep breath, his eyes becoming piercingly cold. Li Shaoran was slightly taken aback, his face changed, but then he fell silent. He knew that, at this point, it indeed was time for the Li family's desperate struggle. The glory of the past had spread far and wide. Now, it was time to return and defend that glory and legacy. If the ancestral shrine was destroyed, then the scattered bloodline would be meaningless. The thousand-year legacy of the Divine General Mansion was not just about bloodline, it also encompassed its foundation. Once that foundation was shattered, even if the bloodline survived, a resurgence would be impossible. After all, success often depended on the right timing and opportunities, which could not be replicated. I understand. Li Shaoran glanced at his second brother. He nodded slightly, then rose from his seat and sped towards the Divine General Mansion within the city. Soon, like a streak of light, he descended into the Divine General Mansion. Inside, within the mountain and river courtyard, many figures gathered in the hall of the courtyard, the leading figure being a tall man with a dignified and commanding aura. Li Tiangang. At his right hand, a female general in battle armor sat on a rattan chair, his wife Ji Qingqing. Besides the couple, He Jianlin, Li Xuanli, Gao Qingqing, and other ladies from various courtyards were also present. But unlike their usual grandiose dresses, these ladies, like Ji Qingqing, were all clad in battle armor, their faces bearing a cold severity, seemingly ready to rush into battle at any moment. Mount Wuliang has not replied. The sword saint from the sword cottage in the south also hasn't responded. In the hall, the atmosphere was cold and solemn. The network of connections from the past of the Divine General Mansion appeared to have been stripped away suddenly, leaving no trace. However, excluding those two major powers closely related to the Li family, many other forces and sects that had once benefited from the Li family had hurried over. Yet, the majority of them did not possess warriors of the Four Stands realm or even the three immortal realms, the strongest among them. Now, they urgently needed warriors of the ultimate study realm to come to their aid, to alleviate Li Musho's burden. After all, it was exhausting for this old man to withstand the leaders of two major forces, one of whom was a true master of the Grand Tao of Peace realm. He could fall at any moment. With a swoosh, Li Shaoran's figure landed outside the hall. Without hesitation, he stepped forward into the room and looked directly at Li Tiangang, addressing the sullen faces of everyone present. Second brother said to prepare the ancestral offering and summon all of the Li family bloodline back with the ancestors' blood. In this battle, to win is to live, to lose is to eradicate the Li family. His gaze was profound and ice-cold. Our fate hinges on this moment, and the second brother is also nearing his limit. Upon hearing Li Shaoran's words, everyone in the hall stiffened, but their expressions were not so much shocked as they were filled with bitter anguish. The fall of Qingzhou and the teeming demons outside Qingzhou city made them realize that it was a matter of time. When the offering with the ancestors' blood was made, all of the Li family's bloodline would sense the crisis of the Li family. It was a call using the bloodline, activated only when the Li family truly faced life or death, when this Divine General Mansion standing for thousands of years was on the brink of extinction. And the thousands of years of inheritance had branched out, the offshoots scattered across the Deu Divine Dynasty, an overwhelming force. Once summoned by the ancestors' blood, they would all feel the call. Difficult, is there really no other way? Wang Shangru's face was pale as she sat below. Her husband, Li Fenghua, had also rushed back from Kangzhou with troops. In the previous battle defending Qingzhou, he had nearly fallen and was now seriously injured, yet to recover, looking wan and sapped of strength. Li Shaoran gave her a cold glance, not paying her any heed, instead fixing his gaze on Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang's face was ghastly, having not expected that in just over a month, the Li family would be brought to such a dire strait. I will go and request the ancestral blood ritual now. Li Tiangang clenched his back teeth slightly and rose to speak. He glanced at Li Xiaoran, wanting to say something to his fourth uncle, but the latter's gaze was ice cold, treating him like a stranger, which caused him a pang of heartache. He knew why. When he previously returned with his wife Ji Qingqing, he had also honestly revealed the news about Li Hao to everyone. He had not managed to bring Li Hao back, and Li Hao had died because of him. This news stunned Li Mushou and Li Xiaoran, among others. That day, roars of fury erupted from the divine general mansion, and several rooms in the mountain and river courtyard were smashed to pieces. Only the room where the young man once lived remained intact. Overnight, Li Mushou seemed to have aged over a decade and had not spoken another half-word to Li Tiangang since. Li Xiaoran, whenever he saw Li Tiangang, also had that icy look in his eyes, as if seeing a stranger, which grieved Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang walked forward, and Li Xiaoran merely stepped aside slightly, neither speaking. The others were all silent, already accustomed to this, as these days whenever Li Xiaoran came looking for Li Tiangang, it was only for matters regarding Liangzhou's battle reports, and each time he bore a cold tone. They vividly remembered the explosion of anger at the mountain and river courtyard on the day they learned of Li Hao's death. That most temperamental elder, who had the deepest bond with Li Hao, ignoring the repercussions of breaking the Li family's sacred soul oath and injuring himself, had severely slapped Li Tiangang several times, coughing up blood himself. You must know that at that time, demons were still attacking Qingzhou, and it was needed for that second uncle to be in command. Only then did they realize just how profound the second uncle's affection was for that child, so deep that he would let himself be driven by grief to ignore the entire grand scheme. However, it wasn't just Li Mushou who was in sorrow at that time. Many of them also felt dispirited. Although the child was not from their own family, he was nonetheless a lineage of the Li family, a glory of the Li family, but due to some misunderstandings at that time, it was now too late for any reconciliation or remedy. This time with the ancestral blood appeal, let's see if your precious children will come back. He Jianlin glanced at Li Shangru, her eyes ice cold. If it were any other day, she would have considered 3 parts face, mindful of her position as the chief lady of the house, to avoid gossip about her bullying the other wives, relying on her status as a chief daughter-in-law. Moreover, the clans of these wives were also serving officials in the court, too many people with loose tongues. But ever since knowing Li Hao had died, on top of the current situation in Qingzhou, the numerous angers she had been holding back in her heart could no longer be concealed. After that incident, in her moments of leisure, she often felt heartache and regret, frequently reflecting that rather than blaming Lu Yurong, the truly most hateful was this Ms. Wang's indulgence of her children. Wang Shangru had always prevented her children from joining others on the martial training grounds to practice, spoiling them arrogantly, leading her children to have no emotional bond or relationship with their peers like Li Hao, Li Yanzhao, or Li Jining. This also resulted in her daughter's lack of manners, offending Li Hao's mother and getting angrily slapped by Li Hao. And during the peak of conflicts in that courtyard, Li Rumeng's tearful complaints were like the final push, completely tearing father and son apart, driving them to opposite sides. Within all of this, Li Tiangang's extraordinary paranoia, Lu Yurong's foolish malice, as well as Wang Shangru's coddling indulgence of her children, all led to that great battle erupting, and the one who ended up bearing it all was that lonely and unsupported child. Every time He Jianlin thought of this, her heart ached and she couldn't bear to shed tears, hating that she hadn't been aware of what she was doing at the time to prevent any of it. The reason was also that everything was so abrupt then, one thing after another happened, all beyond anyone's expectation, no one could have predicted the outcome. At the moment, hearing He Jianlin's icy voice, Wang Shangru's face changed slightly. Since Li Tiangang brought back Li Hao's death news, now her status in the divine general mansion seemed to have become the second Lu Yurong, just that Lu Yurong was locked away, while she was still outside, forced to always read the faces of others. This made her harbor a boiling rage inside. Elder sister, what do you mean by that? If Zhang Ying and Ruming feel the call of the ancestral blood, they will surely return, unless something entangles them. Wang Shangru said angrily. He Jianlin chuckled coldly. Then let's just wait and see. Hearing the mockery in her words, Wang Shangru angrily said, Elder sister wants them to come back only to face death together? In the current situation, they haven't even reached the heavenly human realm, Even if they come back, what use would it be? Upon saying this, the faces of the other mistresses also changed slightly, looking coldly at her. After the Li Hao incident, they were not stupid. Reflecting on the major event afterward, they all realized the deadly impact of Wang Shangru's daughter's slander at that time. They were one of the vicious beasts that drove Li Hao away, and Wang Shangru's coddling over the years was also infamously well known. Back in the day, they were secretly displeased, at most keeping to themselves, but now it had brewed a disaster. Currently, Wang Shangru's words were an even bigger problem. If everyone thought like you, then all the soldiers could be dismissed, and you can go as well. He Jianlin watched her with icy eyes. I, of the Li family, share the same blood, live and die together, and it has nothing to do with cultivation. Xiao Yujing glanced at Wang Shangru and said indifferently. Even Xianer, of imperial lineage, is willing to stand with my family, the Li, to the very last moment. It's not a matter of cultivation, Gao Qingqing added, though her tone was more subtle. Zhang Shener, the fiancé copyrightee of Li Junya, had only an engagement but was willing to remain a widow for Li Junya all her life. Now that Qingzhou faced an existential crisis, Li Mushou had earlier suggested that Zhang Shener should leave. After all, she bore the imperial bloodline. Moreover, she had not even shared a room with Li Junya, bound only by that sheet of marriage vow. However, Zhang Shener shook her head in refusal. Hearing what Gao Qingqing said, Wang Shangru's face twisted with discomfort, realizing that she had spoken out of turn. It's not what I mean, it's just that from sister-in-law's tone, I could not help but feel that she would relish in the misfortunes of my children. Marrying into the Li family, I am a member of the Li family. Even if the city falls, I will join everyone in death. Why must you all make things difficult for me? Wang Shangru said through gritted teeth. The crowd gave her a glance and then ignored her. Words are mere lip service. Anyone can say anything, but whether one truly regards themselves as a member of the Li family is something that is shown through actions. At the very least, from the way she doted on her children, it appeared she did not. Her children were not close to their husband's family but were instead more attached to their mother's family, the Wangs, and this was related to Wang Shangru. Marrying the wrong wife can bring calamity for 3 generations. Li Xiaoran snorted coldly, glancing at the silent Li Fenghua, understanding that her situation was also difficult. All the ladies present were his sisters-in-law, making it improper for him to retort no matter how unpleasant their words were, especially since what they said was reasonable. And he could not control his own wife. To defend her would be unreasonable, and to not do so would seem unmanly. Failing to defend his children would be an abdication of his fatherly duties. Caught in a bind, he could only maintain a frustrated silence. Hearing Li Xiaoran's words, Wang Shangru's face changed, growing extremely unsightly. He was an elder whom she dared not contradict. Li Xiaoran was someone who did not have his spirit tablet erected in the ancestral shrine. He was highly renowned in his youth and now commanded even greater authority. It's a pity, that child will never return, but perhaps it's for the best, based on what you all are saying, given how the Li family has treated him, even if he were alive. He has no reason to return moreover, he should not. Li Xiaoran stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking towards the ancestral shrine on the back mountain, but his gaze was filled with sorrow. At Li Xiaoran's words, everyone else fell into silence. Indeed, even if he were alive, he should not return, especially since battling outside are 2 Grand Dao of Peace Realm demons. Anyone who arrives must face one of the Grand Dao of Peace Realm individually. Now, they were using the ancestral blood to summon all members of the Li family in hopes of utilizing everyone's strength to form an army formation, further aided by the Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure and many other precious resources from the family's secret vault, to fight a desperate battle. After all, if these treasures were not used in battle, they would simply end up falling into the hands of the demons. Thus, in this battle, the Li family would fight until they spilled their last drop of blood and exhausted every bit of their heritage. And when added together, these heritages might hope to rival a Grand Dao of Peace Realm. This was the power of an inheritance that had lasted for 3,000 years. Before long, in the ancestral shrine on the back mountain, a sky-high blood array rose, covering half of the divine general mansion. Within the mansion, many with the Li family bloodline felt their blood seethe within them, their bodies experiencing a boiling sensation. At the same time, they sensed a guiding and summoning presence in that blood, the offering of an ancestor's divine soul, which dissipated as a price to call upon all of Li blood. The blood summoning array, with the sacrifice of the ancestor's soul, was a measure only employed in desperate times. He Jianlin and the other ladies who married into the family could not feel it, but they saw on Li Xiaoran's body what seemed to be divine flame alighting as Li Xiaoran's strong cultivation caused his aura to fluctuate with the calling of his bloodline. Inside the hall, the previously angry crowd now felt a forlornness surging in their hearts. They felt the aura emanating from the Li family's blood outside in the courtyard, both legitimate and illegitimate, lighting up like fireflies throughout the divine general mansion. This was their final radiance. The ancestors are calling. In the courtyard, Li Yanjiao, Li Jining, and others looked up and saw the sky-high blood array coming from the direction of the ancestral shrine. Feeling the call in their bloodlines, they touched their chests, their eyes showing a forlorn expression, but soon, their eyes became resolute again. The same was true for many disciples of the Li family, in the training grounds and various other courtyards. The call in their bloodlines made them understand that it was a moment of life and death for the Li family. Mount Wuliang, Brahma Pure Land World. The lingering mountain range, with peaks rising and falling, shrouded in misty clouds, seems like a holy land of the mortal world. At this moment, amidst several of the majestic peaks, "My body," Father said, "it's the ancestral blood call, the ancestors are calling me." Is the family in trouble? Within the peaks inhabited by the inner sect disciples of Mount Wuliang, several children of the Li family with collateral bloodlines have also taken masters from Mount Wuliang to cultivate here. At the moment, they are all feeling a burning heat in their bodies as if a call and guidance are resonating with them, indescribable and wordless, yet making them feel an urgent and desolate sensation. "I must go home, Master, I must leave the mountain." These collateral disciples, although not as exceptional as the direct heirs, are considered geniuses among Mount Wulang's inner sect disciples, potential candidates for attaining the Grandmaster's status. As for the three immortal realms, besides perception, it depends more on the opportunity. At this moment, they are all rapidly heading towards the mountain gate, explaining the situation to their masters, then packing their bags and hurrying down the mountain. In the spirit realm of Mount Wuliang, where the Buddha Lord resides for meditation. Sitting cross-legged on the majestic spirit mountain is a young figure clad in a snow-white kasaya, looking devout and ethereal. Suddenly, his eyes open and he looks down, feeling a burning sensation in his chest. Is this bloodline guidance? The youth is momentarily stunned. His complexion changes. What circumstances could have led the family to summon him with the ancestral blood call? He can't afford to continue cultivating. He quickly gets up and heads towards the Buddha Hall at the top of Spirit Mountain. Upon reaching the Buddha Hall, he hurries to request an audience with the Buddha Lord before the two protectors could relay his wish. The voice of the Buddha Lord is already coming from inside, telling him to enter. Li Changfeng immediately runs into the Buddha Hall and sees the Buddha Lord sitting high above. He immediately kneels and bows, saying, "Your disciple Li Changfeng seeks your blessing. My Li family is in trouble. I wish to descend the mountain." The Buddha Lord looks on with a kind and compassionate expression, slowly says, "Guardian of universe, do not rush. Although you have stepped into the great perfection of the heavenly human realm, in this catastrophe, your cultivation is still too low. Even if you were to go back now, you would merely add another soul to the dead of the Li family." Li Changfeng stands rooted to the spot, his body shaking. He's well aware that if the family had to perform such a serious act as the ancestral blood call, they must be facing a grave crisis, and with his level of cultivation, he could only offer a slim, feeble bit of strength. "Master, I beg you to help and save my Li family from this difficulty." Li Changfeng pleads with urgency as he prostrates himself. The Buddha Lord says in a gentle voice, "Your Li family's fate has not yet ended, there's still a glimmer of hope, and they will be safe. You staying here and cultivating peacefully is what's best." Li Changfeng looks up at him and stammers, "But with my family facing such disaster, I. How can you attain transcendence if your heart is not at peace?" The Buddha Lord speaks, "At 20 years old, you've already reached the great perfection of the heavenly human realm. This achievement is remarkable, a result of your hard work day and night. As long as your bloodline persists, the Li family will not perish. This crisis the Li family is facing is also an opportunity for you. Once the calamity has passed, you can return to the mountain and take up the true dragon's position, leading the Li family to rebuild from the ruins." Li Changfeng is stunned, an image flashing through his mind. "But my mother. I will send Puji Bodhisattva to bring your mother here, and alongside, to help the Li family transcend this catastrophe." The Buddha Lord says warmly, "You should not be preoccupied with these thoughts. With your 6 roots unstained, you haven't fully severed mortal ties. How then can you achieve 3 immortalities? You must come to a clear understanding of your own heart ahead of time, chasing after what you truly desire. There can only be one such thing, and for it, you must renounce all else. Remember, all conditioned phenomena are like a dream, a phantom, a bubble, a shadow, like dew or lightning, and should be viewed as such. Li Changfeng pauses for a moment, feels the boiling heat within him gradually subside, then, after a moment of silence, he speaks softly. I understand, Master. Yunzhou, Tianzhou Divine General Mansion. In the Wang family, within the Pingchuan courtyard. Within the secluded and exquisite courtyard, serviced only by a few old servants, it was exceptionally peaceful. Birds perched on the tree branches paused in their stillness but suddenly flew away, startled by an urgent voice from inside the house. In the main hall of the courtyard, Li Zhongying and his sister Li Ruming were anxiously watching the elder before them. Grandfather, we just sensed the call of our ancestors. Something has happened in Qingzhou. Please, ask our parents for us. Both were pleading with the elder in front of them, their grandfather, the sixth master of the Wang family, Wang Zhenping. Just before, while they were cultivating in the courtyard, they had suddenly felt their bloodlines stir, perceiving the distant cries of their ancestors calling them to return. They knew that the Li family must be facing a desperate situation to employ the blood-summoning secret skill, which sacrifices the soul of an ancestor. When the bloodline beckons, all those with the blood of the Li family would sense it and hasten to converge. Wang Zhendong's face was unsightly. He had already known about the troubles in Qingzhou from previous family reports, but he had not anticipated such a dire situation, where they were forced to resort to the blood summoning of ancestors, a path of no return. Moreover, the Wang family was 1,000,000 miles away from Qingzhou, separated by a vast distance. Even if they dispatched an army, by the time reinforcements arrived, the dust would have settled, and the outcome would be beyond their influence, whether victory or defeat. Although the Wang and Li families were related by marriage, they were distant and had little contact. It was difficult to provide support in times of trouble. Relatives afar might as well be strangers, especially when they were located at opposite ends of the Dayu dynasty. Thinking of his precious daughter who was still in Qingzhou, his heart clenched. He had strongly opposed the marriage in the first place, but couldn't prevail over his daughter's determination to marry the eighth son of the Li family. After the marriage, things didn't turn out as happily as she had imagined. She often wrote letters home complaining, which left him feeling uneasy. But in this era, there was no precedent for divorce without cause after marriage. Moreover, since the Li family was of the Divine General Mansion, and her husband was a general defending the region, any complaint about him being frequently away on campaigns and seeking divorce would likely turn the entire Wang family into a laughingstock in the court and be despised by the people everywhere. Since the children were grown up, they could only make the best of the situation. But now, with Qingzhou in crisis, he feared his daughter might perish with it. This Li family is simply incompetent. Wang Zhenping looked unwell, but as he looked at his niece and nephew before him, his anger subsided and he said, Now, even mobilizing the Wang family's army wouldn't be soon enough. I'll go myself to bring your mother back, hoping it's not too late. Upon hearing their grandfather's consent, both were overjoyed and immediately kowtowed in thanks. Seeing the younger generation show such sensibility slightly eased Wang Zhenping's anger. Over the years, these had been the only two children to bring him some comfort. Grandfather, we want to go too, Li Ruming said quickly, after she had finished kowtowing. Wang Zhenping's expression shifted and he decisively responded, You both stay here, don't go anywhere. But this is an ancestral blood summons, if we don't go, we may be. Li Zhongying said, a hint of panic in his eyes.
Wang Zhenping took a deep breath. He too knew that if the family's blood summons wasn't heeded of those who had left the Divine General Mansion hundreds of years ago as cadet branches could be excused, as ties might have been severed but for direct descendants to not show up would be disgraceful, and they would likely never be able to face their family again.
I'm not even sure I can make it in time to save your mother. If it's too late, you would be the last of the Li family's bloodline. And with your divine travel realm cultivation level, rushing there would be meaningless. Wang Zhenping spoke gravely, if the Li family survives this calamity, I will personally visit and explain your absence. Given the state that the Li family will be in at that time, I don't believe they will refuse to recognize you. The siblings exchanged a look, both pale. Li Ruming clutched her fingers nervously, her face filled with unease. Li Zhongying, however, suddenly said, Grandfather, what if we go to the Mo River first? Wang Zhenping was slightly taken aback. It was as if his own mind had become muddled. Yes, why hadn't he thought of that? Going to the Mo River would isolate them from even the ancestral blood summons, and once there, exiting would not be easy. If they failed to attend in person, they would have an explanation. His eyes slightly brightened as he looked at Li Zhongying and smiled. Good nephew, you are clever. I'll have Uncle Xianzhou come for you right now to take you to the Mo River. Go to the evil level of the Mo River. You both have studied the conditions and archives of the Mo River, and with some luck and your divine travel realm strength, you might have a chance to clear it. That's worth 1,000 merit points. Try your best. He had brought his niece and nephew over previously in light of the opening of the Merit Treasure Vault. The vast array of treasures that could be exchanged inside was dazzling. As long as one had merit points, they could rapidly improve their strength, far surpassing peers of the same realm. In recent days, their Wang family had also become a point of contact for various powers, with countless noble families and Zhonghu martial artists hoping to accumulate merit through the Wang family in the Mo River. Favor should not be allowed to flow into the fields of outsiders, and naturally, their younger generation was the first to be brought over to benefit from this opportunity. This was why the Li siblings were staying with the Wang family. All right, hearing Wang Zhenping's words, Li Zhongying's eyes shone with excitement. Just causing destruction in the Mo River could yield 10 merit points, and clearing it could garner 1,000 merit points. There were too many treasures to exchange with those points. Sword Heart only needed 100 merit points to enhance understanding of weaponry. A Grandmaster's Heart was also worth 100 points, meaning that if they cleared the challenge, coupled with the family's resources and exchanged Grandmaster's Heart, they could swiftly reach the heavenly human realm without hindrance. Many geniuses relied on resources to pile up to the limits of the 15 Li realm but would get stuck at the heavenly human realm. With the Merit Treasure Vault now available, it was as if these geniuses were given a higher express lane. Remember, try your best to pass through Mo River. Don't just destroy it with brute force. Currently, Mo River is a precious resource. If destroyed, it will vanish, and the loss of merit would be a hundredfold difference. Wang Zhenping cautioned. Now Mo River was no longer a terrifying presence, instead, it had become a scarce resource protected by them. At least the Mo Rivers that the Wang family had discovered were all guarded by the military, completely off limits to the average person. After all, destroying it would lead to its disappearance, and the benefits would be too low. Now everyone was striving to pass through Mo River to maximize the benefits, but passing it was extremely difficult. Therefore, current explorations of Mo River meant either choosing to fail and retry or succeeding in passing through. These were the current strict rules of the Wang family for handling Mo River, unlike before, where the goal was simply to destroy it to reduce the number of Mo Rivers within the Dayu territories. Such a reversal of perspectives was rather normal. If eating excrement could grant immortality, even dogs wouldn't queue up for it. Your talents are not bad, although not comparable to Li Changfeng of your Li family, but with the support of our Wang family and utilizing the current Mo River resources, we can reserve the lower-level Mo Rivers specifically for you to accumulate merit. Once you amass 10,000 points, you can exchange it for extreme realm cultivation, which will provide you the power to surpass your limits. Once obtained, you will completely leave behind other prodigies. Li Changfeng wouldn't be able to compare. Right before leaving, Wang Zhenping continued to impart these instructions to the two. Hearing their grandfather's earnest teachings, the siblings both nodded, their eyes slightly gleaming. During their time with the Wang family, the numerous pieces of information they heard had greatly broadened their horizons, and they were extremely longing for the Universal Force Extreme Realm. If they could obtain it, then when the Li family next competed for the True Dragon, they would no longer just be onlookers. I'm leaving first. I've already sent a message to your uncle Xianzhou and will have him adjust the entry time for your profiles to Mo River. Wang Zhenping said, then handed the children over to his old butler and hurriedly left. The siblings exchanged a glance, their expressions worried, unsure if their grandfather could bring their mother back. It's a pity. I heard that the madman died, not giving us a chance to catch up. Li Zhongying said, looking in the direction his grandfather had left, his eyes flickered as he murmured. As the people of the Li family this generation, ever since that youth had emerged 2 years ago, they had all been overshadowed by him. That youth was gloriously brilliant, too dazzling, completely overshadowing even the direct disciple of the Buddha Lord, let alone themselves. As a youth, how could his heart not be filled with anger and jealousy? The deeds from Liangzhou had spread to the siblings. They were aware of the even wider gap now between them and that youth. Initially, they were disheartened, but the emergence of the Merit Treasure Vault gave them hope, a chance to catch up. Although that youth was already far ahead, once he reached the Four Stands realm, he would eventually have to stop. Much like the older generation in their family who, after reaching the Four Stands realm at 34, remained there for decades, hundreds of years, until they died in battle without making further breakthroughs. The higher the realm, the slower the progression. They might have fallen behind in the early sprint, but that didn't mean they couldn't catch up later. This merit treasure vault and the resources from their maternal family were their greatest hope and confidence now. That person was too arrogant. Even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. Do you think the family's current disaster could be because he was too rampant in Liangzhou, causing those demons to vent their anger on our Li family? Li Ruming mentioned that person, her teeth gritted in secret, a flash of resentment passing through her bright eyes. Maybe, but those demons should have attacked Heaven's Gate Pass instead of coming to the Li family. It could be another reason. Li Zhongying said, murderous intent appearing in his eyes. I was thinking of accumulating merit to exchange for extreme realm cultivation from the treasury and then properly challenging him to a duel to return that slap you received back then. Now he's dead. If our mother faces another mishap, even if he's dead, I won't let him go. One day, I'll find the Mo River harboring his remnant soul and make him beg for death. Upon hearing his brother's words, Li Rumeng's eyes filled with worry. Mother will be all right, won't she? Grandfather should make it in time. He is of ultimate study realm, surely not inferior to second uncle. It's too far away. Li Zhongying's eyes also showed concern. Since the release of ancestral blood from Qingzhou, Deu far and wide felt the call. It's the call of our ancestors. Our family is in trouble. Our Li family has come to this. How could this be? What happened in Qingzhou? Father, aren't we surnamed Zhao? How come we also feel the resonance? Your grandmother was surnamed Wang and married into our Zhao family. The bloodline in you is faint, but the fact that you can feel the call means the Li family blood is still there. These years, thanks to your grandmother's connections, our Zhao family's business has been doing better and better, settling firmly in Cloud Mist City. So should we also go? Yes, of course, we should go. That's your grandmother's family, and the Li family has protected our great Deu for over 1,000 years. Now that the Li family is in trouble, how can we not go? Master, are you also going? Yes, my disciples, wait here for me to return. If I do not come back, the eldest among you will take my place. Great-grandmother, are you also going? Yes, fetch me a horse. From 19 provinces, every state, city, town, and village, individuals who felt the call of their bloodline were all shocked. Some withdrew, but many more resolutely decided to start on their journey and rush toward Qingzhou. Like the stars once scattered across the sky, they now converged like rivers flowing into the sea, gathering toward Qingzhou. That was the ancestral homeland in their blood, the divine general mansion that carried over 3,000 years of glory, and the direction they yearned for countless times. Their departure also alerted the factions of the 19 provinces. The bloodlines of the 5 great divine general mansions, having spread far over thousands of years, now as these people moved, almost all the forces in the entire Deu divine dynasty were made aware of Qingzhou's situation. This included major forces like Tianji Tower. Among them, some were blood relative elders and lords of the Li family. They not only left themselves but also leveraged the power within various factions, mobilizing all available forces to head for reinforcements to Qingzhou. This was the deeply intertwined and rooted heritage of the divine general mansion. They gathered in groups, some riding fast horses, others soaring through the sky. Some raced down from famous mountains, carrying swords, light-footed, rushing toward those mountains and rivers tens of thousands of miles away. Some stepped out of their esteemed pagodas, soared into the sky, and resolutely galloped away.
As the heroic spirit of a Li family ancestor dissipated, it called from thousands of miles away countless bloodlines, surging toward that greatly troubled state plagued by demons and already steeped in misery.
Qingzhou City, in the divine general mansion. The glow of the ancestral blood array had dissipated, and Li Tiangong bade farewell to his ancestors in the ancestral shrine and returned to the mountain and river courtyard. He cast a glance at Li Shaoran, whose expression was icy, no longer intent on explanations, but instead said, Uncle 4, those returning to the Li family to provide reinforcements will need you to receive them. I plan to activate the ancestral secret passage and have them come in through the Y River. Just make the plans, and I'll follow orders, Li Shaoran said indifferently. Li Tiangong nodded, then looked around at everyone, ordered someone to bring him a writing brush, and quickly wrote out further plans.
At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the sleepless battlefields of northern Yan. Looking at his wife, Even now, it was she who stood by his side, those eyes still shared the look of life and death together. This caused a slight ripple in his emotions. As such a wife, what more could one ask for in life?
Prepare to open the secret vault. Each of you will take command of 50,000 elite troops, ready to form ranks and provide assistance at any moment. Each courtyard will receive 50,000 shares of the divine medicine treasured blood pill and 10,000 dragon chi pilsa. In normal times, even direct descendants of the family could only receive single-digit quantities of these divine medicines each year, and those of lower status needed significant contributions to be rewarded. But now, they were given away as if they cost nothing at all. Centuries of accumulated wealth, which included not only numerous elixirs but also divine weapons and precious armor, were all being poured into this final battle. Send secret technique transmissions to every city to activate the secret passages, to guide those returning to the Li family. They should come from underneath the Y River mountain ranges on the eastern side. Li Tiangong spread out the geomantic chart of Qingzhou and deployed the reception plans. To the east of Qingzhou city, peaks sprawled out, and the winding Y River passed by like a meandering dragon. Much of the water used by the households of Qingzhou city came from this vast river. Yet, unknown to others, the Li family had long ago developed the Y River, creating secret passages beneath it. One of their ancestors had envisioned this route to prepare for Qingzhou's most dangerous moments. It could serve as an escape, and reinforcements from various places could enter Qingzhou city through it. Now, with demonic forces entrenched outside the city, leaving was impossible. The Deu divine dynasty had not yet fallen, and the divine general's headquarters in the great state would not simply capitulate. As commands were issued one after another, sweat began to bead on Li Tiangong's forehead. His expression was solemn, brows furrowed into a frown, but the pressure in his heart lightened ever so slightly. Meanwhile, inside Qingzhou city, the Li family army sprang into action. The city, including the city defense commander, was of the Li family bloodline. From top to bottom, all the officials in Qingzhou city were members of the Li family. Here, the Li family was supreme, their word was law. As the commands from the divine general mansion were relayed, actions were efficiently carried out. Half of the elite forces were drawn from the armies to receive the precious medicines in the mansion. With the aid of these rare drugs, their fighting strength would greatly increase in a short period. Even those in the 15 Li realm could burst forth with power comparable to the heavenly human realm. Such enhancement naturally came with side effects, but compared to life and death, these were of no concern. At this moment, large boxes of treasures were moved from the secret vault of the divine general mansion. The faces of those from each courtyard were bleak. These were the things accumulated by ancestors over generations, but now they had to be depleted. When the bloodline members of the Li family from all places return, it will be time to fight to the death. Li Tiangong said in a deep voice. The return of the many Li family members was primarily to use their bloodline to reconstruct the physical bodies of their ancestors and then, driven by the spirits of those ancestors, to unleash formidable power. The specific strength would depend on how many of these returning bloodline members there were. As He Jianlin and others left, taking their respective armies to defend various parts of the city, the mountain and river courtyard also became desolate. Li Tiangong exchanged a look with Ji Qingqing. The couple did not need to speak to understand each other's solemnity. If only I could reach the grand Tao of Peace realm. If I had known this would happen, I should have tried harder and focused more on my cultivation. Ji Qingqing spoke in a low voice, her eyes filled with sorrow. As a proud member of the Ji family, had she devoted herself to cultivation within her family, she might have reached the grand Tao of Peace realm by her current age. Had that been the case, combined with the effort of her uncle too, Li Musho, the situation on the battlefield would have turned drastically. With their ability to hold back the top forces of the two great demonic factions, the army of Qingzhou city was not inferior to those entrenched demons outside. After all, here lay no fewer than 300,000 elite soldiers of the Yuan camp, the most disciplined warriors of the Li family, capable of fighting 10 to 1, a match for a 3 million strong army in the same realm. Don't say that, you've been working hard enough. It is because you accompanied me in the wars of Northern Yan that you were delayed. Li Tiangong shook his head. Ji Qingqing glanced at him, biting her lip slightly. Now that they had been driven out of the Ji family, she could no longer ask them for help. A few days before, when Qingzhou city was besieged, she had already made an appearance, using the authority of the great wilderness heaven to deter those demons, preventing them from choosing to attack directly. But the Dragon Gate and Holy Palace were not fools. Now was not like the time in Northern Yan. They had come out in full force, and an arrow on the bowstring had to be shot. The deterrent power of the Ji family from the great wilderness heaven was no longer effective. After all, this place was beyond the great wilderness heaven. During the time in northern Yan, besides paying heed to the 3 tokens of courtesy from the Ji family, the main reason for the Holy Palace to back off was the intervention of a strong Ji family member to assist Ji Qingqing. You should rest for now, there's a tough battle coming up, I'm going to check on their progress. Li Tiangang said to his wife. Then, stepping out of the mountain and river courtyard, he saw several figures rushing toward him as he left the courtyard gate. Unclear. The ones rushing over were Li Yanzhao and Li Wushuang, among others. They were startled to run into Li Tiangang at the entrance. Despite their relationship as uncle and nephew, perhaps due to his imposing presence, there was always a hint of fear in their hearts. We'll see if there's anything that needs to be ordered from us. Li Yanzhao's eyes flickered with fear as he lowered his head and asked in a low voice. Li Wushuang, however, looked directly at Li Tiangang. Since Li Yanzhao had spoken, she did not say anything. Seeing these young ones draped in armor, seemingly ready to rush to the battlefield at any moment, the coldness in Li Tiangang's gaze dissipated slightly, and his tone softened as he said, "You are all good children, just go back and wait. There's no need for your help until the rest of the Li family returns." With those words, he walked past them and quickly headed into the distance. Li Yanzhao and the others were stunned for a moment, watching that imposing figure receding into the distance, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. They felt that today's 7th uncle seemed like a gentle elder, a feeling they had never experienced before. Li Wushuang turned back to stare until that figure vanished from sight. Her cold eyes became desolate and sorrowful. He was the best. If only I could have told him that back then, maybe none of those things would have happened, and he wouldn't have died. When the others heard her words, they were all slightly stunned, the image of that dazzling, carefree figure flashing through their minds, and they all fell silent. Li Yanzhao's fingers clenched into a fist, his head lowered, biting his teeth. Although many days had passed, the mention of Li Hao still made his eyes turn red. Inside Shuihua courtyard. The courtyard had been sealed off, only 2 old servants were inside attending to Lu Yurong. Ancestor blood summoning. Ancestor blood summoning. In the pavilion inside the courtyard, Lu Yurong stared blankly in the direction of the ancestral hall. She no longer had the radiant beauty or the luxurious clothing of the past. Her hair was simply coiled up, and she was no longer wearing makeup. She appeared drawn and feeble. Li Tiangang, how could you be so heartless? No wonder even your own son was driven away by you. My child, you must not be foolish. Follow the Buddha Lord and practice diligently. As long as you reach the grand Tao of Peace realm, comparable to the ancestor, even if the divine general mansion is gone, it can be rebuilt. Do not think of your mother and foolishly come running back. Lu Yurong turned her head towards the direction of Mount Wuliang, her eyes reddening as she bowed her head and prayed. As time passed, all cities in Qingzhou received a secret order from the Li family. The Li family members serving in various cities quickly released signals. These signals were meant to guide those of the Li family bloodline, but those who had split from the Li family too early might have forgotten the meaning of these signals. Nevertheless, the first people who heeded the call to Qingzhou had already flooded into the cities, following the guidance to the Wai River, and then hastening upriver toward Qingzhou city. The rest were making their way through the wild, fighting the dispersed demonic forces, while heading towards Qingzhou city. Shortly after the ancestor blood summoning, behind the demon tide outside Qingzhou city. On the mount where the many elders of the Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace, as well as the leaders of the 2 forces were located, the door master of the Dragon Gate appeared as a young man in a black robe. He seemed to sense something and looked towards that city. An elder of Tianji Palace, who was circling above Qingzhou city, detected a flash of blood light inside the divine general mansion and immediately panicked, quickly flying down and transforming into a young woman. Doormaster, the Li family from Divine General Mansion seems to have employed the legendary Divine General blood summoning secret skill, she hurriedly stated. The expression of Dragon Absolute God, the doormaster of the Dragon Gate, changed, looking troubled. These guys, are they really planning to go down without leaving any trace, determined to fight to the death? He was also somewhat familiar with the foundation of the Divine General Mansion. 2,000 years ago, a Divine General Mansion had collapsed, and at that time, they had resorted to this secret technique, summoning all the family bloodline members to call forth the physical body and the heroic spirits of the ancestors, unleashing a terrifying combat strength, but still, they ultimately fell. This way is better, Saves the trouble of looking for them one by one, solving everything in one go. The Holy Palace Master, Feng Lingxiao, opened his eyes and said coldly, his eyes also displaying a hint of anger. How much longer will it take for you to fully recover? The Dragon Absolute God asked him. Not long, another 3 to 5 days at most, Feng Lingxiao replied. Too long. The Dragon Absolute God frowned, fixing his gaze on him. Seeing his look, Feng Jushin also felt a surge of anger within, thinking to himself, if you had the guts to fight to the death, would you have feared an old dog from the half-step Dao realm? But he kept these thoughts to himself as this was not the time for infighting. If you can contain that old Li Musho, I can break the formation, he said. The Dragon Absolute God was silent. Just then, a stream of black chi suddenly floated from the distance and descended upon the mountain peak. The arrival of this black chi went unnoticed by the surrounding demons until it began to settle, startling them. The black chi dissipated, revealing snow-white long legs and an elegant woman with dark purple patterns on her cheeks, who lightly stepped forward. Looking at the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Jushin with a smile in her eyes, she said, You've been driven out of the territory like pigs and dogs by the Deu Divine Dynasty, and there's a good reason for it. Such a minor task given to you drags on and on, it's truly disappointing. Desolate God. Upon seeing the woman, both the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao's expressions changed drastically as their bodies tensed slightly, a hint of nervousness appearing in their eyes. Why have you come here? What about the Imperial City? The Dragon Absolute God couldn't help but ask in a low voice. It's just one of my avatars, that old emperor is very clever, the Imperial royal family is truly ruthless, with no intention of sending that true person into action, only saving their own hide. The woman spoke with a light tone, if you continue to delay, let alone the Li family bloodline, that Prince Qing is also on his way here, and it won't be as simple as now by then. What? Hearing this, both the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao were shocked. That Prince Qing was one of the strongest amongst the Emperor's brothers, second only to the 9th prince, the Sword Demon. When did this happen? How far is he? Feng Lingxiao asked worriedly, remembering the battle in northern Yan, his complexion turning a bit sour. Hadn't he left the opponent gravely injured? How had he recovered so quickly? Soon, which is why I've sent this fragment of myself over, to block him for you if necessary. You'd better resolve the Li family quickly, our time to come forward has not yet arrived. You'd best be smarter in your actions, if you're truly incapable, dispelling you is not an impossibility. Hearing her words, their faces slightly shifted, and they quickly agreed. The woman glanced at them, then again looked towards the city. With a flick of her finger, 2 dark treasure artifacts with ominous auras appeared out of thin air. These 2 Saint Heart treasures are lent to you. Today I want to see the Li family's blood flow like a river. After speaking, her figure dissipated like a wisp of black chi, leaving only the 2 treasures hovering in the air. Both the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao's eyes flashed, and they swiftly moved to claim 1 treasure each. They liked to call these items Saint Heart Heavenly Treasures, but the people beyond the Deu region called them Saint Heart Treasures. Even as top demonic forces, after countless years of cultivation, when the Tiaobao Taoist died 1,000 years ago, during their attack on the 10,000 Artifacts Tower, they only managed to loot a few top divine weapons. Such treasures, once they appeared, were basically divided among the imperial family and the 5 divine general mansions. In the great wilderness heaven, only the ancient holy clan could easily produce such items, other small clans would be lucky to have 1 or 2. These 2 Saint Heart treasures were both of the offensive type, one a pale yellow short sword and the other a purple pagoda-like artifact. The treasures, enveloped in the radiant light of the sun and moon, hovered without falling, as if they melded with heaven and earth, dazzlingly brilliant. Having acquired the treasures, Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao glanced at each other, knowing that if they did not make a move to take down the Li family now, they would be unable to answer to the 3 desolate gods. I'll break the formation, you deal with that old dog, Feng Lingxiao said gravely. Once the formation is broken, you from the Holy Palace lead the charge, Dragon Absolute God added. The 2 top demonic forces emerged in full strength. Though allied, they were also very clear about each other's calculations. Without further haggling, Feng Lingxiao, injured and not wishing to engage in a fierce battle with Li Musho that might aggravate his wounds, allowed an elder from the Holy Palace to make up for it. The 2 quickly submerged their divine souls into the Saint Heart treasures, fused with the treasures, communicating with the Saint Heart essence inside to comprehend their unique properties. In no time, their eyes shone brightly, having absorbed and refined the treasures, and suddenly they soared into the sky, issuing commands. Upon receiving the orders, the elders of the demon kings understood instantly it was time to forcibly breach Qingzhou city. Orders were issued, and amidst the demon tide, demon flags were raised, along with the sound of ancient, vast horns. At the same time as the demon tide began to stir, the figures of Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao had already taken the lead, charging towards Qingzhou city. Boom! As the first rays of the rising sun shone on Qingzhou city, along with the morning light, an earth-shattering boom resonated in the skies above the city. The intense shockwaves awakened every household in the city from their uneasy slumber. Panicked and pale, they hastily pushed open their windows, peering nervously through the gaps. Above Qingzhou city, a golden array suddenly became visible, like an upside-down divine bowl, blocking a terrifying burst of purple-black light. Countless divine patterns flickered rapidly, like butterflies fluttering in disarray. This thunderous noise alarmed the entire city. Countless soldiers on rotation immediately woke from their barracks constructed at the edge of the city. On the city walls, Li Musho, who was taking medicine and resting, suddenly opened his eyes, his divine soul swiftly stretching beyond the city walls, and immediately saw two figures floating outside the city, the heads of those two great demonic forces. His pupils contracted, noticing the treasures in their hands. Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure. Li Musho's expression changed dramatically as he surged out from the corner tower. His aged body soared into the sky, roaring, "Stop!" At this moment, Feng Lingxiao, wielding a treasure and ignoring everything else, exerted his full strength to slam down the purple-black Xuanyu heavy tower. With the Saint Heart essence exerting its power, the treasure called upon the might of 100,000 li of mysterious heavy divine water. A single drop weighed 10,000 caddies, and with 100,000 drops falling together, the force was in the billions. Concentrated at one point, it was a single strike that nearly broke through the array of Qingzhou city. Any other city would have had its formation shattered immediately. This array in Qingzhou city was incomparable to those in Heavenly Gate Pass of Liangzhou and other state city borders. As the Divine General Mansion's home state city, its arrays might ranked among the top in Deu, second only to the imperial city of the Holy City's Xuanshan Divine Emperor formation. Like other Divine General State cities, it was constructed more than 3,000 years ago, at the founding of the nation, by the original Great Celestial Master from the Heavenly Observatory, with tremendous power. Even a full-blown assault by someone in the Ultimate Study realm could not destroy it. But at this moment, under the onslaught of Feng Lingxiao and the Saint Heart Treasure, the power of the divine formation rapidly diminished. Enraged, Li Musho struck back, but a figure appeared abruptly, speeding to block his path. A pale yellow sword light suddenly fell, nearly cleaving open the void in front of Li Musho, with the imposing force of the Dao domain instantly enveloping and covering his body. Countless sword shadows in the Dao domain burst forth to attack. A dragon's roar echoed, the oppressive rules bearing down on Li Musho, causing his whole body to tremble. His flesh and strength were laid low, continuously weakening. Startled and furious, Li Musho thrust out a punch, his half-step invincible fist's extreme doctrine rendering him momentarily invincible. If it were just a simple matter of the Ultimate Study realm, under these Dao domain rules, he wouldn't have been able to grasp the extreme doctrine, but as he manifested the doctrine, his own Dao domain also emerged around him, forming a cocoon of protection to ward off the erosion from Dragon Absolute God's Dao domain. In terms of offense, the half-step Dao domain was weaker than the Grand Dao of Peace realm because the Dao domain unfolded too slowly. But in terms of self-protection, as long as it enveloped the individual, the expansion of the Dao domain was not much slower. 10 Extreme Sword Shadows. Dragon Absolute God also suddenly activated the might of this treasure of 10 swords, with the Saint Heart essence exhibiting its pressure. 10 ultimate sword lights split from the short sword, whistling out, slashing fiercely towards Li Musho. Li Musho's expression shifted abruptly, as a green ribbon appeared in his palm. The ribbon quickly transformed, as if alive, wrapping around his fist. Facing the assault of sword shadows, he kept punching out. Bang, bang, bang. The sword shadows shattered, Li Musho moving forward with the might of a dragon and the steps of a tiger, yet each step was small, his body as steady as a mountain. His hand flashed with green light, the invincible fist carrying a terrifying destructive force, pushing forward in the Dao domain of Dragon Absolute God. As he tore through the sword shadows, he advanced towards Dragon Absolute God. Dragon Absolute God's face showed a slight change, This old dog still had a hidden card. The ribbon was also a Saint Heart treasure. However, he wasn't too surprised. After all, as a 1,000-year legacy, having a few Saint Heart treasures in the Divine General Mansion was to be expected. His expression turned frosty as he continuously exerted the Dao Domain's pressure to crush. Numerous dragon roars resounded in Li Musho's ears, turning his complexion red. Although he appeared to be advancing boldly, his blood surged within, forcibly restrained. At the same time, a fierce shaking sound came from nearby as Feng Lingxiao picked up the Xuanyu heavy tower again and smashed it down. The dazzling purple-black light fell like a mountain crashing down. Stop! Block him! Inside the city, figures streaked through the air, with Li Xiaoran leading the way. The previous earth-shaking sound not only startled the entire city's populace awake but also alarmed everyone in the Divine General Mansion. They brought out their divine souls and soared out to observe the activity outside Qingzhou City, only to see Li Musho engaged in fierce combat with Dragon Absolute God and the Palace Master of the Holy Palace attacking the array. With a buzzing sound, a knife glow bright as the Milky Way tore through the sky and violently shot toward Feng Lingxiao. Feng Lingxiao's eyes gleamed coldly. With just a slight sneer, the Dao Domain unfolded. Before the knife glow could touch him, it burned away within the Dao Domain, while he continued to wield the heavy tower, pressing down with the Dao Domain's oppressive force, heavily striking the array. The array trembled violently, with divine patterns flickering ceaselessly, almost leaving afterimages. This meant that the attacks it sustained were about to exceed the divine formation's limit. Swoosh! Another figure in green shot forward, silently slashing out with a sword glow that pierced the divine formation and landed on the heavy tower. Under the burning of the Dao Domain, this sword glow showed no signs of weakening and shook the heavy tower, slightly delaying the attack. Feng Lingxiao's expression changed slightly as he glared darkly at the several figures flying towards him. The one who had struck was a woman. This woman was none other than Ji Qingqing. Although she was in the ultimate study realm, she had cultivated the Ji family's cultivation techniques and was even slightly stronger than the imperial family of the Deu divine dynasty within the same realm. When she was expelled from the Ji family, although the people of the Ji heavenly dynasty were furious with her choice and felt both hatred and distaste for this niece, upon the tearful pleading of her father, old Shizhen's heroic spirit, they still secretly gave Ji Qingqing many valuable items, including the Saint Heart heavenly treasure she now wielded, the Taiyuan sword. The Saint Heart essence within the sword contained rule powers that allowed Ji Qingqing's attacks to be unaffected by other rules, making it an exceptionally rare and powerful treasure, enabling her to injure someone in the Grand Tao of Peace realm while only in the ultimate study realm. Of course, if it had been a face-to-face confrontation in the wild, someone in the Grand Tao of Peace realm just needed to catch her off guard and close in, enveloping her in the Dao Domain. Even this sword would not protect her, and she could be refined in an instant. But now, protected by the array, she could strike without fear. Damn it! Feng Lingxiao's eyes blazed with anger as he once again channeled his power to drive the Xuanyu heavy tower to strike the array. Ji Qingqing also continuously struck out with her unparalleled swordsmanship, cutting down on the heavy tower and lessening its power. However, the might of the watershed of 10,000 mysterious heavy divine waters, condensed to the extreme, still caused the divine formation to deplete rapidly. Quick, block him! Li Tiangang's body soared as he tightly gripped an ancient bronze battle saber, the Saint Heart treasure of his ancestors. With his full power unleashed, the blade glow pierced through the divine formation to strike out. However, the rule power brought by this battle saber differed from that of the Taiyuan sword, failing to ignore Feng Lingxiao's Dao Domain, and the blade glow quickly dissipated. Li Tiangang's face looked grim. At the same time, he heard a distant bugle call from outside the city, sounding as if it came from the ancient times, followed by Qingzhou City's walls starting to tremble slightly. This trembling sensation was felt by all the city's populace, with the ground beneath the houses slightly vibrating as if a cavalry of 10,000 horses was charging. Outside the city at this moment, the encircling demons, far more than 10,000, were an elite force of several million who had fought their way here. At the sound of the long bugle call, they all sprinted forward in unison. The change in Li Tiangang's expression indicated the demons could no longer hold back, planning to launch an all-out attack. Quick, prepare for battle, vanguard troops to the city walls. Upon realizing he was ineffective against Feng Lingxiao and unable to stay there, Li Tiangang rushed towards the battlements. He quickly sent out his voice, calling his subordinates and ordering them to form a defensive military formation. Atop the walls, the soldiers who had been on standby now, with the approaching demon tide, launched a torrent of symbol-fired arrows from the arrow towers and bastions. Millions of arrows whistled and blurred into a dark mass, raining down upon the demon tide. Among the demon tide bravely surged imposing figures, revealing their giant demon forms, blocking some of the ranged attacks from the city guards while wielding divine weapons, hammering them against the city's outer array. These were the Demon King elders of the two major forces, all of them now making their presence known, adding up to more than a dozen. Each Demon King was in the Four Stands realm, with many great Demon Kings of the Ultimate Study realm enduring, their attacks so fierce that the divine patterns on the array fluttered like butterflies in disarray. Seeing this, Li Tiangang felt his blood run cold. Although he knew there was a huge disparity in the top forces of both sides, he had not expected it to be this great. Looking at the teetering divine formation, his eyes suddenly reddened. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Quick, activate the divine formation's life wheel." The divine formation of Qingzhou City was one of the top 10 divine formations in the world, named the Sunlight Life Wheel Formation. This formation not only sealed the powerful demon essence within the divine formation to battle but, more importantly, it could absorb the essence of the sun and moon to repair itself. Furthermore, the power of its life wheel could temporarily draw upon a portion of the lifespan of all living beings within the formation, converting it into the might of the divine formation. This formation no longer belonged to a level that could be easily destroyed by an ordinary Four Stands realm, as it contained the essence of a great Tao. Following Li Tiangang's command, the divine formation reversed, the life wheel's power activated, and countless threads of golden life essence seemed to float from numerous buildings within the city. They flowed into the divine formation, including Li Tiangang and the others, along with all the soldiers within the city. Inside the divine general mansion, the people were isolated by the divine formation of the mansion and remained unaffected. However, deep within the divine general mansion, in the ancestral hall that stood beside the great mountain, all the candles before the spirit tablets suddenly flickered and almost went out. Li Qingzheng, who was sitting at the entrance of the ancestral hall, had white hair and an aged body, and looked worriedly into the distance. Seeing the countless strands of golden life vein power rising within the city, his body trembled slightly as he realized something and suddenly turned his head to look at the solemn ancestral hall behind him. He saw that on those previously silent spirit tablets, streaks of golden divine light appeared and wafted out, revealing the heroic spirits. The heroic ancestors of the Li family, who had not perished, were all revealed at this moment. Each figure, extraordinary in posture and once stunningly famous in Zhonghu for 60 years, stood atop their respective spirit tablets. The life wheel has appeared, everyone. It seems Qingzhou City is at its final moment. I did not expect to see the life wheel formation activated in my lifetime. The 17th ancestor took the lead to sacrifice his remaining soul earlier to guide the bloodline. It seems it was not long ago. Now, it seems we need to build the last stretch of the road for these youngsters to return. We stand before millions of people. We must not let the people guard in front of us, my friends. It is time for us to act. With the life wheel formation emerging, what are we waiting for? Where my remaining soul and fight? One by one, the heroic spirits of the Li family's ancestors burst forth, all stepping out from this venerable ancestral hall that had stood and been worshipped for thousands of years. Li Qingzheng, standing at the entrance of the ancestral hall, watched these resolute ancestors going to battle, already with tears streaming down his face. You no longer need to guard here. An ancestor passed by Li Qingzheng and said calmly, then immediately soared into the sky, rushing toward the divine general mansion. It's been hard. Other ancestors, as they passed by, also softly spoke to Li Qingzheng and then stepped out of the ancestral hall, flying into the distance. One by one, the passing ancestral spirits brought tears streaking down the old face of Li Qingzheng. The burden he had carried for decades was lifted at this moment, but he could no longer raise his head. Elder brother, stop crying. Are you willing to join hands with me and fight once more? Li Xuanian, the third eldest of the Li family whose soul stopped by Li Qingzheng, spoke with a gentle gaze. He appeared young and older with a younger look, but he was indeed the elder. Li Qingzheng looked up, seeing his third brother, who had died young but still appeared vibrant, flooded with countless memories. He suppressed the sadness in his heart, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and revealed a somewhat relieved smile. This time, I can accompany you. Li Xuanian slightly smiled, and then his remaining soul suddenly radiated a golden light, like a feathered garment, draping over Li Qingzheng. United brothers. Their force breaks metal. Li Qingjung's bones creaked, and his aged body, which had been sitting in the ancestral hall for decades, straightened its spine at this moment. His hair was still flowing white, but his eyes seemed to regain the vitality of his youth, returning to those days when he carved out a formidable reputation on the frontier. Let's go. He took a step and soared from the ancestral hall, transforming into a stream of golden light, rushing toward the battlefield ahead. And the other ancestral spirits stepping out of the ancestral hall bid farewell to the first ancestor of the Li family, represented by the golden body at the center, and then one by one, they flew out of the ancestral hall, rushing toward various parts of the divine general mansion. Li Tianyuan was seated on the golden body, his gaze not overtly sad but revealing an extreme desolation, a grief born from witnessing countless falls of his lineage and the deaths of many warriors. He was waiting for the return of those Li family bloodlines, to forge bones with their blood and clothe them with his remaining soul, to fight vigorously once more for the generations to come. And the other ancestral spirits were rushing toward many Li family blood members within the divine general mansion. Streaks of golden light streaked the sky, and everyone in the various courts of the mansion looked up, some in stupefaction. During their worship of the ancestors, they had all seen the portraits of these ancestors. Now, they all recognized that these were the lingering souls of the Li family's historical ancestors. Our ancestors. In each court, He Jianlin and Gao Qingqing, among others, looked up at the sky, watching the ancestral spirits flying from the ancestral hall, all stunned. But the feeling that followed was a tremendous wave of sadness. My child, are you willing to wear my soul garment, to carry on my Dao intent and eradicate those demons? A spirited female general's soul landed in front of He Jianlin, her brow spirited and proud, yet her gaze was tenderly fixed on He Jianlin. He Jianlin was shocked and hurriedly moved to bow, but was supported by a thread of the heroic spirit's power. Ancestor, but I don't have the bloodline of the Li family. He Jianlin recognized this was an ancestor from the 32nd generation, a female general who had commanded battles and made a renowned name for herself more than 2,000 years ago. No matter. The female general smiled, those who join the Li family are members of the Li family. Upon hearing this, He Jianlin's eyes instantly moistened, and she nodded vigorously. The figure of the female general flickered, and her body seemed to burst into flames, turning into a golden light that enveloped her and transformed into a golden battle skirt. The power of her remnant soul and her Dao intent also merged with He Jianlin's divine soul, enabling He Jianlin, who was initially at the early stages of the three immortal realms, to suddenly unleash the might of the Dao heart realm. In other courtyards, the situation was similar. In Flying Courtyard, Wang Shangru looked at the inviting remnant soul elder before her, her eyes slightly changed, and her face paled a bit as she said, I. She stepped back. The remnant soul elder slightly paused, gave her a deep look, and then said nothing, suddenly soaring into the sky and flying elsewhere. Passing by Shuihua Courtyard, many ancestral remnant souls noted that there was a prohibition outside the Shuihua Courtyard, presumably for those imprisoned for wrongdoing, and then directly skipped over it. In Linglong Court, two golden heroic spirits raced over and landed in the courtyard. Child, would you like to join me in battling demons on the battlefield? A young man looked at Li Yanzhao. Although he appeared young, his voice was very old. Li Yanzhao was stunned and timidly said, Can I do it? Do you wish to? I certainly do. Then it is settled? The young man gave a slight smile, immediately turned into divine light, and covered Li Yanzhao. A violent aura surged, and although Li Yanzhao only had the cultivation of the divine travel realm, he now erupted with the aura of the three immortal realms. Just give your body over to me, the young man said softly, you might die, are you afraid? Li Yanzhao's face shifted, and suddenly remembering the youth who had always walked in front of him since his childhood, his eyes suddenly shot forth a resolved light. I am not afraid. Good. The young man's carefree laughter spread, and then he soared into the sky, charging towards the battlefield ahead. Yuan Zhao. Xiao Yujing stared blankly, tears streaming from her eyes. She still had many concerns in her heart, and she hadn't truly invested much emotion in Li Yanzhao before, but now, with the Li family on the brink of extinction and facing this life and death crisis, seeing Li Yanzhao resolutely going to his death, she felt waves of pain she couldn't believe were her own. Madam, would you join me in battle as well? The elder beside her invited with a smile. Xiao Yujing glanced at him, took a deep breath. Marrying into the Li family was a mistake. The elder was slightly stunned, but I do not regret it, Xiao Yujing said firmly. Her husband had died in battle shortly after their marriage, which fostered some indescribable resentment towards the Lee family in her heart, but now, she seemed to understand a bit of her husband's feelings during that deployment. The elder looked at her carefully and then said softly, "The Lee family protects the border and is revered by the people, but it's hard on you women who married into the Lee family. The Lee family owes you." With that, he bowed slightly as a form of apology. Seeing this gesture from the Lee family's ancestor, Xiao Yu-jing was somewhat stunned. Years of accumulated resentment in her heart suddenly seemed to be struck by lightning, and her tears suddenly surged, uncontrollably starting to sob. In contrast to the heroic spirits of the Lee family's ancestors seeking people in various courtyards, some of the more violent heroic spirits directly burst out of Divine General Mansion, rushing to the Lee family members on the battlefield, while some stood above Divine General Mansion and loudly shouted, "Who of the Lee family's blood is willing to join me in battle to the death? I am, me." From various courtyards, figures surged out, some of whom were strong members of the Lee family's collateral lines. After that, these figures enveloped by their ancestors' remnant souls rushed like meteors to the battlefield to aid against the sweeping tide of demons. The Sunlight Life Wheel formation absorbed the life vein power of the entire city's population and burst forth with resplendent divine light once again, while the rapidly howling divine patterns also became steady and orderly. But with the assault of Feng Lingxiao, and the simultaneous attack of the demon kings emerging from the numerous demon tides, the divine formation shook continuously. Every attack it withstood consumed a tremendous amount of life vein power. This was the lifespan of the entire city's population. Once the divine formation absorbed to a certain extent, the life vein would no longer be absorbed, and at that time, the divine formation would reach its limit. Li Tiangang suddenly turned his head and looked toward the direction of the Divine General Mansion, recognizing at a glance the golden meteor-like figures rushing over. Those were the ancestors of the Li family, marching to battle once more. His eyes filled with hot tears, his heart filled with shame. "Child, let me help you in the fight," a kind voice came, and an ancestral remnant soul flew to Li Tiangang. Li Tiangang looked at the figure, remembering he was the 21st generation ancestor, a mighty figure who had slain demons at the border in ancient times, perishing alongside 6 demon kings. Unworthy descendants beseech the ancestor to aid in the battle, Li Tiangang said, holding back his sorrow. The kind elder gave a slight smile, his figure flickered, turning into a golden flame and draping over Li Tiangang. A powerful force surged into his body, and on the ancient bronze saber in Li Tiangang's hand, dazzling divine prowess flared. His eyes shed their anger and despair, becoming resolute and decisive. He transmitted a message to his wife, Ji Qingqing, asking her to restrain Feng Lingxiao. Ji Qingqing, with the Taiyuan Sword Saint treasure in her hand, could suppress the Dao domain. Only she and Li Musho were capable of contending with the Dao domain. "Fourth uncle, let's deal with the other demon kings," Li Tiangang said to Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran gave him a look, his gaze lingering on the ancestral soul garment on his body, his eyes flashing momentarily with the image of the youth fighting blood-soaked in Mo River, draped in the ancestral soul garment of Li Tianyuan. His heart ached, his fingers clenched into fists. Without responding to Li Tiangang, he turned his head and charged directly towards the other demon kings. Shortly after Li Xiaoran took off, an ancestor rushed to follow him. They merged as one, and immediately Li Xiaoran's aura surged dramatically. But he was already in the ultimate study realm, and the ancestral power could only grant him a limited increase, merely fueling his soul with strength, akin to an undiminished opening of the soul. "Die, all of you," Li Xiaoran roared. Not wasting the ancestral power fueling him, his eyes turned bloodshot as he roared toward the battlefield ahead, breaking directly out of the divine formation. The demon kings from the Dragon Gate and the Holy Palace, seeing Li Xiaoran, erupted with both new and old hatred. The Divine General Mansion's millennia of defending the realm, conflicts with demons, had long accumulated deep grievances and unending enmity. Boom! A thunderous noise of battle erupted, and Li Xiaoran, going berserk, brandished his blade, driving back 4 to 5 demon kings. Then with a backhand move of ultimate skill, the carefree blade sliced out, cleaving a demon king in the Dao Heart Realm in 2. That demon king's divine soul sprang out, screaming as it fled, but was torn apart in midair by Li Xiaoran's second saber strike, dying on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a demon king had fallen. The other demon kings were both shocked and enraged. This carefree blade saint of the Li family was too ferocious. As an ultimate study realm being, he was no less formidable than their great elder. You continue the attack on the formation, let me handle this. From the Holy Palace, a figure charged out, his body releasing verdant light, revealing a gigantic peacock true form. It suddenly spread its tail like it was covering the sky and revealing its hundreds of feet height, unleashing a peculiar divine soul attack that made Li Shaoran's consciousness suddenly lapse into dizziness. Wake up! The possessing ancestral heroic spirit shouted angrily. Li Shaoran snapped awake, his thoughts only slightly disordered for a moment before he saw a sharp peacock feather shooting toward him, imbued with purple thunder, its power astonishing. He hurriedly swung his saber to chop, cleaving the feather apart. Then, bellowing, he unleashed ultimate skills repeatedly, sending a series of dazzling blade lights that arrived in an instant, chopping down upon the body of the great peacock demon king. Space was sundered, the carefree blade unavoidable, exceeding the pull of Taoist charm, each strike hit true. Thud, thud, the great peacock demon king's tail feathers were chopped, several broken off. His chest was torn by 2 slashes, feathers exploding, revealing deep wounds. It spouted blood, retreating in defeat, its eyes filled with disbelief. Die! Li Shaoran roared angrily, channeling the power of the ancestral soul to unleash his strongest ultimate skills. Each slash fell, his body's strength surged forth. The great peacock demon king, terrified, found the carefree blade saint, augmented by ancestral power, too vicious to withstand. The other demon kings didn't dare to confront him either. After all, Li Shaoran was in the ultimate study realm, and his saber techniques were too tricky to block. At this moment, Li Shaoran exhibited tremendous might, forcing many demon kings to retreat single-handedly. The great peacock demon king hastily spat out a green ring, rotating rapidly to block all of Li Shaoran's saber lights. The light on the ring dimmed significantly, showing that it was a top divine weapon, now somewhat frustrated. The many demon kings were both shocked and enraged. They had not expected this old Li family member to be so strong. Besides Li Musho, this Li Shaoran was not to be underestimated. Boom! In the sky, the Xuanyu heavy tower continued to buffet the divine formation. Despite Ji Qingqing's full force attacks, Feng Lingxiao, borrowing the power of his sacred heart treasure, directly suppressed her attacks. Although a fraction of the force was neutralized, the remaining power was still fierce. Every collision caused the divine patterns on the divine formation to scurry about, the previously steady and orderly divine patterns, now accelerating rapidly. Obviously, the life vein power absorbed earlier was being consumed quickly. A figure came swooping in, it was Li Qingzheng. He looked at the Feng Lingxiao continually attacking the divine formation, his eyes splitting, roaring as he burst forth. Get out! Feng Lingxiao's face turned cold. He had seen Li Shaoran defeat numerous demon kings outside the battlefield and felt a mix of anger and urgency in his heart. Once he broke the divine formation, those people would be suppressed in his Dao domain, but this divine formation was like a turtle shell, extremely difficult to break. Even with the destructive power of the Saint Heart treasure, he couldn't destroy it quickly, showing that the state city where the divine general mansion stood was indeed as solid as gold soup. Li Qingzheng's attacks entered the Dao domain and quickly dissipated, having no effect. He was both anxious and angry, realizing that staying here was useless except for making him anxious. He glanced at another battlefield outside the array, where the sky and earth were shattering. His second brother, Li Musho, was fighting the dragon absolute god. From a distance, it seemed his brother was at a disadvantage. But that was also a battle of Dao domains, where he couldn't intervene. However, the battlefield where Li Shaoran was located was at the front line of the demon tide. Let's go, leave this girl to delay them, and we'll kill all those demon kings. Li Xuanyan spoke swiftly. Without a second word, Li Qingzheng stepped forward, rapidly catching up with Li Tian gang to fight their way out of the city's array. Die! Li Qingzheng roared. He too had entered the ultimate study realm. Although not as powerful as Li Musho's ultimate study, he was not someone ordinary demon kings could match. Catching up with Li Shaoran, he and Li Xuanyan, the 3 brothers, fought side by side once more after many years. First, kill all these demon kings, Li Shaoran roared, continuously attacking with his blade, the carefree horizon blade cutting through the air. Every strike of his strongest ultimate study was a radiant blade light tearing through the vacuum, severely injuring a demon king. With 3 successive strikes, a demon king fell. Li Qingzheng also charged into the demon tide, wreaking havoc. The 2 of them pushed back against the raging demon tide, blocking its momentum like rocks against the current, tearing a brutal rift in the demon tide. The demon kings from both forces were terrified and could only retreat. Many of them were demon kings, but few were in the ultimate study realm, and none were a match for Li Shaoran and Li Qingjung. Additionally, with their ancestral spirit empowering them, their strength was boundless, continuously wielding their strongest ultimate studies without tiring. Upon seeing this scene while trying to break the formation, Feng Lingxiao was so angry that he wanted to curse out loud and hurriedly charged at Li Shaoran and Li Qingjung. He stopped breaking the formation, giving the divine formation time to recover. Ji Qingqing sighed in relief but knew her duty, immediately chasing after them through the array wherever they went. "Be careful, he's coming." Li Qingjung noticed Feng Lingxiao speeding towards them and quickly shouted. Li Shaoran's gaze also sharpened, quickly commanding, "Retreat." They rapidly blinked away, constantly shifting positions, almost teleporting back in front of the divine formation. When Feng Lingxiao's attack arrived, all three had already returned to the divine formation. "You break the formation, and we'll kill all your demon subordinates." Across the divine formation, Li Shaoran stared intently at the opponent, his eyes filled with surging murderous intent. Their earlier attack on the demon kings was also to draw Feng Lingxiao's attack, and now, having achieved their goal, they had killed 4 demon kings in that short time, a profitable outcome. "You should die," Feng Lingxiao, enraged to the point of gnashing his teeth, his handsome face twisted, shouted, "After the formation is broken, I will make sure the Li family's blood flows like a river. Then come and try. My Li family fears neither life nor death." Li Qingjung's gaze was chilling, releasing years of restrained bloodthirsty fury. "Everyone, break the formation with me." Feng Lingxiao no longer wasted words, commanding the surrounding demon kings to join him in breaking the formation. With his Dao domain sheltering them, Li Shaoran and the others couldn't harm them anymore. Li Shaoran and the others looked grim, knowing this was not a solution. Staying here was useless, they had to move again, charging out from another part of the divine formation towards the demon tide. The demon kings being protected meant they should first clear out the demon tide, which was faster. Meanwhile, Ji Qingqing arrived, quickly wielding the Taiyuan sword to counter the attack from the Xuanyu heavy tower. Seeing Li Shaoran and the others surge from a city into the demon tide like wolves into a flock of sheep, Feng Lingxiao was furious, realizing he couldn't manage these demons. If he didn't break the divine formation, the longer the delay, the more casualties would rise. Li family, Feng Lingxiao, truly enraged, roared, unleashing his true force to continually bombard the divine formation. But on the other side, a bloody storm raged in the demon tide. Li Shaoran, Li Tiangang, and others entered, their casual attacks causing massive casualties. Without the demon king's protection, these demons stood no chance against the Four Stands realm, being slaughtered like wheat. At the same time, in the secret pathway on the eastern Wai River, some Li family powerhouses closer to Qingzhou raced over. Among them were powerful figures such as Li Qingling and Li Shuiyan, who were already married off. They had previously helped in Liangzhou. Called by the blood of their ancestors, they were close by and rushed over. Both were in the 3 immortal realms. Upon their arrival, with designated troops responding to them, they quickly learned about Qingzhou City's situation through their divine souls. Their expressions were grave. Although the situation seemed stable for now, once the divine formation broke, they would quickly fall into a dire situation. Without further discussion, they burst forth, empowered by their ancestors. Their power surged as they, too, burst out of another array into the demon tide. For a moment, besides where Feng Lingxiao and the Dragon Absolute God were, the entire battlefield outside the city filled with demons was being rapidly slaughtered as cries of agony filled the air, and the Li family gained the upper hand. In the city, countless commoners peered through the cracks of their windows to see the numerous figures of the Li family soaring across the sky, among which some elder citizens, upon seeing those golden lingering souls, widened their eyes with disbelief and excitement, as tears streamed down their faces. They recognized them as the long-deceased ancestors of the Li family, who were now stepping out of the ancestral temple to fight for Qingzhou City. Boom, boom. Feng Lingxiao's Xuanyu heavy tower in his hand constantly thundered, yet his divine soul flickered, still stubbornly holding on. On the contrary, the demon tide, if left unrestrained, was nearly dispersed by Li Shaoran and his comrades slaughtering them. Amid this deadlock, with one side trying to break the formation and the other slaughtering, at the rear of the demon tide, on a distant mountain, 2 figures resembling the abyss stood firm. Nothing was emitted from their bodies, and even the breeze that fluttered by seemed to quietly halt upon reaching them, turning stagnant like dead water. What a bunch of wastes, holding a supreme treasure yet unable to conquer. No wonder they were driven out by the Daewoo divine dynasty like pigs and dogs. At that moment, one of the figures was the enchanting woman previously enveloped by black mist, her eyes cold, with purple patterns on her face writhing and extending like vines. One should say the Lee family's heritage is indeed profound. This sunlight lifewheel formation I don't know whether to call exquisite or vicious. It actually converts the lifespan of all beings within the formation into power. That's terrifying enough. The other figure, a youth in a black robe, his face indifferent and his eyes crimson but without any bloodthirstiness or brutality, merely an indifferent detachment. 1,000 years ago, when the immortal gate opened, the finest prodigies of the divine general mansion ventured into the saint realm. I didn't expect that such potent residual power still existed. In just this short millennium, many outstanding figures have emerged. No wonder this race has produced the most saints. Their potential is truly fearsome. The enchanting woman's eyes were sharp, her voice containing a hint of faint jealousy. All these lingering souls stayed behind, guarding this kingdom for that monstrous figure. Pity, if we could have waited a few more decades, attacking the divine general mansion wouldn't have been so difficult. But something abominable arose in Liangzhou. The battle there already exposed our intentions, so we had to act sooner. The youth in the black robe shook his head. Only they knew that the monster from Liangzhou not only quelled the demonic disaster but also disrupted their centennial plans, forcing them to act ahead of schedule. That meant they had to pay a higher price. This Li family's heroic spirits are all out, using even blood guidance, sparing no effort. They might have noticed us by now. Well, let's help them one more time. It's been too long. The ancient demon palace can hardly be contained anymore. Others reinforcing the Li family are too numerous. This millennium-old family's connections are too deep, the youth in the black robe said. The enchanting woman frowned, looking at Feng Lingxiao, who was still forcing his way through the formation by brute force. A trace of disdain surfaced in her eyes, her finger lifted, a purple pattern on her face contracted, rapidly extending along her arm to her fingertip. Then, it transformed into a deep purple beam of light. What a bunch of wastes! As she spoke, the deep purple beam of light emitted from her fingertip suddenly pierced through the air, traveling at a speed beyond space, reaching in an instant, silently traversing the battlefield and striking Qingzhou City's divine formation. Bang! Just as the purple light struck, Feng Lingxiao was also swinging the Xuanyu heavy tower, fiercely smashing down on the divine formation. Ji Qingqing hastily swung her sword light slashing on the sacred treasure, dispersing much of its light, but a violent clashing sound still erupted. However, this time the sound was different. Amidst the thunderous clashing, the fiercely vibrating divine patterns suddenly shook violently and then, like headless insects, chaotically whirled about before suddenly coming to a halt, and the brilliant divine formation slowly cracked open. Ji Qingqing's pupils sharply constricted, horrified by the scene. Feng Lingxiao was also stunned, somewhat taken aback, not expecting this strike to actually break the formation. But he had briefly sensed an extremely cold aura. His heart tightened, and his divine thought spun around, but he saw nothing behind the battlefield. He couldn't afford to think further. Swiftly seizing the opportunity, he urged the Xuanyu heavy tower once again with brutal force. Bang! The divine formation enveloping the sky above Qingzhou City suddenly shattered, in that moment, completely torn apart. The sudden breaking of the formation stunned Li Xiaoron, Li Tiangang, and others engaged in the thick of the demon tide, as they blankly watched the divine light of the formation fade. It's broken! Feng Lingxiao's surrounding demon kings erupted in delighted cheers. The shell had finally broken. Kill! A demon king quickly rushed out, waving a hand, unleashing a blazing wave of heat, sweeping into the city, instantly burning half a street. The joy in Feng Lingxiao's eyes instantly turned into towering killing intent. His gaze fell on Ji Qingqing, who previously kept obstructing his breaking of the formation. You, go die! Dao domain spread out, and simultaneously, the sacred treasure in his hand, carrying millions of tons of force, pressed down towards Ji Qingqing. Ji Qingqing's face drained of color, but a figure swiftly approached, roaring, "Run!" In this life or death moment, Li Tiangang rushed to her side, pushed her away, then turned to face the overwhelming power of the Dao domain. With a thud, he was engulfed in the Dao domain, enduring the scorching burns of countless fires. In this moment of life and death, he unleashed the life-defying power. The burning flames, which had just ignited his body, suddenly diminished in intensity. Feng Lingxiao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his previously suppressed internal injuries flaring up at that moment, suddenly unrestrained. His handsome face had turned as pale as paper, having continuously operated the Xuanyu Heavy Tower, a treasure of immense power which greatly exhausted its wielder. He was now slightly overextended. By the time he quickly swallowed a divine medicine to suppress his injuries, Li Tiangang had already escaped from his Dao domain, rushing toward the divine general mansion with Ji Qingqing. Damn it, Feng Lingxiao's face looked terrible. He couldn't determine whether the sudden outbreak of his injury was due to consecutive depletion or the enigmatic power of heavenly Dao drawing it out. Once the life-defying power was utilized, unpredictable accidents could occur, which could rescue him. Yet, these accidents seemed to subtly conform to the laws of nature, like foreshadowing buried long ago, only triggered by the life-defying power and not by any overtly felt formidable strength. This was why the heavenly Dao was inscrutable. Feng Lingxiao dared not pursue Li Tiangang further. Currently enveloped in the life-defying power, he worried that continuing the chase might bring other unexpected events upon himself. Even though he was now at the Grand Dao of Peace Realm, he couldn't sever the life-defying power and could only watch helplessly as Li Tiangang fled. Fortunately, the opportunity to defy fate came only once. It was still possible to ambush later unless the other party directly fled from Qingzhou City. You had your fun killing before, now, it's my turn. Feng Lingxiao turned to face Li Shaoran and Li Qingzheng, who had been slaughtering the Demon King and massacring numerous demons, which had already filled him with a surge of furious blood. Li Shaoran's face suddenly changed. Li Qingzheng also looked dismayed, unable to understand why the array had suddenly shattered when it seemed it could have held out a bit longer. Die! Feng Lingxiao immediately chased after the two to kill them. Run! Li Shaoran shouted, with no intention of facing him head-on. Confronting someone wielding the Saint Heart heavenly treasure while in the Grand Dao of Peace Realm would be akin to seeking death. They could only escape. The process of escaping was to stall, to vie for time. The brothers, in perfect unison without any need for communication, quickly scattered in opposite directions, east and west. Meanwhile, inside the city, as the array shattered, a massive wave of demons immediately swept in, clashing with the soldiers on the city walls. And the demon kings charged into the city, spreading death. He Jianlin, Gao Qingqing, Li Xuanli, and others, all clad in the lingering spirits of their ancestors, fought against the tide of demons. When faced with demon kings, they could barely engage, but they were not of the Four Stands realm themselves. Although they could briefly erupt with extreme power with the help of their ancestral spirits, they were still significantly inferior compared to the true demon kings. Bang! Chased by a demon king of the defying fate realm, Li Xuanli was slapped away, crashing into buildings, the devastating power of the impact directly killing the hiding residents. Li Xuanli spat out blood, his face flushed, roaring as he invoked the unwithering strength and fought as one with the spirit of his ancestor, managing to hold his ground, but steadily being pushed back. All over the city, it was instantly aflame with battles and clashes. Demons have breached the city has fallen. Hidden citizens within their homes, witnessing the giant figures of demon kings fighting fiercely above in the sky, the fear they had forgotten over a millennium now plastered over their faces. Inside the city, the Li family army fought chaotically against the demon tide but without the array to hold them, and with only the army's combat effort, the number of demons was too great. Many took advantage of the chaos to scale the military's barricades, breaching the city and wreaking havoc everywhere. Li Wushuang and Li Yanzhao, among others, seeing this, swiftly divided their forces to combat the rampaging demons within the city. But as the battle continued, increasingly more demons poured into the city, sloppily tearing through the military lines. The elite soldiers of Yuan camp fought valiantly, but they couldn't withstand the demons clearing the way. Atop the mountain of Tan Palace Academy, Song Yufeng watched the city fall, his expression somber. Behind him stood many masters and disciples of Tan Palace Academy. I at Tan Palace teach martial arts, but I also teach humanity. Song Yufeng turned his head, looking at the numerous Tan Palace masters and disciples behind him, including his granddaughter. The sorrow in his eyes had receded, replaced by a resolute glare. Demons assault the city, civilians suffer. Disciples of Tan Palace, are you willing to fight for all living beings before you? Fight, fight, the many disciples roared in unison.
Song Yufeng's gaze turned gratified. He nodded and then firmly said, "Then follow me downstairs to exorcise demons."
As he spoke, leading with hands behind his back, he charged towards the bustling mortal world. Many masters of Tan Palace flew after him, while the disciples either soared through the skies or ran down the mountain. Among them were many outer court disciples of the Power Passage realm, with some frightened ones secretly hiding away, but far more were undeterred, rushing into the battlefield below. In a pond atop the mountain in Emerald Pond, the water suddenly stirred into 1,000 layers of waves. A blue water Qilin leapt out, carrying the icy waters down the mountain.
Before the divine general mansion, Li Tiangang, along with Ji Qingqing who had fled with him, looked back and saw that the myriad of demons that had previously crowded outside the city were now swarming over the city walls, clashing fiercely with the soldiers.
In the crowded mass of demons, many took the chaos as a chance to rush into the city, spreading destruction everywhere.
The entire Qingzhou city, prosperous for 1,000 years, now, with the array torn apart, fell into conflagration, giving a sense of collapse.
Li Tiangang's gaze momentarily blurred. Never had he imagined that Qingzhou City, where he grew from childhood, always witnessed as bustling and prosperous, would also encounter not the scenes before him, where fires of war raged, demons filled the skies, and civilians fled in panic on the streets. Who could come to save all this? He was stunned for a moment, when he heard his wife's voice. Tiangong, you take charge of the overall situation, I'll go kill the demons. After Ji Qingqing spoke to Li Tiangang, she gave him a piercing look, then, holding the Taiyuan sword, she charged towards the demon kings within the city. Li Tiangang also snapped back to reality. He immediately came to his senses and rushed towards the divine general mansion. He needed to gather those from the Li family who had arrived through the secret pathways of the Wai River, to recreate the flesh for their ancestors, and to fight a battle to the death. At this final moment, as the Li family's true dragon, only he could protect everything, even if it meant death. As Li Tiangang stepped into the divine general mansion, at the city wall, Feng Lingxiao chased after Li Qingzheng at high speed, closing the distance between them rapidly. Stop! Li Xiaoran exclaimed in shock and fury. His blade techniques integrated into his movement technique, and Feng Lingxiao, seeing this, chose not to pursue him but went after Li Qingzheng. And his younger brother's movement technique was just slightly inferior.
Whoosh! He suddenly swung his blade, and the light of the blade flashed by in an instant, but once it hit Feng Lingxiao's Dao domain, it had not flown 100 meters before it was burned to ashes.
Old Wu, run! Li Xiaoran could only shout in desperation. Li Qingzheng, seeing Feng Lingxiao continuously closing the distance, had an ugly look on his face, but soon his eyes calmed down. He did not escape towards the city, but instead charged towards the tide of demons. He knew, with this speed of pursuit, even if he ran towards the city, he would die regardless. There was no way out. Rather than that, it was better to kill more demons before dying. Third brother, looks like we are going to meet our end together. Li Qingzheng said. Li Xuanian, inhabiting his body, was now with a burning divine soul already about to fade, but he lightly sighed with a smile. Yes, it's a pity we couldn't kill a couple more demon kings at the end, only these lesser grunts. Let's kill them in the next life, if there is one. Li Qingzheng said, then he plunged into the demon tide, instantly carving a huge bloody trench. Feng Lingxiao caught up in an instant, raised the Xuanyu heavy tower, and smashed it down, intending to obliterate his divine soul completely. But just then, a fearsome might of a punch roared down, striking the Xuanyu heavy tower and causing it to wobble slightly, deviating from its attack. Li Musho, covered in blood, arrived at the scene, his robe already torn to shreds, the muscles on his arms appeared torn, blood continuously seeping out, and even the ribbon of the Saint Heart heavenly treasure in his hand was stained red. Second brother, Li Qingzheng, who had already braced himself for death, was shocked to see Li Musho catching up. Go quickly, join Old Fourth in recreating the flesh for our ancestor. Li Musho coughed up a mouthful of blood, transmitting his words with urgency. I'll hold them off for you. His face was fiery red, the surging blood chi within him uncontrollably appearing on his face. He had come rushing over after hearing Li Xiaoran's call for help, noticing the situation with Li Qingzheng, not hesitating to come to his aid despite being injured. Li Qingzheng, watching Li Musho's blood-drenched figure, felt as though his heart might also explode with pain. His eyes reddened, but without another word, he bit down on his teeth and rushed towards the city. Second brother, Li Xuanian, looking at the retreating figure of Li Musho, felt a chill in his heart, knowing that standing alone at half a step into the Dao realm against two from the Grand Dao of Peace realm was an impossible task to hold off. Don't even think about escaping, Feng Lingxiao, enraged, directly extended his Dao domain, intending to envelop Li Qingzheng within it. But at that moment, Li Mushou's Dao domain suddenly expanded, fiercely colliding against and blocking the assault, protecting Li Qingzheng. Dragon Absolute God, what are you doing? Feng Lingxiao couldn't help but roar. Dragon Absolute God rushed over, his face also extremely grim. Facing Feng Lingxiao's roar, he could only transfer his anger onto Li Mushou. As a being from the Dao domain, not only had he failed to kill Li Mushou, but he had also allowed him to break free, which was utterly shameful. Boom! Dragon Absolute God swung his extreme Dao sword, with the sword shadows condensed one after another. The 10 swords joined into one, forming the strongest beam of sword light, fiercely slashing towards Li Mushou. Li Mushou had experienced this power before, and with a roar, he swung his fist again. The half-step invincible fist combined with Dao domain. For a fleeting moment, his Dao domain seemed to enter a brief state of invincibility, actually suppressing that strongest extreme Dao sword. However, after suppressing that sword, as the state of invincibility faded, the backlash made his face turn even redder, with blood vessels filling his eyeballs, bloodshot and inflamed. Kill him. Feng Lingxiao also saw that Li Mushou was at the end of his rope and struck out in anger. In an instant, the two joined forces and fought against Li Mushou. When they first attacked the city, the two had joined up against Li Mushou, who held them off with the help of an array. Now, each wielding a Saint Heart heavenly treasure, their killing power was even greater, and without the array to give Li Mushou respite, they could attempt to kill him in one fell swoop. Thump thump thump. Their successive strikes shattered the thunderous radiance covering the sky, and the roaring force of their punches pulled the attention of everyone within the city to the battlefield. Watching that aged figure standing alone against two from the Grand Dao of Peace realm with only a half-step Dao realm, the eyes of the Li family were filled with bleakness. They could only watch from a distance, utterly unable to intervene. Their attacks dissipated like dust within the Dao realm, inflicting no harm at all. Peeved, Li Mushou spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his shattered clothes. The surging blood qi within his body could no longer be suppressed, seeping out from his mouth, nose, and ears. In a desperate fight, his unwithering strength had long been exhausted. His weakened body was only supported by sheer willpower, battling on at the cost of his fracturing veins. The blood seeping out of his eye sockets dyed his vision red, turning the world before him into a sea of blood. Li Mushou was just about to wipe it away when suddenly, a piercing Dao realm tore through, devoid of the invincible power of extreme doctrine. Under the assault of two powerful Dao realms, his own realm thinned and was abruptly attacked by Dragon Absolute God's Dao realm. With a snapping sound, Li Mushou's arm was torn apart, along with the bloodied sleeve. The severed arm, still wrapped in the Saint Heart heavenly treasure, was taken by Dragon Absolute God, who felt the rebellious Saint Heart essence on it, immediately sealed it, and threw it into the heaven and earth space. Then, his eyes filled with the viciousness of a predator eyeing its prey, he stared at Li Mushou. Now you have only one fist left, old dog, your time of death has come. Li Mushou stood up, his body swaying on the verge of collapse, but the bleeding from his severed limb had stopped. However, that was just the bleeding that stopped. There was no regeneration. He no longer had the spare strength to regenerate his arm. One fist is enough. If I were in the Dao realm, one punch would be enough to kill you. Li Mushou slightly shook his head, flicking away the blood above his eyes. His face was now covered in blood, a picture of desolation, his arm severed, but his aged body still stood defiant in midair. To achieve this with a half-step Dao realm, indeed, your death would be honorable, but we won't let you die honorably. I will dismember you entirely in front of your family, crush you bit by bit. Feng Lingxiao's eyes were cold as ice. As he spoke, he suddenly struck out, the Xuanyu heavy tower brutally smashing down. Li Mushou suddenly turned around, his foot tracing a half-step, and with his only remaining hand, he clenched his fingers into a fist and struck out fiercely. Thump! For a moment, his Dao realm also seemed invincible. Without a Saint Heart heavenly treasure as a weapon, just a mortal flesh and blood fist slammed against the Xuanyu heavy tower. The terrifying impact shook through the area. Li Mushou's body rapidly receded backward but did not fire. Instead, he spewed another mouthful of blood. At that moment, an ultimate sword edge suddenly attacked, cutting instantly into his Dao realm. In the moment his invincible realm's power waned, it pierced his defenses and struck his body. In an instant, Li Mushou felt lightness in his body, followed by a rending tear. Half of his body was severed, and it was the half that still had an arm. The sharp sword chi brought with it a force that flipped his body, and he tumbled to the ground. The last bit of strength in his body seemed to be carried away as well. Li Musho looked at the dawn sun, gradually rising, shining on his face. For a moment, it felt a bit too glaring, so tired. Father always said I was the least accomplished, and he was right. To face such a tragic defeat before our ancestors, what a disgrace I'd become. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he thought of his elder brother, whose spirit had dissipated outside Heaven's Gate. His bloodshot eyes slowly moistened. In his mind, like a carousel of memories spinning by, figures flashed by. The woman he had led down, the child fishing by the lake, and old Feng. Second Master. Suddenly, a roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami erupted, traveling from the far horizon. It seemed to carry the thunder of 10,000 storms, racing here like a clap of thunder, resonating through the skies above Qingzhou City, causing the war-torn city to buzz with its echo. The earth-shattering cry of rage shook everyone to their core, leaving them all astounded, their gazes turning towards the distant horizon. However, the source was too far away, beyond their sight, which also meant that the shriek came from a being of terrifying power, whose senses far surpassed theirs. Who is this? Who is calling out? Could it be a strong ally of the Li family? Within the city, all the soldiers were stirred up by the cry that was loud enough to deafen, a clear sign of an extremely powerful presence. Even the citizens running through the streets heard it, all perplexed, only to feel that the voice was like that of a deity from high above the skies, looking down upon the mortal world and issuing a thunderous roar of wrath. Is that voice that child? Impossible, he's already dead. As He Jianlin and Li Hongzhuang were shocked, their eyes widened slightly. The voice was too familiar, yet not quite as they remembered. But that mode of address was only used by the younger generation when referring to Li Musho, and among those youngsters, only one had the best relationship with Li Musho. Could it be a miracle? They felt their blood racing and surging with excitement and anxious tremors, unable to believe, afraid to look. Yet, they strained their eyes, peering towards that far-off place. In midair, both the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao, poised to attack, were taken aback. Reinforcements for the Li family? They could feel the rage in that voice trying to intimidate them, but compared to the intense emotions, as they tried to perceive the source, they saw nothing. Too far away, beyond their perception. Could this mean that the other was more powerful than them? The two exchanged a glance, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes before their killing intent soared rapidly. Act fast. They must eliminate Li Musho quickly, before any further complications arose. At this moment, Li Musho, drained and ready to embrace death, also heard that sudden cry. The grief in that voice and the familiar address tensed up his body that had relaxed in acceptance of his demise. His closed eyes opened once more. Was it an illusion, that on the brink of death, he would hear that little brat's voice? But that child was dead, confirmed by the words of that couple, witnessed with their own eyes, devoured by the demon saint, denied even a commoner's chance to enter the Mo River, utterly dissipated. And when he returned to investigate at Heavenly Gate Pass, he heard that a clone of Li Hao had also disintegrated at a certain moment. The destruction of the clone was proof enough of Li Hao's death. But now, was he overthinking it? Li Musho's eyes widened as he saw the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao speeding towards him with their Dao domains extending rapidly, trying to encompass him with their domains and crush him before even reaching him. But at this point, Li Musho had no strength left to resist with his Dao domain. Even if that child were alive, there would be no reason for him to come. The debt owed to him by the Li family was way too great. Li Musho thought bitterly, facing the encroaching Dao domains, wanting to resist, but his body felt like it was falling apart, waiting for the imminent pain that would end it all. As the Dao domains were about to engulf him, suddenly time seemed to slow down, and a blazing light, as fierce as divine fire, burst forth before Li Musho's eyes. The terrifying attacks of the two Dao domains were unexpectedly halved by the abrupt intervention. But following the Dao domains, the Saint Heart treasures of the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao arrived, smashing down and obscuring all light and shadow. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The treasures, which were about to crush Li Musho, howled down with a force that could tear heavens and earth apart, but instead, they abruptly struck a crimson figure in front of him. With a loud bellow, a fierce and fiery roar resonated. The world itself trembled. All the brutal attacks, all the howling winds, were blocked, stopped by a golden youth's body, preventing any harm from reaching Li Musho. There stood the youth, like a mountain within the flames, in the midst of red golden light, a steadfast and towering peak immovable in front of Li Musho. His golden hair fluttered as the intense divine fire scattering from the impact of the two Saint Heart treasures resembled red-hot iron struck by a hammer, sending sparks flying in all directions. Yet, his feet didn't move back even an inch, relying solely on his physical body, his chest, to withstand the furious assaults of the two treasures. Li Musho stared dumbfounded, then some incredulity set in. The figure was at once familiar and foreign, causing his heart, which had surrendered to despair, to shake violently. His eyes gradually widened as speculations and thoughts he feared to touch, to disturb, worried that everything might be just a dream or an illusion, a fleeting scene before death. Meanwhile, the youth had slowly lifted his head, his golden hair undulating like flames, his eyes burning with an indescribable, true wrath, gazing at the two shocked faces before him. "You dare!" With a whoosh, the ground below seemed to kick up a dust storm, as a vast might swept through like a hurricane, clearing away all debris. It also forced the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao to hastily halt their advance. "Dao Domain, you are impossible." Both the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao were in disbelief, staring with terror-stricken faces at the youth before them, his red gold presence divine-like, his perfectly proportioned body as an impenetrable golden wall, insurmountable. What shocked and terrified them wasn't the aura of the Dao Domain emanating from the young man's body, but rather, the fact that he had actually blocked the attack from the Saint Heart treasure with his flesh. "What kind of monster is this?" "Kneel." The young man slowly uttered a word. Instantly, his 5-layer Dao Domain released a crushing pressure, and with a loud bang, the several hundred meters of void in front of him completely collapsed, the ground trembling fiercely as if something had forcefully pushed it down. Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao didn't even have time to react. The Dao Domain unfolded by the opponent was too fast, faster than their reactions. Just as they started to respond, they frantically tried to erect their own Dao Domains to defend, but what horrified them happened yet again. Their own Dao Domains were sealed within their bodies, unable to display even a hint of their power. Without their Dao Domains to resist, the overwhelming might within the young man's domain took effect on them instantly. With two thuds, the two top leaders of the demonic forces fell straight down, heavily smashing onto the ground. Their entire bodies, from head to toe, even their hair strands, were enveloped and suppressed by a force, rendering them completely immobile. The force was vast and mighty, beyond their imagination, and beyond their resistance. It could easily kill them, as simple as crushing an insect. The terror in Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao's hearts had reached an indescribable level, their eyes nearly bursting. For thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, they had never been so lost and fearful. The turn of events was too abrupt, and the young man's appearance too sudden. Previously, they hadn't even seen the young man, but in an instant, he had traversed beyond the limits of their senses and appeared before them. Such speed was simply inconceivable. Li Hao looked down at the two demons on the ground, unable to move under the suppression. The flames in his eyes didn't dissipate, but the raging anger in his heart kept him from ending their lives so easily. He turned around, with his back to the entire city, and a force emerged, gently catching Li Musho's body. Gazing at the old man with broken arms and a body slashed diagonally in a tragic state, Li Hao's eyes filled with rage grew slightly wet. Seeing Li Hao's turned face, Li Musho's slowly widening eyes also suddenly bulged to the extreme. The face was somewhat different from his memory, but those eyes, the emotions within them, instantly convinced him. This was the child who had made him shed tears numerous times. The child who had fished with him by the lake. The child who had eaten barbecue in the listening rain tower with him. His body trembling, he rasped, "Is it you, Hao? Am I going blind, or can I barely recognize you?" After remaking his body with heaven and earth power from the abyss, Li Hao's appearance and voice had changed somewhat, but those most familiar with him could still see the shadows of his past self. "It's me, second uncle." Li Hao held his broken body, lowered his head and clenched his teeth, sadness in his voice. "I'm too late." Yuzhou was quite close to Liangzhou. When he first set out from the Li family in the snowy weather, it took him 5 days to reach Heavenly Gate Pass in Liangzhou. Now, returning from Yuzhou through Liangzhou, with Candle Flame God sprinting at full speed, the journey still took half a day. Since entering Qingzhou, Li Hao had seen the ravaged cities and land. Many city walls had been occupied by demons. He immediately knew Qingzhou city was on the brink of danger. Otherwise, with the military strength of the Li family, They would never abandon these cities and their people unless they were helpless. Therefore, he didn't even take the time to rescue the cities occupied by demons, allowing Candle Flame God to unleash unwithering strength, sprinting at full speed. Only then did he barely make it in time. Fortunately, he had the flight attribute, which allowed his attacks to cover double the distance. Just now, with the 9-layer Dao domain erupting at the same time, he pushed his power to the limit, continuously striking the limit of the attack range through air displacement, essentially experiencing a series of teleportations at his maximum capacity. And it was in this extreme situation that he blocked those 2 lethal attacks. When Li Musho heard Li Hao's words, he finally confirmed that this was the child he had longed for and could never forget from his memories.
Do you still wish to call me second uncle? Li Musho's eyes brimmed with tears, but second uncle failed to protect you, and you've suffered too much. I'm so useless.
Li Hao knew what he was referring to. Images rapidly flashed through his mind, but he slightly shook his head, his grief subsiding as he took a deep breath and said, "Second uncle, rest now, heal your body. Xian, take care of second uncle for me." Your second uncle is my second uncle too." Xian obediently agreed, extending from Li Hao's wrist to the ground beside them. Then a red tendril stretched out like a soft little hand, gently touching Li Musho's wound, infusing him with power. Li Musho sensed that this was a demon, but he wasn't afraid and allowed it to heal him. Just then, Candle Flame God's figure came galloping. Li Hao's extreme burst of speed to block the attacks for Li Musho had far outpaced Candle Flame God. Seeing Candle Flame God, Li Musho's pupils contracted slightly. Although the ruler of the Great Void Realm had ascended and rarely showed himself for 1,000 years, others may not recognize him, but he did. He recognized at a glance, this was the sovereign of the Great Void Realm. "Second uncle, don't be afraid," Li Hao said, placing Li Musho onto the back of Candle Flame God. Li Musho was stunned, immediately feeling that Candle Flame God seemed to hold great reverence for Li Hao. Could it be that he had already been tamed by Li Hao? Thinking of this, his heart trembled, for this was the master of the Great Void Realm. After placing the old man on the Candle Flame God, Li Hao turned around, facing the vast expanse of the city. His surging aura was not retracted, like a deity ablaze with flames, his gaze icy cold, showing a domineering air that seemed to regard heaven and earth as his alone. At that moment, standing outside the city, he became the only luminescence that drew the attention of the world. Inside the city, aside from the demon tide that continued to assault the walls, the battling elders from the 2 factions, all stopped in shock, looking fearfully at the youth. Just a moment ago, with a single word from the youth, he had suppressed 2 great demon leaders, shattering their understanding and sending chills down their spines. Apart from these demon kings, others within the city such as He Jianlin, Li Hongzhuang, and the rest, were all staring dumbfounded at the youth. The youth's face, handsome like a deity, his brows however were as cold as frost, laden with a heavy killing intent. That face seemed familiar to them, yet they dared not recognize him, but the youth's actions toward Li Musho were such that only that child would have behaved. It gave them a feeling as though they were witnessing a miracle. Could it be, he really wasn't dead? Who is that? He doesn't carry the aura of my Li family, but he is incredibly strong, unimaginably so. Dao domain, and he has cultivated more than one. His physical body can actually withstand the Saint Heart heavenly treasure. Is this for real? In midair, numerous heroic spirits of the Li family ancestors were also taken aback by the youth that had suddenly arrived on the battlefield, all displaying shocked expressions, a mix of astonishment, joy, but mostly confusion. When had the Deu divine dynasty nurtured such a monstrously talented individual? Who is that? Our Li family has made an acquaintance with such a person. Had we known earlier, there would have been no need for us to step out of the ancestral shrine. One of the Li family's remnant spirit ancestors couldn't help but ask. Beside him was a chubby youth, who stared blankly at that golden figure, saying, "That should be. How? This remnant spirit ancestor couldn't help but look at this chubby boy. They seemed so familiar with each other. Could they know each other? But aside from their age, their cultivation levels appeared to be drastically different. How could they be acquainted? It's him, it can't be wrong. He is calling out to elder brother too, it must be him." Beside, Li Wushuang murmured, looking at the youth. Although his face had changed, his imposing manner and his reddish gold body had not, she knew, that person had returned. Warm tears began to roll down from her eyes. He was not dead, he had come back. Is that him? He isn't dead, I knew it, that Chong really is him. High in the sky, Song Yufeng also saw the youth, his eyes lighting up with excitement. News from the Li family had even arranged a funeral for the youth, something that couldn't possibly be a lie. It had made him doubt for a time whether what he had seen before, Chang'er, was a mistake and not Li Hao. After all, once a person is dead, they would be removed from the merit list. Yet, Chang'er's name was still there on the merit list. However, the Li family wouldn't joke about such a thing. Amongst such contradictions, it made him question everything, but now, he felt like laughing with joy. Without a doubt, the merit list wouldn't make a mistake, it's not controlled by mortals, and people can err. Clearly, the Li family had made a mistake, the child hadn't died, perhaps what they saw was merely an illusion of the youth's death. Regardless of the reasons, that scion was still alive, not only the scion of the Li family, but also the future pinnacle of power for the entire Deu divine dynasty. It seems he has entered the Dao domain already, what a little monster. After his surprise, Song Yufeng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Not far from him, the water Qilin stopped, her aqua-blue eyes almost brimming as she gazed intently at the figure. Who is that? Ji Qingqing looked from afar, feeling somewhat familiar, yet mostly alien. At this time, Li Hao's eyes had already scanned the entire city, his divine thought enveloping it, covering the whole Qingzhou city. After all, the city stretched no more than 100 miles, although it's an enormous metropolis, even an ordinary four-stands realm cultivator could span it with a single thought, let alone him. His gaze swept over familiar figures within, seeing some familiar faces still alive, which quietly relieved Li Hao. He briefly locked eyes with the blue-bodied water Qilin, and gave her a faint smile. Then, his gaze landed on those golden spirits. These remnants fluttered like feathered garments over the Li family people, reminding him of scenes from Dragon City Mo River, suddenly understanding in his heart. At this moment, those Demon King elders appeared to be deterred and did not act rashly. However, the swarming demons throughout the city continued their desperate assault, attacking the city. Some had already breached through gaps in the defensive lines and were chasing civilians, wreaking havoc wherever they went. Li Hao's eyes grew frosty, as he raised his hand, drawing forth the geopulse which rapidly gathered the heaven and earth power from a 1-mile radius into his palm, like a whale drawing water. This force continuously condensed, forming a sword sheet tens of meters long, dazzling and piercing, as if reaching through to heaven's gate, making the world lose its color.
As the sword chi coalesced in Li Hao's palm, more sword chi split from it, swirling above Qingzhou city, densely arranged in the sky, instantly forming a canopy of swords.
The grand scale of this canopy, the sheer number of them, left all the demon kings and demons within the city rigid with fear. Among them was a demon from Liangzhou, Monarch Bai. At this moment, he had finally regained his senses, though his appearance had changed, the feeling was unmistakable. That youth, it was the terrifying youth from Liangzhou. It's Haoshan, the Haoshan general. Monarch Bai's eyes revealed fear, but more so, they reflected despair. During the battle in Liangzhou, he had experienced the youth's power from outside the gates, and choosing not to join in the final battle to gang up on the youth had saved his life. But now, the youth had returned, and he had become even more terrifying. His growth was beyond imagination. Their palace master had been suppressed, as had the dragon god of Dragon Gate. Furthermore, Monarch Bai had recognized the candle flame god, the master of the great void realm, obediently standing by the youth's side, seemingly having submitted to him. Run! Driven by a strong will to survive, Monarch Bai screamed in desperation, turning to escape without caring about any other demons or his status as an elder of the Holy Palace. He just wanted to flee. To escape from this place, from Qingzhou, from Deu. Monarch Bai's cries of horror and despair also brought other demon kings back to their senses, all of them deeply shaken. Haoshan, since the battle in Liangzhou, among the demons, this name was as startling as thunder. It was practically a reflex. It was that Haoshan of the human race, that monstrously powerful war god youth. He was supposed to be dead. Some demon kings, staring at the gathering sword chi filling the skies, feeling the immense chi force vast as an abyss, seemed to lose even the courage to flee. The news of the youth's demise had long been spread by the Li family, and they were well aware. But how could they explain this scene before them, as if bewitched? There was no answer. Only the increasingly dense sword chi seemed to be countless eyes coldly looking down upon the numerous demons. As the demon kings fled, the sword chi also instantly flew down, chasing them with unbelievable speed. The sword chi flew like rain, forming into dragons and launching an assault on the escaping demon kings. Monarch Bai knew Li Hao's attacks were tricky. He did not dare to resist physically. Roaring, he exerted all his strength, revealed his true body, and used demon art to try to destroy these sword chi. But the sword chi formed into a sword dragon, its demeanor far fiercer than any he had faced in Liangzhou. With the sword dragon's long fangs and claws roaring towards him, it immediately shredded his demon art, striking him directly. Monarch Bai's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized a terrifying fact. The youth's attacks were extremely tricky and untouchable, but now the youth had stepped into the Four Stands realm and the Grand Tao of Peace realm, naturally mastering the Taoist charm of Tao Heart realm. That meant once targeted, the attack was bound to hit, unless he could break the Taoist charm, but obviously, although he was capable of doing so, it was a huge drain of energy. Once or twice was manageable, but these sword chi were too numerous to count and impossible to block entirely. Most importantly, within this vast battlefield, within this torrent of sword chi, the youth could actually make every sword chi coerce the Taoist charm. How terrifying was that divine thought? Boom! The sword chi struck on the body like raindrops. Monarch Bai screamed in rage. The sword chi tore his flesh, not yet deadly, but his struggling and screaming did not last long before it felt as if someone suddenly yanked his spine away. As if the soul was hooked away, the strength in his body rapidly faded away. Monarch Bai's eyes widened, losing their luster, filled with intense unwillingness and fear. Once again, he experienced the terror from that young man's attack. But he no longer had a chance to defy his fate. With a splash, as Monarch Bai's body fell, the situations of other demon kings were mostly the same. In midair, chased by a dragon composed of sword chi, they soon plummeted to their deaths, devoid of breath. The elders of the two demonic forces, for whom the entire Li family, including their ancestors, had once fought at the cost of burning their souls, were now like panicked flies, scrambling to escape but falling one by one. No one could escape the reach of that young man's attack. Approaching the edges of the city only welcomed fiercer assaults. These previously supreme demon kings were now screaming in agony as they fell. Some directly pleaded with Li Hao, willing to submit under his command, serving Li Hao like slaves, but still, they could not escape being slain. A rain of swords, a bloodbath, left all those who had fought for their cause utterly stunned. The names called by these demon kings were also thunderous to them. Some who had been unsure before were now completely certain of that young man's identity. Hao He Jianlin and others teared up, eyes moistening. Never had they expected that Li Hao would return to rescue them at their most dire moment. The youth who had once left the Li family had now, with his own strength, saved the entire city of Qingzhou. At this moment, outside the city, the demon tide continued its relentless attack. The demons at the front were paralyzed with fear, but those at the back, not sensing as far, still obeyed orders to charge. Li Hao's eyes swept across calmly, and then, with the sword chi that he condensed in his hand, he swung it towards the distance. It seemed like a casual flick, but the sword chi was vast and dominant, pulled by the Taoist charm, and turned into a sky-high sword gleam that cut down into the massive demon tide waiting outside the city. This sword seemed like a finger pressed down by a heavenly god. The demon tide, like ants, instantly pressed into a trench. The ground cracked, and where the sword chi swept through, numerous demons were slaughtered, some entirely annihilated. The released sword chi didn't dissipate but turned into countless sword lights that shot into the demon tide, swiftly traversing. Boom, boom, boom. The figures of demons, not having time to react, were penetrated by the sword chi, their divine souls obliterated. This demon tide, spanning dozens of miles, visibly collapsed under these flying sword lights. Li Hao then withdrew his hand, his gaze landing on the two demon leaders lying prostrate on the ground in front of him. Don't kill me, I can serve as your mount too. Feng Lingxiao hurriedly said. The Tao domain suppressing him made him feel like a chick on a chopping block, powerless to resist. The dragon absolute god, however, clenched his teeth. As a dragon god who had cultivated for 10,000 years, he had an extreme desire for life, but his dragon clan's dignity did not permit him to degrade himself. Even if you kill me, my Tianyuan dragon clan will never let you go. The dragon absolute god stared at Li Hao, knowing that begging would at best earn him a fate similar to a mount. Rather than living a lingering life in agony, he preferred to die with his head held high. Not all beings could bow and scrape before death. You're plotting against the Deu divine dynasty. Someone must be behind this. Li Hao looked down at them, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, saying, "Who gave you the courage to take such a desperate gamble?" Feng Lingxiao hurriedly said, "I'll tell you, it was the three desolate god forcing us to do this. Our holy palace was originally at peace with the Deu divine dynasty, having an agreement with the previous emperor thousands of years ago to not invade each other's territory. We were forced." The three desolate god. Li Hao's eyes flickered slightly. When he had spread his Dao domain earlier, he had caught a trace of an odd power in the air, a genuine Dao power, which he had felt before on a person from the Ji family in the Dao comprehension realm. To manipulate these top demon forces, and to render a true person from the Gan Dao palace as still as death, they surely must also be in the Dao comprehension realm. Li Hao continued to question Feng Lingxiao. He hadn't killed them instantly in his anger before because he wanted to understand the various schemes behind these demons. He felt that the techniques the demons were using against the Deu divine dynasty were far from limited to what he had currently seen. And the Deu divine dynasty was not as simple as it appeared to him. Just as Li Hao continued to inquire, suddenly, he felt a subtle fluctuation in the world around him. This fluctuation was silent and approached almost instantaneously, touching his Dao domain. When he struck out in anger, he directly used the 5-layer Dao domain to suppress the two great demon kings, and his Dao domain also covered himself, but at this moment, his Dao domain was torn apart, a sharp force like a sharp blade, quickly slashed through the Dao domain heading straight for him. The attack was abrupt and extremely fast. Li Hao's expression changed slightly, and then rage surged in his eyes. With a hum, the Dao domain continuously extended from his body, the 6th layer, the 7th layer. As the two additional layers of Dao domain enveloped and overlapped, the strength of the Dao domain rapidly increased, and the attack that was tearing through the Dao domain soon slowed down. When the 7-layer Dao domain overlapped, the attack was completely suppressed by the Dao domain, hanging several meters in front of Li Hao, which was a stream of pulsating purple lightning. This purple lightning twisted violently, seeming to break free from the binds of the Dao domain, and at its core was a strand of silver-like substance. Li Hao could feel that this silver-like force was Dao power. True Dao power. This was not something easily bound by rules, it even felt indestructible and unbreakable. A cold light flashed in Li Hao's eyes as he looked towards the void outside Qingzhou City. He saw there stood two figures, yet they revealed not a hint of aura. If not for the naked eye catching them, one would not notice two people standing there at all. One was a woman with a graceful figure and snow-white legs, the other a youth dressed in a black robe. As Li Hao looked towards them, they were also sizing up Li Hao. Seeing that Li Hao was actually able to suppress that Dao power attack, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes, which then became colder. Revealing themselves had been because they saw Li Hao display strength that was terrifyingly monstrous, not expecting that they couldn't even kill him in one strike. From the cries of the fleeing demon kings, they had also learned the identity of this youth, the one who emerged from Liangzhou and disrupted their plans. But the prior intelligence indicated that he was only 15 years old, at the three immortal realms. And now, already at the Grand Dao of Peace realm, breaking through to the Four Stands realm within a year, they could still barely accept, given Li Hao's previously shown monstrous talent. This was not impossible. But within a year to establish a Dao heart and cultivate to the Grand Dao of Peace realm, that was a bit exaggerated. Even the Saint Heir could not do this, it was somewhat abnormal. They now began to suspect whether there was some presence of a Saint realm, sensing something, and using the fetus of the Li family to disrupt their plans? Desolate God. Feng Lingxiao and Dragon Absolute God followed Li Hao's gaze and also saw the graceful woman. Their faces changed immediately, not expecting that two of the three desolate gods had come. Was the remaining one still waiting in the imperial capital for that true person to make a mistake? Feng Lingxiao's expression turned ugly, shocked that these two desolate gods would actually take the field themselves. Previously, when discussing with these demon leaders, they kept saying they were inconvenient to appear too early, as it could easily attract unexpected calamities. They did not elaborate on the specific reasons, but they could understand, there must be something that the three desolate gods feared, thus, they had not attacked directly. After all, there was only one true person, but three desolate gods. If they were not apprehensive of something, they would have long since forcefully attacked the imperial capital. But now, they had appeared. Was it because the young man in front of them was too monstrous, making them no longer dare to give him any more time to grow? Feng Lingxiao and Dragon Absolute God felt bitter inside but also understood. especially since they had thoroughly investigated the young man's identity after the battle in Liangzhou. Plus, being from the Divine General Mansion and personally named by Emperor Yu, known throughout the world, it was difficult to conceal. 15 years old achieving such feats, not yet 16, and having cultivated to the grand Tao of Peace Realm. Moreover, to an incredibly exaggerated degree, anyone would dare not let such a monster continue to grow. Dragon Absolute God looked at Feng Lingxiao with a mocking expression in his eyes. Having told you earlier that you were too soft, now you can't even regret it. Feng Lingxiao also realized this, his face pale. Are you the ones manipulating behind them, or are you also puppets? Li Hao stared at the two intensely and asked icily. The graceful woman indifferently said, the dead don't need to know too much. Now that you have seen us, you should already be dead. As she spoke, the purple lines on her cheeks seemed to come alive, suddenly retracting into the neckline of her neck. Then her body abruptly lunged forward, clearly bursting with power yet still without revealing any aura. Like teleporting, the woman's body directly disappeared, reappearing outside Li Hao's Dao domain, but she directly raised her hand, silver light bursting from her fingertips, violently tearing open Li Hao's Dao domain. The 7-layer Dao domain, terrifyingly powerful, capable of easily suppressing hundreds of beings at the grand Tao of Peace Realm like Dragon Absolute God, yet under those slender palms, it was like slightly stiff paper, barely a hindrance before it was torn apart. Li Hao's eyes narrowed, then the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, and he strode meteorically towards the opponent. 7-layer Dao domain, a peerless prodigy, yet still destined to die. The graceful woman's palm sliced through the air like a swift blade, cutting through Li Hao's Dao domain. A flash of silver light suddenly intensified in her palm, covering it, and then she fiercely slapped toward Li Hao. Li Hao neither dodged nor evaded, drawn to the Taoist charm. Responding with a Taoist charm of his own, as they neared each other, he took a half step forward. Fists clenched, he violently smashed out. With a swoosh, a formidable presence rose sharply between heaven and earth, unleashing an overbearing invincible fist intent to kill. The intent of this fist, as its name implied, was simple and direct, yet it embodied the most ultimate will and indomitable, unrivaled Tao thought. Boom! A violent agitation resounded through the air, akin to two massive mountains colliding. The explosive noise shocked Song Yufeng within the city and Li Xiaoran, who had turned back to rush over, along with the other 4 Stan's realm beings, into losing their color. They could feel the terrifying thing contained within that explosive impact. It seemed like the power they pursued, yet transcended it. Who is that? The Dragon Absolute God has been suppressed. Who is battling now? Is that the Grand Tao of Peace Realm? I didn't see her Tao domain expand, but her power. The crowd was astonished and puzzled. That's Tao power, the presence of the Tao comprehension realm. The various ancestral heroic spirits of the Li family all gazed intently, recognizing the power the woman was unleashing. It transcended the 4 Stan's realm and was not something that could be withstood by a Tao domain. The Tao domain could only be considered to barely touch the fringe of Tao, grasping the rules behind supreme martial arts through the ultimate study, but not yet entering Tao. Yet, that woman had truly entered Tao. Hearing the words of the ancestral heroic spirits, many high-ranking members of the Li family were stunned, then looked in horror at the battling figures. The Tao comprehension realm? If they weren't mistaken, that true person from Gondao Palace was of the Tao comprehension realm. That is to say, was the woman before them at the same level as that true person? Who's that youth, mastering the 7-layer Tao domain and barely able to exchange blows with the Tao comprehension realm? I heard before that one who mastered the 3-layer Tao domain had already reached the pinnacle. Seems like you all recognize that youth. Who is he? Is he familiar with our Li family? The Li family's ancestral heroic spirits couldn't help but inquire. Previously, Li Hao had entered the ancestral shrine, but now that Li Hao had reformed his body, he no longer carried the Li family's bloodline aura, and his appearance had changed, so they did not recognize him. Especially since Li Hao lacked any bloodline aura, they did not even consider associating him. Hearing the probing questions of the ancestral heroic spirits, He Jianlin and others slightly opened their mouths, yet they did not know how to respond at the moment. Familiar with the Li family, previously, very much so, as he was indeed of the Li family. But now was he still close? In midair, Li Hao and the graceful woman each recoiled away from one another, fist against palm. The woman's palm technique was extremely sharp, and both were shaken apart. Your fist skill isn't bad, but it's a pity it's not your own supreme art. lacking your own foundational martial Tao extreme meaning, without being in the extreme doctrine state. The woman's eyes were chillingly cold as her killing intent for Li Hao grew even heavier. The previous terrifying sword chi that had slaughtered millions of demons had shown the boy's deep understanding of the sword Tao, but unexpectedly, his fist skill was also exceptional. If one were to factor in the Tao domain he practiced in his own realm, he was simply a monster. Dealing with you will be sufficient, Li Hao said. With that punch, he had also gauged the woman's rough strength. Now, his aura erupted, glancing at the two demon kings suppressed within the Tao domain. Now, you two are useless. The Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao were both shocked, their expressions abruptly changing as they hastily called, "Desolate God, save us." Both spoke in unison, but as the words left their mouths, the force of the Tao domain suppressed them, and Li Hao showed no further mercy. With the Desolate God in front of him, he no longer needed to question them. Moreover, he was about to engage fully in Tao domain combat, with no spare effort to suppress them, so he chose to kill them instead. The woman's face changed drastically as she quickly charged at Li Hao, attempting to tear apart the Tao domain and rescue the Dragon Absolute God and the others, as they could yet still be of use later on. But this time, the silver light at her fingertips could not easily tear the Tao domain apart if before it was hard paper. Now the Tao domain was like silk, unable to be torn by brute force. 8-layer Tao domain. The woman's expression changed, somewhat shocked. The youth still had reserves of strength. But during the moment she was held back, the bodies of the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao within the Tao domain suddenly exploded. They had already lost the chance to defy fate, for reaching the Grand Tao of Peace realm entailed too much warfare and killing to the power to defy fate had long been spent. No! Feng Lingxiao roared, his body bursting into flames, attempting to break free from the Tao domain. Yet, as his divine soul burned and his major veins burst, he was still suppressed to death by the Tao domain until, with a loud bang, like a puff of smoke, he was crushed, offering no resistance at all. Dragon Absolute God also struggled, his body erupting in golden light, surprisingly mastering the power limit realm and entering the divine power state, all while his dragon soul burned, transforming into a surging power rushing into his Tao domain, trying to pry open a crack. But the suppressing Tao domain was like a mountain of 1,000,000 tons, immovable. He bellowed in fury, but only halfway through his roar, the suppression of the 8-layer Tao domain killed him along with Feng Lingxiao, their divine souls extinguished. All this happened and concluded in the blink of an eye, and Li Hao was already soaring, heading straight for the woman. Still with the momentum of the invincible fist, but this time, the 8-layer Tao domain enveloped, constraining the woman's movements, the fist whistling straight for her head. Zhen Xing. The graceful woman suddenly looked up, shouted angrily, her body surged with purple aura, and her power actually increased several folds. With a yank of her arms, she tore open Li Hao's Tao domain once again. You are strong, unfortunately, you encountered us too early. If you had hidden for a few more years, perhaps no one here would have been able to stop you. The woman looked at Li Hao who was charging straight at her, her eyes turned purple, a great Tao aura emanated from her body, shot into the sky, and she struck at Li Hao with a palm. Boom! Their fists and palms collided again, this time with more ferocity, but this time, the graceful woman's body flew out directly, harshly smashing into the ground outside the city, creating a deep pit. Quickly, the graceful woman rushed out, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her face showing shock. At this moment, Li Hao in front of her was no longer at the 9-layer Tao domain, but at the 9-layer. Just in the moment of the encounter, she was defeated. I encountered a Zhou Tian realm assassin at the age of 6. I encountered a 15-Li realm assassin at the age of 14. All the assassinations and dangers I've faced since childhood far surpass what I could withstand, but I've trampled them all. Is this the power of the Tao comprehension realm? Too weak, much weaker than I imagined? Li Hao's body did not pause, he continued to chase the woman. His body was golden, his hair like golden divine fire fluttering. He raised his hand, and the previously suppressed Saint Heart treasure sword on the ground swiftly flew to him, landing in his palm. It was the very extreme sword previously used by Dragon Absolute God, and the moment it landed in his hand, the Saint Heart essence within the sword had already been suppressed and refined by him, becoming his weapon. Die! Li Hao swung his sword, the 10 ultimate sword intents in the sword immediately burst forth, quickly converged, and formed the most powerful extreme Tao sword chi, but within this extreme Tao sword chi, Li Hao's own sword intent was also integrated. Extreme Tao Reincarnation. Whoosh, the sword light suddenly cut through, as if it divided yin and yang, split heaven and earth, arrived in an instant, appearing in front of the woman. Clang. A sharp metallic sound rang out. The figure of the black-robed youth appeared seemingly out of nowhere, holding a long spear. The body of the spear also permeated with the aura of Saint Heart treasure, containing special rule power, and actually blocked Li Hao's sword. But the destructive power of the swordsmanship's extreme Tao forced him to keep retreating. Previously, it was thought that the graceful woman alone could solve the situation, but instead, Li Hao's 9-layer Tao domain was forced out, nearly overpowering them. Now, the 10 extreme sword in Li Hao's hands released a power far surpassing what Dragon Absolute God had shown previously. Seeing his attack blocked, Li Hao didn't stop, he boldly continued with the second and third swords. Heaven and earth vein mobilized, surging power gathered into the sword, the 10 extreme swords extreme Tao sword chi combined with reincarnation sword intent, swiftly killing forth. This tremendously powerful sword move, like it cost nothing, continued to swing fiercely. The black-robed youth's complexion also changed. He roared, his long spear burst forth a black lightning bolt, repeatedly piercing through the void, trying to create 2 pitch-black crevices to bury Li Hao's sword chi. But this extreme Tao reincarnation was too domineering, directly shredding those void crevices, still charging at them. The two, in shock and anger, each displayed their own palm and fist skill. Silver light congregated, borrowing the power of the great Tao to try and block, but Li Hao's attack was fierce and domineering, still suppressing them. This scene, witnessed by everyone in the city, also turned into dead silence. Everyone didn't expect that Li Hao, facing 2 Tao comprehension realm beings alone, could still exhibit such fierce and awe-inspiring might, simply shattering their understanding.
Damn it, let me kill him. The graceful woman, seeing Li Hao using the Saint Heart treasure she bestowed to counterattack her, was so infuriated she spat blood, beaten back by the continuous extreme Tao reincarnation swings from Li Hao, unable to defend. Her power of the great Tao couldn't be destroyed, but her body couldn't endure the terrible sword chi. Her palms were slashed open, her body shook violently, feeling extremely uncomfortable.
The black-robed youth heard her words, his eyes deep, and didn't stop her, only saying, "I'll compensate you later." Hearing this, the graceful woman no longer cared, her body covered in lines of silver light, seeming to split open, bursting out with silver radiance. "Forcing my respected incarnation to dissipate, I've remembered you." Her face full of fury, she proactively charged towards Li Hao. Li Hao, hearing her words, was shocked. This woman was just a Tao comprehension incarnation? No wonder she was so weak. Previously, he had felt the presence of the GTN Chao and the clan leader at the G family, which was as deep as an abyss and untouchable. Even with his 9-layer Tao domain, he was unsure if he could defeat them. However, the two in front of him seemed suppressible by his 9-layer Tao domain, initially making him think it was the disparity between demons and the prodigies of the G family. It turned out they were merely avatars. Upon seeing the opponent's aura thick with the great Tao, resembling some lethal technique, Li Hao's steps halted. He no longer concealed his power and straightforwardly used his strongest method. The geopulse fiercely drew in, gathering the power of heaven and earth from all directions. Transformed to immortal, 10%. A surge of wild power flooded into his body. Divine light explosively shot from Li Hao's eyes, and the might of the 9-layer Tao domain suddenly doubled. You must understand, 10% of power surging into a 9-layer Tao domain meant each layer received an enhancement, which, when stacked together, amounted to an extremely terrifying increase. He lifted his sword and then violently slashed down. The Saint Heart treasure seemed to tremble, as if excited from bearing and absorbing that vast power. Extreme Tao sword chi condensed and burst forth, unprecedentedly brilliant, roared violently as it slashed. In an instant, the sword chi formed a cycle of reincarnation, like a dark curtain that swiftly enveloped the graceful woman's figure. Then, countless sword intent instantly penetrated her body. Impossibile. The graceful woman's pupils constricted. Her body's silver divine light had yet to burst forth, and currently trapped in this pitch-black reincarnation sword domain, her consciousness seemed to shatter. With a bang, the graceful woman's body was pierced by the sword chi, shattered into pieces. The silver light within her dimmed. It was the power of the Tao, being slashed by numerous sword chi. It did not destroy but rather started to disintegrate slowly due to the loss of its master's consciousness, fading away into the heaven and earth. The black-robed young man's pupils tightened. He never expected this young man to have a backup plan. His heart was shocked. This young man had repeatedly exceeded their expectations. Almost without any hesitation, his body rapidly retreated, instantly judging that he could not rival him. But as his figure retreated, Li Hao had already locked his gaze onto him. "Aren't you trying to kill me? Let me strike down one of your avatars first as a sacrifice to my sword." He swung his arm, power erupted, and the geopulse again extracted power from the surroundings, increasing once more. 20%. Boom. Extreme Dao sword chi slashed out, seemingly pulling open a dark curtain of heaven and earth, catching up to the black-robed young man in an instant, dragging him directly into the black cycle of reincarnation.
This time, the power was even more fierce. The previously unlimitable 9-layer Dao domain directly suppressed him, followed by countless sword chi piercing through. Yua, the black-robed young man glared angrily at Li Hao, his head rapidly cracking and dispersing on the spot.
Inside his body, no divine soul flew out, just another avatar. Li Hao raised his hand, retrieving the long spear. Even the spear now bore some scars inflicted by the sword chi of the extreme Dao.
Both avatars of the desolate gods had been annihilated. Given the extent of the battle, Li Hao could no longer hold back and capture them alive.
Moreover, being mere avatars, even if captured alive, they wouldn't yield much information, as the opponent wouldn't answer. Although victorious, Li Hao's face showed no joy. His expression grew even graver. These avatars alone possessed such terrifying power, able to contend with him when his 9-layer Dao domain was fully exerted. How strong would their original bodies be? The gap between the Dao Comprehension Realm and the Grand Dao of Peace Realm seemed larger than Li Hao had initially thought.
His control over the Dao domain was still insufficient, his mastery of ultimate techniques too few, he needed more cultivation techniques.
Fortunately, as of now, he should be able to achieve the ultimate and transform to immortal. Li Hao's eyes flickered with light. Having reached the 3 immortal extreme realms, he had yet to truly unleash his full strength. And the bleed rebirth ability of the 3 immortal extreme realms seemed to be prepared precisely for reaching the pinnacle of transform to immortal. In other words, only upon reaching the 3 immortal extreme realms could one have the ability to maximize transform to immortal. Dao Comprehension Realm. Li Hao's eyes flickered, unsure of the levels within the Dao Comprehension Realm and the true extent of its power. As Li Hao pondered with his sword in hand, the people within the city were still stunned, as if awakening from a dream. The 2 formidable adversaries were slain, actually felled by that young man single-handedly. Slaying both the Dragon Absolute God and Feng Lingxiao, and then consecutively cutting down 2 existences of the Dao Comprehension Realm. With one sword he swept across the outskirts of Qingzhou City, quelling the demon tide. All of this occurred in just a fleeting moment. After the arrival of the youth, the terrifying gloom that had enshrouded Qingzhou City for several days dissipated just like that. It was as if the palm of a deity had extended from the heavens, parting the dark clouds overhead. At this moment, the dawn's breaking light still shone on Qingzhou City, every household basking in its glow. But the light was no longer as cold as before. It seemed to ripple with rainbow-like arcs, making everyone feel the heat of summer, their blood seeming to warm, boiling with surprise and excitement. "Have we been saved? Who is that? Is it Haoshan General? I heard the demons call him that. He is Haoshan General." The many citizens within the city, along with the soldiers defending it, though unable to make out the young man's visage clad in radiant gold, at this moment between heaven and earth, only his figure stood tall, the blazing power emanating from his body, like a condensed golden divine light in the world. No demons roared or soared around his body, all returning to stillness. The Dao Comprehension Realm, to be killed just like that. Was that really the Dao Comprehension Realm? Doesn't that mean this youth is capable of killing the true person of the Gan Dao Palace? The 9-layer Dao domain, how did he do it? Our ancestors, I heard, only cultivated to the 3rd layer before they fell. The many heroic spirits of the Li family ancestors were engulfed in shock. They fought with ignited souls, ready for the annihilation of their remaining spirits, completely prepared to disperse, yet this desperation was quelled and suppressed by the youth with a mere flip of his hand. 2 leaders of the demons from the Grand Dao of Peace Realm, in the presence of Li Hao, were like children, powerless to resist, and the Dao Comprehension Realm beings were slain. To be able to kill the Dao Comprehension Realm. Inside the Divine General Mansion, at the Ancestral Shrine, 3 golden souls soared into the sky. They hadn't rushed to the battlefield immediately, staying to assist the ancestor Li Tianyuan. But now, they saw the battlefield had been settled. That wasn't the Tao comprehension realm, it was an incarnation. Li Tianyuan's divine soul flew out from the golden body in the ancestral shrine, standing above the divine general mansion, looking towards the distance.
Ever since Li Hao appeared and reversed the situation in the entire city, they had paused their offerings to forge a flesh body with the Li family's bloodline, keenly watching the battlefield.
An incarnation? The three golden souls couldn't help but look towards this elder ancestor. Li Tianyuan was a divine general of the Grand Tao of Peace realm, who had campaigned across several states with the first emperor, expanding territories, and was knowledgeable. The Tao comprehension realm beings I've seen are even more terrifying. Those are the existences that truly touch the Tao, whose Tao power is indestructible, divine weapons cannot harm, possessing various incredible powers like summoning winds and rains, not at this level. Li Tianyuan's gaze was solemn, focusing on the golden young man at the edge of the city. But to be able to kill the incarnation of the Tao comprehension realm is already very fearsome. That youth is invincible below the Tao comprehension realm. Hearing the ancestors' words, the three golden souls were stunned. Although they too were ancient ancestors of the Li family, they had missed the glorious era of their predecessor, had seen the Tao comprehension realm, but had not witnessed the full strength of the Tao comprehension realm and were therefore unclear how terrifying it truly was. However, the power displayed by those two incarnations of the Tao comprehension realm had already shocked them enough. After all, the two demon leaders of the same Grand Tao of Peace realm had no qualifications to even battle in front of that youth. However, those two incarnations of the Tao comprehension realm had forced the youth to unveil the 9-layer Tao domain. That youth seems to have not used his full strength. He is still so young. If given more time, he will surely be able to step into the Tao comprehension realm, and by then, who would dare invade the Deu divine dynasty? The immortal gate was opened previously, drawing numerous talents away, causing a decline in the fortunes of the Deu divine dynasty. Now, it seems we will witness a new peak, perhaps even surpassing that before the immortal gate. I wonder which noble family that youth belongs to. It's a pity he isn't from our Li family, alas, alas. As the Li family heroic spirits communicated, many people within the city who were acquainted with Li Hao regained their senses and immediately rushed excitedly towards Li Hao. Hao, He Jianlin, Li Hongzhuang, and others hurried towards Li Hao, while the slightly slower Li Xuanli, Gao Qingqing, and others also regained their senses after a brief stunned moment, their expressions excited as they quickly made their way over. Li Yinzhao bellowed with all his might, calling upon the power of his ancestors to soar towards Li Hao. You really know him? The Li family ancestor who enveloped Li Yinzhao was somewhat astonished, never expecting this little fatty's descendant to actually be acquainted with that monstrous youth. Seeing his eyes brimming with hot tears, it was clearly not a falsehood. Moreover, it seemed they shared a deep connection. The other Li family heroic spirits also took note of the reactions of these Li family bloodline descendants, and seeing their seemingly genuine and heartfelt interactions with the youth, they were all surprised, followed by a surge of delight. Although the youth came to help, he might have been ordered to do so or come as a fellow member of the human race, but now it seemed that he had a close relationship with their Li family. However, from a distance, Ji Qingqing heard He Jianlin and others' sorrowful and excited cries, and her previously perplexed face suddenly froze. Then, her heart clenched tightly. The image of the young man falling in front of the abyss flitted rapidly through her mind. Her blood seemed to boil over, yet her entire body turned cold to her feet, trembling slightly. Could it be? Could it truly be him? Tears welled up in Ji Qingqing's eyes as she looked at the towering figure standing tall and firm like a war god, the dazzling presence that captivated countless onlookers. Could that be her child? Her body trembled uncontrollably and, finally, unable to restrain herself, she followed the others, flying towards the youth, picking up speed as she approached. The closer she got, the clearer she saw his face, the sharp expression, a notable difference from the face of the youth who had fallen into the abyss before. And his aura was distinctly different as well. Her speed slowed again, a feeling of timidity and fear creeping over her as if she was touching a beautiful dream, a real yet illusory, afraid to come closer yet longing to do so, afraid to touch yet desiring to. Soon, He Jianlin and the others arrived at the edge of the city and looked at the youth whose divine light had now retracted and subdued. Gazing at that somewhat unfamiliar face, their tears nonetheless flowed. Even though his aura and appearance had changed, they still recognized Hema, the child who would occasionally bring them his own cooked delicacies, the unique child from the divine general mansion. He was still so distinctive and prominent, yet different from the child they knew from the divine general mansion who was playful and carefree, without a care in the world. In contrast, the youth before them now shone brilliantly like a young deity, with a face that had lost some of its laziness, and eyes that carried an added sharpness. The only thing unchanged were those eyes, still clear and gentle, as transparent as polished glaze. He Jianlin couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears streaming out, as memories of that child greeting her in the morning, accompanying her during meals, and sharing casual chats and laughter remained vivid in her mind. But the time that had passed seemed all too long ago. Now, he was covered with blood, having wielded an umbrella for himself to block the relentless wind and snow when there was no one else to hold one for him. Hao, Li Yanzhao and Li Wushuang, among others, also caught up. Seeing Li Hao, the others seemed to carry nervousness and sorrow, not daring to acknowledge him, but Li Yanzhao called out excitedly. Li Hao looked at the little fellow, his brow, normally so stern, relaxed into a small smile, and he said, "You've already reached the divine travel realm. Huh? Seems you haven't been slacking off." Li Yanzhao, upon hearing Li Hao's words, had tears bursting forth, and he lunged onto Li Hao. "Hao, it's so good you're all right, it's so good you're all right." Li Hao was briefly taken aback before he chuckled, but as he felt the boy nuzzle his head into his chest, he quickly pushed him away. "You little rascal, don't smear your snot all over me." Li Yanzhao swiftly wiped it away with his sleeve but managed to blow a bubble from his nose. "Hao, I'll wash it for you later. Go on, get out of here," Li Hao said, somewhat irritably. Li Wushuang, Li Jining, and others, including Li Mingjin and Li Sibei, He Jianlin's children, arrived as well. They had previously misunderstood Li Hao and tried to stop him when he attempted to kill Li Changfeng after the true dragon battle had ended. But after Lu Yurong's matter was investigated and made clear, they realized they had wrongly blamed the young man. Seeing the young man again now, their emotions were complex, filled with both guilt and elation. Watching Li Hao casually chatting and laughing with Li Yanzhao, those of the same generation as Li Hao, like Li Jianming and Li Wushuang, felt an indescribable envy towards the chubby boy, but at the same time, they were filled with a somber sadness. Being from the same divine general mansion, their relationship with Li Hao was significantly more distant, amounting to barely an acquaintance. "Hao, do you still remember your auntie?" He Jianlin asked, her eyes reddening as she looked at Li Hao, who seemed unchanged except in appearance. Li Hao turned to the woman who had taken much care of him since he was young, his gaze gentle, and replied, "I dare not forget auntie's kindness." "Is it only kindness? That's nothing but simple meals. What kindness is that?" He Jianlin's eyes reddened further. Li Hao paused briefly, falling into a short silence before he said, "I remember everything. As I said before, I remember everything from my childhood." Hearing Li Hao's words, the expressions of those around him subtly changed, their thoughts seemingly pulled back 2 years, to the conclusion of the true dragon competition, to the events that had unfolded in that courtyard. For a moment, many heads were bowed in sorrow. Back then, the young man had recounted their shared daily life, details they had long forgotten like a connoisseur, leaving them both shocked and horrified. Upon reflection, however, it had only brought sadness and regret. "Are you really, Hao?" Amidst the somber silence, an excited yet nervous and fearful voice rang out. Ji Qingqing pushed through the crowd to stand in front of Li Hao, her eyes brimming with tears that rolled down her cheeks. "Did mother mistake you? Are you really Hao?" Li Hao looked up at her, seeing that vivid yet tear-streaked face so close to his own. It was as real as the face he looked up to while in swaddling clothes more than a decade ago. And as distant as that final, lingering glance he took before the abyss. Yet his expression returned to tranquility, mirroring the stillness in his heart now. He simply shook his head slightly and said, "You are mistaken, I am myself, not your son." Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Ji Qingqing was stunned. Beside her, the excited and sorrowful He Jianlin, the recently arrived Li Xiaoran, Li Qingzheng, and others were also taken aback. Their expressions soured, but not with anger in their eyes, surged sadness instead. Listening to Li Hao's calm demeanor, Ji Qingqing felt her heart quiver, as though a sharp blade had pierced it. She wept even more, sorrowfully saying, "You refuse to acknowledge me now, don't you? I'm sorry, child, I was wrong. I even wished I could die in your place, but mother really had no choice. If I could trade my life for yours, I would do so willingly, do you understand?" As she spoke, she began to cry bitterly. The heroic spirits of her ancestors detached from her, looking on in shock and puzzlement at this scene, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. The other many ancestors of the Li family also gathered around, listening to their conversation. All of them were stunned. No matter how they listened, it sounded like this child was indeed one of their own, a Li. Yet, there was not a trace of the Li family's aura about him. Could it be they had been hoodwinked? Some of the ancestral heroic spirits exchanged looks of bewilderment. Li Hao quietly listened to the woman's sorrowful crying. His expression hardly changed. He simply said calmly, "Those events are all in the past. The moment you made your choice, everything was settled. Your child has died. It has nothing to do with your right or wrong. Whether you feel guilty or sad, those are your affairs. There is no need to tell me, nor will I care." Li Hao knew that at that time, Ji Qingqing had no choice, but it was not true that there was no choice. She simply hadn't chosen him. Regarding this, Li Hao had already come to terms. He longer cared about it nor sought to pursue it. His ties to this couple had been severed, the shallow bond of gratitude completely cut off, never to be entwined again. Li Hao had already protected that borrowed young body until the age of 15, and he could no longer use that same body to travel any further. It had been those spouses who cut him off, and he considered himself to have already done more than enough for them. Otherwise, the assassination attempt in his 6th year, even with talents monstrous as Li Junye's, could not have been stopped by a Zhou Tian realm assassin. Enough. It was all enough. From afar, a figure whooshed through the air, speeding towards Tama. It was Li Tiangang. The roar of Li Hao's anger had echoed through the entire city. Naturally, he had heard it too. When he paid attention, he saw the consecutive battles break out behind him. The sacrifice formation he had been setting up naturally came to a halt. After all, with those demons slain, there was no longer a need to summon the ancestors. As his divine soul hovered in the sky and he saw Li Hao shielding Li Musho from the two demon leaders, and heard the calls of He Jianlin and the others, his heart trembled with the thought of could that young man really be his child who had fallen into that abyss. At this moment, fueled by surging emotions, he sped towards them riding on flares of fire. In front of Li Hao, Ji Qingqing, having heard Li Hao's words, felt as if each word were needles piercing her heart, and she couldn't help but say, "I was wrong, but aren't you back now? What do you want me to do for you to forgive me?" Li Hao's eyes, which had been calm, suddenly shot out a glint of cold light as he said, "Yes, I am back, but your child has died forever in that abyss. I returned by my own abilities, by my own self, not because of you, or any of you." Ji Qingqing was stunned, looking at the young man who had been calm but now looked cold and detached. She realized she had said something wrong as tears started streaming down her face. "But you are the child I gave birth to. Can't you give your mother another chance to make it right?" Hearing this choked speech, Li Hao turned to look at her and said, "A chance to make it right? Did I go to the Ji family seeking death, or did I go to Chu Tian Dao exploring the abyss?" Her heart felt as if it was being struck with a heavy hammer with each rhetorical question. It felt like all warmth had been drained from her body, sending shivers down her spine. Yes, that child had braved the great wilderness heaven alone, encountering many hardships. So was it not to see her? Suddenly she realized that she was not worthy to speak such words. Make it right? Could she really make amends for both abandoning her child over a decade ago and letting him face danger once more? Her tears flowed like a broken dam, and her heart ached so intensely that it was hard to breathe. Qingqing, Li Tiangang came speeding in, landing on the outskirts. Li Wushuang and the others stepped aside upon seeing the arrival of the family head. Li Tiangang quickly approached, glanced at Li Hao's frosty gaze, then at his wife who was crying so hard she could barely speak, feeling as if his heart was being carved out. "You shouldn't speak to your mother that way." Li Tiangang's eyes reddened slightly as he said to Li Hao, "It was my failing before. I was too harsh on you, stubborn in my own beliefs, faulting you without thorough investigation. I accept any blame from you, but you can't treat your mother this way. She went through a lot to bring you into this world." Li Hao frowned, his calm heart now filled with an indescribable sense of irritation and weariness.
He said indifferently, "Stop calling her mother over and over. You don't need to apologize to me. I hold no grudge for the past. From the moment I stepped out of the Divine General Mansion, I severed ties with you. I have repaid everything I owed you for my upbringing. The demon blood you sent back from Northern Yan has been returned to you twofold. As of now, I have no ties with you. Don't you feel that I no longer carry your bloodline?"
During his speech, Li Hao made no effort to conceal his aura, and the all phenomena attributes were already removed from his person. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Li Tiangang was stunned, shocked as he looked at him. Ji Qingqing, too, was frozen, forgetting to cry as she desperately checked Li Hao's aura. He Jianlin and the others were equally astonished. Li Hao's aura was so strong they hardly noticed it, but now Li Hao's words prompted them to quickly release their own auras to investigate Li Hao's body. However, at his side, Li Musho, who was being healed on the back of the candle flame god, suddenly sat up, coughing out blood, though one of his arms had healed. His wrinkled old face, full of lines, looked panic-stricken at Li Hao. He knew Li Hao wouldn't lie lightly. Forgetting protocol, he rapidly checked and indeed did not find any trace of the Li family bloodline within Li Hao. He seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, swaying unsteadily, somewhat dazed. Li Xiaoran and Li Qingzheng were also taken aback, rushing to investigate, and thereafter stood stunned, staring blankly at the young man. The surrounding ancestral heroic spirits of the Li family frowned, sensing what had happened. They were deceased heroic spirits with a natural connection to the Li family bloodline. They could see that Li Hao no longer carried a trace of Li blood. But after hearing the others, it seemed this extraordinary and peerless talent indeed originated from their Li family, from their own bloodline. But how could this be, child? Were you once one of the Li family? An ancestral heroic spirit couldn't help but ask, their gentle gaze filled with perplexity. Li Hao glanced at them, his expression calm and detached, as he said, I am myself. Once, there was a child in your Li family who looked like me, but that child is dead now. Hearing Li Hao's words, Li Tiangang's aura surged violently as he roared, Impossible, I don't believe it, you can't be him, who are you? Tiangong, Li Musho, his face pale as paper, suddenly roared with the force of Dao realm power, causing Li Tiangang's head to sound like it exploded, and he stood dumbfounded. How much further do you wish to err? Li Musho's eyes were bloodshot as he glared intently at him. Li Tiangang stood frozen, then slowly looked up at Li Hao, his eyes filled with sorrow. You severed your ties with the Li family's bloodline. How can you be so heartless? Li Hao raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, but facing that sad face, he felt a sense of speechlessness and an urge to laugh. He couldn't be bothered to say more, and said, Heartless, then heartless be it. No matter what, from now on there will be no relationship, and don't you come offending me again. The past may be overlooked, but the future may not. With these words, he turned to look at Li Musho, seeing the other's eyes filled with bleak sadness, looking like they were shattered, he couldn't help but feel a bit apologetic and said, Old master, although I'm no longer a member of the Li family, if you ever need a fishing buddy in the future, just call on me anytime, and I'll be there. Li Musho looked into Li Hao's eyes, knowing that this child had cut off his past completely. His heart was inevitably filled with pain and sorrow. Had the bloodline been severed, yet he still came, merely because of past affections? That sword capable of slaying countless demons, yet it could not sever this child's affections. But uniquely to his parents, he had severed affections. What sort of disappointment was that? Clearly such an outstanding, flawless child, yet they, the Li family, had completely lost him. Li Musho, filled with sorrow, finally let it transform into a low, intermittent chuckle, resembling both pain and absurdity, but after chuckling for a while, his gaze slowly became focused and gentle. That's a promise then, I'll be checking to see if your fishing skills have become rusty when the time comes. At this moment, in the intertwining pain and sadness, Li Musho seemed to understand that parting from the Li family didn't affect that child at all. The ones hurt and in pain were them, but at least that child wouldn't get hurt anymore. In this case, perhaps it was for the best. The Li family may have lost this glory, but for the entire Dayu divine dynasty, it made no difference. Even if he was no longer a member of the Li family, this child still came, and although his blood no longer carried the Li family's lineage, he had still saved Liangzhou and now Qingzhou City. He was still himself, he never felt entitled because of his origins from the general's mansion. He just possessed a sincere heart, doing as much as he could, embracing this world as a member of the human race. Thinking of this, Li Musho found himself tearing up more, both from the relieved laughter of Li Hao and also from the past painful and ironic remarks claiming Li Hao's nature was suspect. Okay. Seeing Li Musho's gaze, Li Hao felt a bit more relieved. He scanned around then looked at He Jianlin, the armored grand lady. If given a chance in the future, let the lady taste my cooking. He Jianlin, hearing how Li Hao addressed her, couldn't contain her sorrow anymore and tears fell like rain. She felt that this child came to Qingzhou to bid farewell, to say goodbye to their former identities. I'm no longer considered his aunt, child, Is there really no going back? He Jianlin asked, holding back her sadness. Li Hao shook his head slightly. I can't go back to that identity, but if you don't mind, this sentiment still remains. He Jianlin felt even sadder, but she held back her tears, didn't say anything further to retain him, knowing that Li Hao had always been determined since childhood and it's hard to change his decisions. Moreover, now for him, the Li family might be a burden, and perhaps Li Hao himself could live well enough on his own, that was enough. Li Hao's gaze swept towards Li Xiaoran, Li Qingzheng, and others, his gaze gentle. Gentlemen, thank you for all the past care. If you don't mind, I still am in need of chess buddies. Child. Li Qingzheng's lips trembled but he said no more, he knew the matter was settled. Like a chess piece once moved, no regrets remain. Li Xiaoran clenched his fists. What came to his mind at that moment was his older brother, and his instructions before his soul dispersed. Yet they had not been able to fulfill them. A wave of sorrow surged in his heart. Gripping the knife tightly in his hand, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his eyes flickering with a murderous intent when scanning past Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing, but, in the end, he managed to restrain himself, leaving only sorrow. Li Hao scanned around and then said, since it's rare for me to come to Qingzhou, I'll hold a banquet tonight at the Cloud Pavilion in the city. We can gather slowly then. After saying this and seeing Li Yinzhao's lost expression, he smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't space out, head back to the Cloud Pavilion, tell the owner to prepare those signature dishes in advance. Li Yinzhao's body shook as if being physically restored, his eyes welling up with moisture. Li Hao smiled and then looked towards the distant perimeter where Song Yufeng and other disciples of Tan Palace, along with that azure-cloaked figure, were located. You cannot leave. Li Tiangang seemed to snap back to his senses, suddenly blocking in front of Li Hao, his face filled with anger. I might just what? Li Hao paused in his steps, quietly looking at Li Tiangang blocking his path, just a calm glance, yet it suddenly extinguished the blood and ardor in Li Tiangang, like cold water poured over him. He stood still, suddenly realizing that this wasn't 2 years ago. Initially, incapacitating Li Hao and binding him could have brought him back, but not now. He slightly spaced out, but quickly came to his senses, gritting his teeth. I now request you in my capacity as a duke, you cannot leave, you must stay in Qingzhou City. Li Hao glanced at him faintly and replied. Speaking of which, it reminds me, if I'm not mistaken, for pacifying Liangzhou, His Majesty seemed to have also decreed me a duke. You are a duke, and I am also a duke, you are of the 2nd rank, and I am of the 3rd rank, although 1 rank lower than you, but as a duke, you have no authority to command me. Additionally, please return the Li family's grant of investiture to me, and I will report to His Majesty, he said. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Li family. If there are any further rewards or edicts, they can be sent directly to my domain. At 14, when he assumed control of Kongyu City, he was crowned Earl and granted his domains, although he had never visited them. But that did not matter. The domains were still there. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Li Tiangang trembled even more violently. An unprecedented duke under the age of 16 in the entire Deu divine dynasty, he felt bewildered, wondering what he had done wrong. Why had things come to this? Li Hao spoke and walked past Li Tiangang to greet Song Yufeng and the others and engage in old pleasantries. Song Yufeng, standing to the side and hearing all this, could only inwardly sigh with regret, avoiding these topics when catching up with Li Hao. After a short chat, they agreed to meet again in the evening. Li Hao looked toward Song Chiumo, who stood in the sky like autumn waters, clear, lofty, and imbued with an aloof chill, yet her eyes were like the softest water, gazing at Li Hao. The two exchanged a look, as if many words were spoken in that single glance. Both revealed a smile. Having returned to Qingzhou City, Li Hao and Song Chiumo walked together in the city as the Li family ordered their soldiers to clean up the demon corpses on the city walls. Behind them, a young man in the form of the candle flame god silently followed. Xian had already returned to Li Hao's wrist. After the old Mr. Li Mushou's injuries stabilized, he could slowly heal with the Li family's divine medicine without her continued treatment. So that's how it is. Song Chiumo walked and talked with Li Hao, naturally bringing up the issue of his reported death while revisiting old places with him. Only then did Li Hao learn that the Li family had already held a funeral for him, and everyone thought he was dead. He smiled slightly, feeling quite content. That child had indeed died, forever buried in that abyss, and the funeral was not in vain. Upon learning that Li Hao had narrowly escaped death from the mouth of the demon saint, Song Chiumo understood, even though Li Hao didn't elaborate, that he had faced unimaginable dangers. No wonder the Li family believed him dead. She inwardly sighed, unable to imagine all that Li Hao had gone through during this time. "The current you is much stronger than me," remarked Song Chiumo with a smile. Li Hao also smiled. "Cultivation, huh? It's only somewhat useful when slashing demons. Instead of praising my cultivation, I'd prefer you praise my paintings." Song Chiumo's eyes blinked slightly, and she couldn't help but laugh. This young man was still as eccentric and unique as ever. "Uncle Lu," Li Hao suddenly called out, waving to a small shop on the street. The shop opened a small door, stealthily peeking out, still unsure whether the demons were completely eradicated. Hearing Li Hao's shout, the middle-aged couple inside the shop were startled and looked at him doubtfully. "Make me 2 portions of cotton jade crisps," Li Hao said with a smile. The middle-aged couple hesitated, uncertain as they looked at Li Hao, but remembering the news from the Li family, they still didn't dare to ask questions. The other young men and women who came to eat their food around this area all addressed him similarly. "We are not setting up the stall today," the man said. Li Hao, upon hearing this, was slightly disappointed. "Then all right." Song Chiumo's eyes flickered lightly, saying nothing. But the couple seemed to suddenly hear something, tensing up, their eyes becoming somewhat panicked, looking at Li Hao apprehensively. It's not that we can't make it, please wait," the man, Uncle Lu, hastily said, then quickly retreated back inside the house. His wife apologized to Li Hao with a smile. Right, it'll be ready soon, very soon." Seeing this, Li Hao nodded smilingly. "Thank you very much." The couple immediately retreated back inside and got busy. They hadn't planned on setting up the stall today and hadn't prepared the dough in advance, so everything had to be made fresh. Li Hao looked at Song Chiumo beside him and sighed. "Uncle Lu is very kind, don't scare them." Song Chiumo looked innocent. What? Seeing her like this, Li Hao could only smile helplessly. Although the transmission of the voice was subtle, how could it be hidden from him now? Soon, a few portions of cotton jade crisps were ready. Li Hao took them, handed one to Song Chiumo, one to the candle flame god, and one to Xian. "Try it, this is a delicacy of the mortal world." Xian, curious, rolled up her red whiskers and burrowed into the oily paper wrapping the crisps to start eating. So crunchy, so fragrant, is this what you human race eat?" Xian's voice came out pleasantly refreshed, along with the sounds of her munching. "If you like it, eat more," Li Hao said with a smile, then asked Uncle Lu, "Could we have a few more portions?" The middle-aged couple nodded eagerly and continued making them. When they had a bag of 4 or 5 portions, Li Hao continued his leisurely stroll along the old streets of the historic district with Song Chiumo, eating as they went. "The taste is really good." "That's right, originally, it was because Qingji couldn't buy them that Uncle Lu's stall moved to the foot of Tan Palace Academy. That's why I went there and took up some studies." "You're really something." Song Chiumo was speechless. Who would have thought that Tan Palace Academy would accept such an exceptional student because of the attraction of a common small vendor? When they reached the Cloud Pavilion, Li Hao confidently reserved the top-floor private room with the owner. Afterward, he instructed the Cloud Pavilion to send out invitations on his behalf to various places. As night fell, the demon corpses piled up like mountains outside the city, but the soldiers cleaned them up, and inside the city, announcements were posted. The Li family's warriors reported along the routes that the demons outside were thoroughly eradicated, and Qingzhou City was safe again. The notification had continued from the afternoon into the evening, and at night, the city was once again lit up with countless lights. On the streets, quite a few bold individuals took the lead to stroll around, attracting more people to leave their homes, and gradually the streets bustled again. In various taverns and teahouses, business quickly resumed, and those with a little money flocked to these lively places to gather and gossip about the news. Those without money found cool spots in alleys and courtyards to keep company, clustering in groups to discuss events heard that day, occasionally slapping mosquito bites with their palm leaf fans. And the topic everyone talked about was the city shaking call, the scale of this demon threat, and the names heard during the slaying of those demon kings. "Have you heard? The demons were directly calling out to Haoshan. Do you know who Haoshan is? That's right, it's that one from Liangzhou, the lone star that calmed the entire demon chaos in Liangzhou. Truly a blessing from Deu, a heavenly general has descended, born out of nowhere. It's just a pity that we haven't seen his true face. He must be 16 now, right? ennobled as a duke, offered the position of commander-in-chief. Tisk tisk. Such fame once in 1,000 years. I doubt anyone can surpass that again. Is that Haoshin General the one from the Li family? Haoshin General is Haoshin General, the Li family's guy, isn't he dead already? That's right, not long ago the Li family had a funeral, although it was low-key. I saw it with my own eyes. The Li mansion had white mourning banners hung up. Is that so? Then it seems I remembered wrong. What a pity for that Li family's prodigy, truly a dragon amongst men. Aren't they the same person? Could the Li family have made a mistake? You're joking, could the Divine General Mansion make a mistake? But I've never heard of that Haoshin General's background. Everywhere on the streets and in the taverns people were talking. Some of the older folks still remembered some details, but many of the younger generation had only intermittent knowledge of these celebrities, busy with their own tough jobs on a daily basis. Who has the time to keep track every day? Thus, many pieces of information were confused, and gradually, when people discussed the Haoshin General, they went on to talk about Liangzhou as well. And so less and less was mentioned about the Li family. In the Cloud Pavilion, Li Hao sat waiting quietly for old friends who had received invitations to arrive. With his exceptional hearing, he naturally overheard many discussions around him, but now, it seemed many had truly forgotten his former family name. The river of time seemed to bury everything, smoothing all to a roundness. Li Hao poured and sipped his drink alone, looking at the myriad lights outside the window. The night was so beautiful. Meanwhile, at Tan Palace Academy and in the various courts of the Divine General Mansion, invitations were being delivered. He Jianlin and others, upon receiving them, sighed slightly again, but had already contained their emotions quite a bit and headed for the banquet with their invitations. As people gradually left each court, the rooms became empty and deserted. In the end, only the mountain and river courtyard remained brightly lit. At the dining table, Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing looked at the full spread of dishes but seemed to have lost their appetites. Both were lost in thought. When they heard movement outside the courtyard, they extended their perceptive power only to discover a series of carriages speeding out of the Divine General Mansion. The breaths within those carriages were those of the ladies of the various courts, including He Jianlin. The expressions of Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing grew difficult, as they glanced occasionally towards the courtyard entrance, where no one entered, no one announced anything. Apart from Feiyin Court's Wang Shangru, the other courts had all received invitations, and now, only they had yet to receive any. The child evidently had no intention of inviting them. At the entrance, Steward Zhao stooped, watching the frequent gazes towards the outside from within the hall, his eyes dull with sorrow, letting out a deep sigh in his heart. If only it had been known, why bother in the first place? He lowered his head, simply looking at his toes, feeling his shoes were somewhat worn. The chilly moonlight shifted, and the night grew even more tranquil. The noise of carriages and horses outside the courtyard had also vanished. Evidently, all the invitations had been issued, and the banquet had likely already begun. Li Tiangang's face turned ugly. He picked up the chopsticks from the table and roughly stirred the food in front of him, saying, "Eat, don't wait anymore. Everyone else is gone. After you eat, go check on the situation with the demons outside the city. I will visit our ancestor and also deal with the affairs of the other cities. We cannot falter." Ji Qingqing, however, stared blankly at the food, motionless as if in a daze. Li Tiangang shuffled a couple of bites, but couldn't eat anymore, and placed his bowl and chopsticks heavily on the table. Grinding his teeth, he said, "He severed his bloodline, but little does he know that without our bloodline, his talent will be greatly diminished. Though he is strong now, this decision will lead to him never being able to comprehend the way. Even if, by chance, he does comprehend it, he will have reached his limit. He had the makings of an Ask Sage, an existence that could have led to the Saint Realm, eternal and undying. He has ruined his own exceptional talents. He doesn't love himself enough." Ji Qingqing's eyes trembled slightly, and she said with sadness, "Even so, he is still excellent, and it is because of this that he..." Upon hearing this, Li Tiangang's face twitched. He was well aware of this. But there was grief and anger in his heart with no outlet for release. "He has gone too far, he will regret this eventually," he said, clenching his fists, and then he rose from his seat and left the hall. Night quietly crept over the treetops. The moon was full and round. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Pavilion, Li Hao was drinking with the others, and the sound of laughter was unceasing. He Jianlin, Li Musho, and others who had come here had given up on trying to persuade Li Hao and were simply eating, drinking, and making merry together. When the conversation was heartfelt and spirits were high, They still couldn't help wanting to say a few words of persuasion, but as soon as they started, Li Hao would smilingly interrupt. Clearly, for everyone, getting used to the fact that Li Hao had completely severed ties with the Divine General Mansion was going to take some time. At the banquet, disciples from the Tan Palace Academy also came up to Li Hao, taking turns toasting and offering thanks. Li Hao, realizing that the two princes were no longer among them, inquired and learned that they had completed their deep studies and were taken back to the imperial capital. Obviously, the two princes' visit to the Tan Palace Academy was, as everyone had guessed, solely a means to form connections and accumulate capital. Li Hao still remembered the prince who was fond of poetry and felt a slight regret for not seeing him this time. Amidst toasts and laughter, it wasn't until late into the night that the gathering dispersed. Li Hao then found an inn and settled down for a brief rest. The next day, having had a rare good night's sleep, Li Hao felt refreshed. Last night, Li Musho mentioned that the Li family had already sent people with his war banner and the heads of those demon kings, escorted by elite light cavalry, to reinforce the various cities of Qingzhou. The rest of the large army would follow shortly. With the pressure from the demons outside Qingzhou city gone, the abundant military power that had been defending inside the city could now launch a full-scale offensive toward the battlefield. The bloodline descendants of the Li family who were called back by the ancestral blood also rushed to various battlefronts, joining the Li family's large army on the campaign to recover lost territories of Qingzhou. Li Hao shook his head slightly. He had drunk too much the previous night and hadn't deliberately used his body to purify the alcohol, leaving him with a slight headache. But he quickly regained clarity. With increased strength, it seemed he didn't get drunk as easily anymore. Unless it was some specially brewed liquor. Li Hao rose, packed quickly, and set off with Candle Flame God and Xian to the Divine General Mansion of the Li family. This time, he was there to retrieve his official appointment decree and the official seal among other items. Having heard from the old master that the couple was unwilling to hand them over, he had no choice but to retrieve them personally. Standing once again in front of the majestic Divine General Mansion, Li Hao slightly lifted his head, glancing at the large, gold-embossed characters. Memories of the past flitted by, but eventually, they all gradually sank to the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing of Li Hao's arrival, the Divine General Mansion was immediately abuzz, with He Jianlin and others personally coming to the door to welcome him. Li Hao explained his reasons, and the faint tension and anticipation in the hearts of He Jianlin and the others quickly dissipated sadly. He Jianlin invited Li Hao to the Eternal Spring Court as if receiving a distinguished guest, with her own pale, graceful hands brewing tea for Li Hao, before immediately sending someone to notify Li Tiangang at the mountain and river courtyard to bring Li Hao's belongings. With the news of Li Hao's visit, other ladies of the mansion also rushed over, knowing that this young man's visit today might mean a separation for a long while, perhaps even many years. The usually serene Eternal Spring Court suddenly became lively. The message reached the mountain and river courtyard, where Li Tiangang, having knelt in the ancestral hall all night, had just returned. Last night, he intended to visit his ancestors and then inspect the military situation around Qingzhou, but once he entered the ancestral hall, he did not leave. Facing interrogation from his ancestors, he dared not conceal anything, reporting everything truthfully. He did not defend himself, but instead narrated objectively, aware that he indeed was at fault, his face filled with sorrow and regret. The heroic spirits of the many Li family ancestors, having heard everything, were shocked, enraged, and ultimately, desolate. They found it hard to believe that such a monstrously talented scion of the Li family was actually forced out by his own parents. In the pitch-black night, waves of angry roars were blocked outside the ancestral hall gate. The sounds of indignant scolding, filled with pain and fury, were all hidden beneath the night. Only Li Qingzheng, sitting outside the ancestral hall, heard everything. Leaning on the peach tree that had just blossomed in the plaza outside the ancestral hall, peach petals falling around him, with several jars of wine brought from the Cloud Pavilion beside him. He drank alone. The curses of his many ancestors in the hall behind him, he heard them all clearly, but he felt no relief. His emotions were as still as the surface of a deathly still lake. He simply gazed at the moon, observing the glow of the mansion's many lights under its illumination, the warm lamplight stark against the darkness. With lights abound, yet the most cherished one was missing. The alcohol poured into his mouth, but tears slowly seeped from his eyes. At this moment, Li Tiangang, who had just returned to the mountain and river courtyard, dragging his tired body, saw his wife still sitting in the hall, looking as if she had not slept all night and appeared haggard, His heart ached once again. But before he could sit, he received the news from Eternal Spring Court. Knowing that Li Hao had arrived, a joyful feeling surged in his heart, but knowing that the other party had come to retrieve the official seal and decree, the joy climbing inside him was doused with cold water, tearing through him with waves of pain. He went directly to the Eternal Spring Court, and Ji Qingqing, upon hearing the news, her numb and empty eyes startled back to reality, dry eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She quickly rose and soared directly towards the Eternal Spring Court. In the Eternal Spring Court, Li Yanzhao and Li Wushuang, among others who heard the news, rapidly gathered, watching the young man surrounded by elders. The scene seemed similar to usual, only filled with more eagerness. Li Hao chatted and laughed with He Jianlin and others. They inquired about his future plans. Li Hao simply smiled and said, he planned to look around, to wander, see the mountains, see the landscapes of different places. Since he had come to this world, naturally, he had to look around and see if the world could satisfy him. Hearing Li Hao's words, Li Xiaoran sitting under another eave, his lips tinted with a bitter smile. If that young man were still a member of the Li family, upon hearing such words, he would only feel nostalgic, remembering how he too once, in his youthful exuberance, hid his name and wandered the mountains, defeating various sects. But he had a homecoming, wandered the mountains and rivers, but he always had his hometown. And that young man, wherever he settled, that place would be his home. The soft murmur in the hall was soon interrupted by two whistling sounds as Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing rushed into the courtyard, one after another. Li Xiaoran, sitting under the eave, the bitter smile on his lips faded. The murmur inside also quieted down, everyone's gaze falling on Li Tiangang. He Jianlin looked slightly down, noticed that Li Tiangang was empty-handed, and her face slightly changed, saying, Tiangang, where are Hao's belongings? Li Tiangang seemed not to hear her, walking straight into the hall, his eyes seemingly only on the young man seated. The pain in his chest, like a fierce fire, a carving knife, burning and stabbing his heart, he gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, What exactly do you want for you to forgive your mother and me? Li Hao slightly furrowed his brow, said, I've said, we have no ties, do not claim yourselves to be my parents anymore, please have some dignity. Your mother also had no choice, do you want me to give up my life for you now? Li Tiangang said through gritted teeth. Li Hao's frown deepened somewhat, his eyes growing colder. I've said, the past is the past, from now on, mountains are mountains, seas are seas, you are you, and I am me. Isn't that clear enough? Do you know how much we've suffered these days? Your mother has been washing her face with tears, filled with regret day and night, and we are also in deep pain. Li Tiangang's eyes were red around the rims, and beneath his thick eyebrows, his sorrow-filled gaze brimmed with anger. Li Hao quietly glanced at him, once again realizing that this man was the same as ever, never changing, even in regret, even in sorrow, he had never really listened to him. But fortunately, he now felt no disturbance over this. If his words were not heeded, there was no need to continue to speak. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, bowing his head. When He Jianlin saw the atmosphere tense up again, she became somewhat agitated, rising and saying, Tiangang, what are you doing here saying all this? Can your pain compared to ours? He's come close to death many times. Li Tiangang's complexion changed, and his eyes filled with sorrow, but what can we do? He Jianlin clenched her teeth and said through gritted teeth, Isn't what Hauer said clear enough? He's done with you. He's here to claim the honor that belongs to him, the merits he earned in Liangzhou. Have you brought them? Hearing his sister-in-law's sharp words, Li Tiangang's heart trembled, and the sorrow in his eyes deepened. He looked up at He Jianlin, and then at Li Hao, who continued to sip his tea in silence, and through gritted teeth said, Since you've severed the blood ties and put the past behind you, why come back here? Li Hao set down the teacup, his expression calm like still water, and said, Because I have put it behind, that's why I've come. With those words spoken, He Jianlin and the others felt a pang in their hearts, knowing that this young man had indeed let go. But this also made them feel even more distant from this young man. Li Tiangang's expression turned ugly, and he said, Do you want me to beg you? I'll beg you right here, publicly, will you come back? He Jianlin's expression changed, and she angrily said, Is this how you ask for someone's help? Li Hao slightly shook his head, signaling He Jianlin not to get angry, and he turned his head to look earnestly at Li Tiangang and said, Don't persist any further. Aren't you someone who abides by the rules? I have nothing to do with the Li family anymore. What do you mean by keeping my official seal and imperial edict to yourself? Li Tiangang's face soured, his emotions intensely complicated. He could analyze military affairs clearly, but these domestic issues were like a tangled mess to him. At the bottom of his heart, he knew that handing over that item to Li Hao would mean a complete break. Child. Ji Qingqing stepped forward, her face streaming with tears, also wanting to plead. But when Li Hao saw her tear-streaked face, his brows furrowed, and he stood up, saying, "Enough, if you won't give it, then I don't want it." Having said that, he turned to look at He Jianlin and the others, scanning the circle, then bowed in a gesture of respect. "I, Heoshin, take my leave of the elders here. Thank you for your care in the past. Should fate allow, may we meet again." After speaking, he bowed deeply to He Jianlin, and then headed straight past Li Tiangang and his wife toward the outside. "You stop right there," Li Tiangang hastily said. However, Ji Qingqing followed in grief, but a force blocked her. It was Li Hao's Dao domain. Li Hao didn't stop walking until he saw a hunched figure at the door. It was then that his pace halted. The last trace of coldness on his face softened immediately, and in a low voice, he said, "Steward Zhao, why didn't you come last night? I was waiting to offer you a toast." Hearing this, Steward Zhao at the door dabbed at his tears and forced a smile, saying, "Young master, this old servant was occupied and missed the feast. I hope for your forgiveness." Li Hao guessed the reason and did not take offense, merely smiling and saying, "I am no longer the young master of Mountain and River Courtyard. From now on, you can simply call me lad." Steward Zhao slowly shook his head, saying, "You will always be my young master." Li Hao's lips moved slightly, and seeing the genuine emotion in his eyes, he did not correct him further. Raising his hand, he summoned from the heaven and earth space a demon king's heart. This demon heart serves as medicine, extending one's lifespan and refining the body. You should take it. "Master, I really shouldn't, an old servant like me doesn't need such a treasure," Steward Zhao hastily declined. Yet Li Hao directly handed it to him, saying, "It's nothing precious. Frying vegetables I still find it too fishy. I have plenty here. If it runs out, I'll just go and slay a few more." Steward Zhao immediately choked up. This child hadn't changed, always treating the objects of everyone's pursuit as if they were mere duckweed, while giving great weight to ordinary trifles, as if they were laden with deep affection. "Child." Li Hao patted Zhao's shoulder, and upon thinking of Li Fu's death in Liangzhou, he sighed in his heart and said no more. As he stepped outside, he saw Li Shaoran on the opposite eaves. He nodded at him, smiling faintly. He bid farewell to the old master who had fought alongside him at Mo River. Li Shaoran just nodded slightly, his thoughts restrained, his face betraying no insight into his mind. As Li Hao approached the steps, Li Yanzhao, Li Jianming, and others from within the courtyard were hurrying to meet him, but before they could speak, suddenly, streams of golden light whistled in from afar. The golden lights turned out to be the numerous ancestral spirits of the Li family, rushing over from the direction of the ancestral shrine. The lead golden light was tall and imposing. Even his divine soul was several times larger than the other heroic spirits. He was the Li family ancestor, Li Tianyuan. Seeing so many ancestors arriving, the people in the courtyard were all stunned, immediately falling to their knees in worship. The various household servants and maidservants, hearing the calls of the young masters and misses, were also astonished and hurriedly knelt down. Ancestors, He Jianlin and others in the hall, upon hearing the news, rushed out, and seeing Li Tianyuan actually appear, were all shocked and hurriedly knelt in homage. Ji Qingqing and Li Tiangong inside the house also saw this. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly fell to their knees. In a moment, the entire scene was left with a single figure standing. It was Li Hao. Faced with these dozens of heroic spirits of the Li family ancestors, Li Hao was somewhat surprised. "Child." Li Tianyuan looked at Li Hao, his eyes gentle, and said softly, "I've heard all about your situation. It's your parents who have let you down. Although we have reprimanded them, we ultimately cannot replace them in making amends. But could you, for the sake of the other members of the Li family, consider staying with the Li family?" Li Hao's expression was calm, his face as tranquil as a gentle breeze, and he said, "The elders of the Li family who treated me with kindness, I have not forgotten. Across tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, we can meet and gather wherever we are, and need not be bound by whether it is within the Li family. I hope everyone can understand that." Upon hearing these words, faces among Li Tianyuan and the other ancestral heroic spirits changed, some looking grief-stricken, others inwardly sighed. knowing that it would not be easy to persuade the child to return after he had severed his blood ties. They had come here merely to make one final effort. Your father has erred. Despite his martial achievements abroad, he has acted arrogantly and autocratically, committing major missteps. From this day forth, I strip him of his position as the true dragon. Li Tianyuan spoke softly. The courtyard fell silent at these words. Everyone was shocked, not expecting the position of the true dragon of Li Tiangong to be stripped away by an ancestor in person. In the past, only those who had committed severe misdeeds and sins would compel the ancestors to angrily intervene, removing the true dragon from their position. And yet Li Tiangong, who had successively campaigned in northern Yan and defended Liangzhou, was now stripped of the true dragon position. But it was clear to everyone that, as the ancestor had said, no matter the achievements, forcing Li Hao out of the divine general mansion was a blemish on his life that could not be erased. Inside the hall, Ji Qingqing looked at her husband in surprise. However, Li Tiangang's expression was one of sadness, with no sign of shock, as if he had known it all along. At the entrance of the hall, Li Hao's expression was still calm, unchanged. Just as he had said, he had let go, which was why he had come. Therefore, whatever decisions the Li family would make were of no consequence to him. Even though you do not possess the blood of the Li family, if you wish, I can make an exception and declare you the true dragon of our Li family. We will provide you with all our resources to aid your cultivation and make further progress, to strive for that Tao comprehension realm. Li Tianyuan said, looking at Li Hao with a serious expression. The other Li family ancestors knew of the elder's decision and looked expectantly at the young man who stood alone. Inside the hall, He Jianlin, Gao Qingqing, Li Xuanli, and others were all shocked. While they were somewhat surprised by the ancestor's decision to strip Li Tiangong of the true dragon position, they could still understand. But to make an exception for Li Hao, who no longer had the Li family blood, to become the true dragon was indeed breaking with thousands of years of tradition. For a moment, they all turned to look at Li Hao, their eyes filled with hope and expectation. Li Tiangang watched the young man's retreating figure with a complex expression, his fingers tightening slightly, a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and a touch of confusion and sadness. In the past, when they had argued, the young man had given up the Li family surname and left the illustrious divine general mansion. Who would have thought that, today, it would be an ancestor who personally invited him back? He couldn't help but wonder, had he really been that wrong? He had established his moral philosophy based on the law of all things, but at this moment, his belief was somewhat shaken. Li Hao also hadn't expected that the Li family ancestor would go to such lengths for him, feeling both surprised and a bit remorseful. Remorse is not regret, it's the necessity to hurt their feelings. The moon waxes and wanes, completeness in this matter is ancient and elusive. Since severing the bloodline in the abyss, there had been no turning back, and many things missed or mishandled ultimately lead to regret. Even if a broken mirror is mended, the cracks remain, only reflecting a fractured image. Ancestor, I've taken your kindness to heart. Li Hao bowed slightly and said, exempting me isn't worth it. The millennium of glory accumulated by our ancestors through battles and slaying demons shouldn't be compromised because of me. Our family tradition and clan rules exist for a reason, otherwise one brilliant moment might lead to eternal annihilation. I no longer carry the Li family bloodline, and even as a true dragon, I could hardly command respect. My mind is made up, and I cannot bear the burden of the divine general mansion. After saying this, he bowed deeply in gratitude. He Jianlin and others grew pale upon hearing Li Hao's words. The hopeful light in their eyes dimmed as if a glowworm had been snuffed out. Kneeling on the ground, Li Tiangang too was stunned, his face twitching. In the past, he had insisted that the young man be disciplined and law-abiding, but the young man had been relaxed and casual. Now, he used the family law and clan regulations as an excuse to sever ties with the Li family. He had used his own standards to sever everything. Li Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Hao's blunt refusal. After a brief silence, he said, "My child, even if not as a true dragon, the Li family owes you. We old fellows are here to make amends. The Li family's true dragon may receive our soul power for soul condensation, and even if you aren't, let us condense one for you." Li Hao suddenly thought of the scenes within Dragon City Mo River, where he had inherited the true dragon and fought battles wearing the mantle of this ancestor. But those were Li Tianzong's memories. Before dissipating, the old man might have felt comforted by this. Li Hao sighed inwardly, saying to the Li family elder before him, "Ancestor, your kindness is too great for me to bear. Soul condensation is too costly for you. You need not do this. The Li family owes me nothing, we are even." Inside Dragon City Mo River, the Li family ancestor had condensed his soul to help him break through the bottleneck of 360 soul condensations, but Li Hao felt he could achieve this himself by collecting more soul condensation manuals. There was no need to exhaust the heroic spirit's soul power. After all, these heroic spirits were human race heroes who had battled enemies and slain demons in their own eras. It was beneath their dignity to sacrifice for him. Hearing Li Hao's words, Li Tianyuan fell silent again. He wished to gather the power of many heroic spirits both as repayment for Li Hao's help and in the hope that it would endear them to him should the Li family ever need help again. But it seemed the young man was unmoved by this. To a martial artist, this was an extremely precious thing, greatly enhancing strength, yet he deemed it insignificant. "My Childa," Li Tianyuan appeared to sigh, starting to speak again. "Ancestor." Li Hao quickly interjected, smiling, "We may not be related by blood, but if you wish to be friends, I welcome it." "Friends from afar, is this not a joy? I appreciate your intentions, please don't hold me back." Having said this, he bowed slightly as a gesture, then looked at Li Yinzhao in the courtyard, smiling slightly, "If you ever have time, you can come and visit me." "Yes." Li Yinzhao's eyes were filled with sorrow as he nodded vigorously, unable to conceal his reluctance. Li Tianyuan and the other ancestral heroic spirits of the Li family fell silent upon hearing Li Hao's words, knowing that his resolve was firm and that they could no longer hold him back. Li Tianyuan sighed inwardly and said to Li Xuanli in the hall, "Li family's true dragon will temporarily be in your care." After speaking, he nodded slightly to Li Hao and then quickly flew away. The other ancestors, each with different expressions, all melancholic or miserable, nodded to Li Hao in thanks and then successively flew back to the ancestral shrine. Li Hao had once raced to Qingzhou City to rescue them, a kindness difficult to repay. Yet the young man seemed indifferent, which left them somewhat unsettled. Li Hao walked towards the courtyard exit, followed closely by Li Yinzhao and others. Li Wushuang hesitated, wanting to hold back, but realizing that if the ancestors couldn't stop the young man, how could he? His gaze fell sadly. Li Mingjin, Li Jining, and others had complex expressions. No one in the Li family had ever received such attention, not even their parents or grandparents. But in their generation, there emerged an extremely brilliant individual. Yet, paradoxically, he was like a dragon soaring from the shallows to the sky, no longer dwelling with them. Yet who in the world could dare call the divine general mansion of the Li family a shallow place? It was only that the world the young man explored was far too vast. "Oh right, where is that noblewoman who poisoned me?" As Li Hao walked into the courtyard, he suddenly inquired. Hearing these words, everyone was stunned. Li Xuanli had just been personally designated as the true dragon patriarch by the elder, and although the ceremony had not yet taken place, from this moment on, he was expected to shoulder the responsibilities of the true dragon family head. He hesitated for a moment, until a nudge from his wife, Gao Qingqing, brought him to his senses. He promptly said, "She's in another courtyard. Do you want to see her? I'll take you there. No matter how you want to punish her, with your current identity, it's only right." He suddenly felt he had to be more careful and thoughtful. A quick thought flashed through his mind about the impact on the Divine General Mansion's face if Li Hao were to kill Lu Yu Rong. But it didn't take long for him to suppress these stray thoughts. With Li Hao's current status as a duke, it was indeed a scandal for the Divine General Mansion, but if Li Hao truly executed her, as long as the relationships were handled slightly, it wouldn't be a violation of the law. After all, if the Lu family sought revenge afterward, they would have to weigh their options facing the current Li Hao. Perhaps they would even send someone with a generous gift to apologize. Belonging to a great family, the rise and fall of the family were more important than a momentary rage, and the honor and disgrace of one branch even more so. With many thoughts in mind, Li Xuanli caught up to Li Hao. "That would be troubling you." Li Hao nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but follow. Li Hao's break with the Li family had been precipitated by Lu Yu Rong's poisoning. This scandal was suppressed by the Divine General Mansion, with little word getting out, but within the mansion, the matter was common knowledge. Was the young man now going to take revenge with his own hands? Li Tiangang looked troubled, his mind immediately going to the second brother who had shielded him with his body. Since his youth, the latter had cared for him, entrusting his wife and child to him before dying, but now. He was saddened, but at this point, he had no reason to stop it anymore. But in his heart, how could he not hate Lu Yu Rong? Yet hate aside, how could he forget the bond of brotherhood that had been the reason for his initial protection? Ji Qingqing, however, quickly got up and followed, her face full of sorrow. She couldn't believe that the child had really walked away so resolutely. In front of Shuihua courtyard, Li Xuanli opened the gate for Li Hao, looking at his once nephew and sighing inwardly, whispering, "She's inside. Ever since the investigation was clear, she's been imprisoned by your father." Is this imprisonment? Li Hao looked inside the courtyard, where the usual retinue of servants was missing, the leaves forlorn, and piled atop the pond in the courtyard, as if it had become a pool of dead water. Yet, it was still a luxurious courtyard, far from resembling a prison. Li Xuanli, upon hearing Li Hao's comment, slightly changed his expression, only saying, "We will wait for you outside." His words were also a hint to Li Hao, suggesting that if he was dissatisfied, he could do as he pleased. Li Hao didn't say much, only walking into the courtyard, following the slate pathway. He then saw the figure of the beautiful woman leaning in the pavilion. But now, she was clearly not as radiant. The glow of precious stones in her hairpin had dimmed, only a simple pearl hairpin remained. Hearing the movement, Lu Yu Rong turned around. When she saw Li Hao, she was slightly taken aback but showed no great surprise. Instead, she assessed Li Hao and, after a moment, said, "Has your appearance changed so much in less than 2 years? Your changes are quite big as well." Li Hao smiled, but not with the hate and anger one would expect when adversaries meet. While speaking, he walked into the pavilion, observing the fruit platter on the table, with fruits that were already wilting and less fresh. "Now that you've achieved success and fame, have you come for revenge for the past?" Lu Yu Rong gave Li Hao a hard look but only sneered slightly, her face showing no fear as she said, "If you're going to kill, then kill. Living here is no different from being dead. The only thing I'm looking forward to is watching my son surpass you. But even if I don't see it, I believe that day will come eventually." With that, she began to sneer, her eyes sharply fixed on Li Hao. Li Hao, upon hearing this, did not get angry, still wearing a smile that grew slightly wider. "You really dared to dream. HMPH, you truly are a monster. But so what? I've seen many monsters, like your Uncle Ju. He was not as astonishing as you, but back in the day, he was the marvel of everyone. Everyone thought he would lead the Li family to even greater heights. But what happened? Flamboyant and not even 20 before he died. Hey, that's what they call the envy of the heavens." Lu Yu Rong sneered, "You may be powerful now, but who knows if you won't have such an accident?" Li Hao nodded, "You're right. So, before such an accident happens, I plan to make sure your son has an accident first." Lu Yu Rong was stunned, her expression changing abruptly as she said angrily, "What are you planning to do?" Li Hao spoke deliberately, "Did you think I am here to kill you? Not at all. In fact, I stopped hating you for the past after I left the Li family. Moreover, I want to thank you." Lu Yu Rong was taken aback. That divine blood might be a great help to ordinary people, but to me, it's insignificant. Li Hao continued, "You once said that the love of parents for their children leads them to plan for the long term. You really are a good mother, so I am here to tell you that I will make sure you watch with your own eyes as your son gets ruined by me. That's my repayment." You dare?" Lu Yu Rong stood up abruptly, looking at Li Hao with fear and anger. "Do you really think you are above the law? My son is with the Buddha Lord, he won't let you succeed? Could it be that your son will be tied to the Buddha Lord's crotch for the rest of his life?" Li Hao said with a smile. Lu Yu Rong's body trembled, and her face turned unsightly. Being targeted by the Four Stands realm was enough to keep anyone up at night, not to mention the matters of Qingzhou City. She had heard about them from the old servant. The young man in front of her had already become a top fighter, and even that Buddha Lord might not be able to suppress him. I was wrong, just kill me, let me atone for my sins." Lu Yu Rong suddenly knelt down, kowtowing and pleading with Li Hao. Li Hao neither stopped her nor spoke. Before he was poisoned, he had held a very good impression of this second mother, as she often showed care and genuine affection. But, who knew it was all an act? In the days that followed, there were many attempts to test him, and he had no choice but to learn to be cautious. Death is not enough to atone for sins. Your son harbored murderous thoughts on the true dragon. He must pay the price. Li Hao stood up and said, "You're living too comfortably. Since you are a prisoner, you should look like one. Wait for me in the prison. I will bring your son to you, beaten like a dead dog." Lu Yu Rong was stunned. her face turning deathly pale. In desperation, she tried to cling to Li Hao's legs, but was blocked by a force. She pleaded urgently, "I was wrong, but for the sake of the times I held you, Changfeng is innocent, he knows nothing, please, if not for his sake, then for his father's. You wanted to strip me of my power, so I will strip your son of his power, that makes us even." Li Hao spoke softly, "I have no intention of taking his life, unless he brings it upon himself, but that's another matter." Having said this, he turned and walked away. Inside the courtyard, there were wails of entreaty, but the young man left resolutely. As the gate closed again, those wails turned into curses, into a curse, and finally into heart-wrenching sobs. Afterward, Lu Yurong thought of writing a letter, hoping to get the message to her son, "Do not descend from Mount Wuliang until you have reached the Grand Tao of Peace Realm." Only then, she might save her own life. Outside the courtyard, Li Hao exited as the wailing and pleading from inside were sealed by the closing gate. Everyone present was astonished, unaware of what Li Hao had said. Li Hao only mentioned to Li Xuanli that the criminal should stay where the criminal belongs. With that, Li Xuanli understood Li Hao's intention and was somewhat relieved that Li Hao did not kill Lu Yurong directly. After all, she was still that brother's wife. He sighed inwardly and with the others, accompanied Li Hao on his way. "You cannot leave." Li Tiangang stood in front of Divine General Mansion, looking determinedly at the approaching Li Hao. Li Hao frowned slightly without speaking, only let his Dao domain suppress Li Tiangang, then stepped past him and walked out of the Divine General Mansion. Ji Qingqing cried out from a distance, "How?" Li Hao did not look back, walking away directly, disappearing from everyone's sight as they watched on from the Divine General Mansion, alongside the street. He Jianlin and the others were pale, their expressions complex. This was the second time they had witnessed the young man step out of the Divine General Mansion. And this time, it was a final farewell. Birds fly in the sky and only rest on a tree when they are tired. Moreover, he is not a bird, he is a phoenix. Li Xiaoran whispered these words to himself, meant for Li Tiangang to hear, to prevent feudal entanglement and voice his own feelings. After speaking, he turned and left. Hearing this, Li Tiangang and Ji Qingqing trembled. They knew that if that child was a bird, they were the cage to him. Now, they could no longer hold him back. At Mount Wuliang, within the Brahma Pure Land world, Li Changfeng, dressed in a white kasaya, came before the spiritual Buddha master. "Master, I wonder how much longer until my mother will be brought here, our Li family." Kneeling on the ground, Li Changfeng looked up imploringly, his face a picture of earnest desperation. The Buddha master, seated on the golden lotus platform, looked down at his piteous and eager appearance and sighed softly, realizing that his previous teachings had been in vain as the other party had not truly comprehended. "The calamity of Qingzhou City has been settled, you don't have to worry. As for news about your mother, we must wait for Puji Bodhisattva to return." The Buddha master spoke softly. Li Changfeng was stunned, eyes widening as he said, "Qingzhou City has been pacified?" The journey to Qingzhou was but tens of thousands of miles, with Mount Wuliang being relatively close to Qingzhou City of the Li family. If one from the Four Stands realm traveled at full speed, it would be less than a day's journey. Unlike Yuzhou, which, though closer to Qingzhou, is comparatively so in fact, separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. The Buddha master said, "You can be at peace." "Thank you, master." Li Changfeng bowed excitedly. The Buddha master told Li Changfeng to retire and go cultivate, then turned to Lin Wujing and asked, "Has that little thief confessed where the stolen saint relic is?"